98.
And we are live. Welcome to the 98 FTG Friday Night Live. We got a lot going on, man. A lot going on. I've been super busy lately. I'm going to put the link out there in case anybody wants to come on, since our buddy David Shell's running late. But yeah, we got a lot going on with the 98 franchise stuff. Honestly, the franchise stuff's blowing up faster and bigger than I thought it would, and which is a good thing. So we have a lot of work we're doing on that with all the franchisees, and we appreciate you all. And some big things are coming down the pipeline, which is really cool. We got a lot going on with other organizations like Arm Gods, Mac, stuff like that. Some of our matches will be leading up to opportunities with those guys. So that's pretty cool. Hey, Randy, what's up, buddy?
Yo.
What's going on?
Chilling, man.
Nice. Are you ready? Are you ready for an amazing year of arm wrestling?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been kind of out of the loop lately because I've been so busy with the franchise stuff, and we're launching a bunch of different things. We got some cool things coming with the women's league that I'm working on. Got some really cool women that have agreed to compete in it, kind of be the face of it. So that'll be really cool.
Awesome.
Our youth league, making some progress with the Boy Scouts. So that could turn into something where if, a little scout comes and competes, might get a badge for it,
Yeah.
or it might count towards something. So working on that. Yeah. Plus our own tournaments that we got to work on for the year. So, but yeah, a lot of good stuff coming with 98 and all our franchisees. Like Big Country here says, "What's up?"
Big Country.
One of our franchisees right there, Jimmy Fuller in the house. One of our refs from Team Predator out there. But yeah, so we've just been really busy working out all the details. I mean, I kind of talked about the franchise and literally like 5 people joined immediately. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I didn't expect that. So like I was thinking I'd have time to get things in order, before that happened. And I didn't. So yeah, so now I gotta rush everything, trying to
rest for the weary, huh?
Yeah, trying to release all, we have like welcome packages, stuff like that, trying to release all. But you know what's crazy though, and like Big Countries out there trying to throw this big tournament in Arizona and stuff, and just these haters behind the scenes trying to already ruin that event. You know what I mean? Like telling people not to support it. Like, come on, man. Unnecessary.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a shame, honestly.
What's going on right now? Ray, what up, man?
Just getting some cardio in, so I figured this will help me get through the boringness and
yeah.
I fucking hate cardio.
Well, dude, do an extra mile for me.
How about you I think that's what we should do next week. Is everybody on the show should have to be on some form of cardio machine. There you go. Keep it up. No, not masturbating machine. Cardio machine.
Masturbating counts.
The shake weight.
Masturbating counts as cardio.
Is that working your riser or your cupping? I'm not quite sure.
Maybe a little bit of both. I don't. It depends on your technique.
Depends on the girth.
What? It depends on girth. Yeah, for me, nothing. It doesn't train anything. Yeah, I was just talking about how we're trying to organize this Arizona event, and we're getting pushback from some people, like and some sneaky weird stuff behind the scenes, telling people not to support us. And,
Well,
what the hell?
I mean, I'm going to be as polite as I can, and I'm going to try to be the bigger man in all this. But, you look at Tim Tillemage. We had him on a podcast.
Yeah.
We sat there. We told him, hey, this is what we're hearing. I didn't just hear it. You got phone calls. Other people got phone calls that he was down in Baja smutting up our name and smutting up the event.
Yeah.
If one person or even two people say it, you can kind of write it off.
Yeah.
But when multiple people are saying it and making calls to multiple people saying it, you kind of have to believe it, right?
Yeah.
But still, but still we said, hey, it is what it is. Let's work together. Let's work together. Let's promote the sport that we love.
Yeah.
And then, you have Greg Sharp, whose finals in previous years has always been in September. And now his finals are magically on November 1st, which is the same day as my event.
Yeah.
Now, am I too worried about it? No, because in order to go to the finals, you had to have qualified or been invited, right? So whoever was going there is going there.
Yeah.
Do I believe it's going to take away from my event? No, I don't. And this is the reason why. Yes, Greg is giving out a large amount of money. No doubt in that. But if you want to support somebody or support a league that is going to punish an athlete because he's got personal beef with another promotion, so you're going to say, if you go to this event, you're banned, and you still want to support that and you still want to be a part of it, I don't want you at my event anyways. No one's banned.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that, but you're pissing on the sport by backing somebody who's banning athletes.
Why don't we?
Then of course you got people
unban everybody.
What's that?
We should unban everybody.
There you
exactly. We're putting together a good event.
Dude, you got some great sponsors, some great money on it, cash payouts for men and women and children. Some great.
I've never seen cash payouts for kids leagues for a kids division.
No, me either. That's awesome, dude.
And we've got a kids super match.
We get it.
Wow.
My daughter, who's sitting right next to me as we speak, she's doing cardio right next to me.
Nice.
Yeah,
we didn't even announce this yet, but we're actually raffling off a kid.
So
if you want to adopt one, we got one that we're raffling off.
Her name
is my daughter is actually going to have a super match.
I was going to say her name's Everly.
My daughter is actually going to have a super match against Nathan McCallan's daughter.
Oh, nice.
So we're going to have a 9-year-old versus an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
They're about the same weight, same height. The winner of the match is going to get a $100 gift card.
Yeah.
Which my daughter just said, which is her.
Ooh,
So then we just got Arm Combat, AKR Combat, Ben Freeman.
Yeah.
He's doing a product sponsorship. So the first place winner in every weight class of the men's amateur On top of a custom medal, they're also going to get a free handle.
Nice.
Then he's also gone as far. Oh, Meredith, stop. Just go do something else. He's also gone as far as donating one of his side pressure machines.
Oh, wow.
So we're
Yeah, that's
talking
pretty
about
cool.
an $800 value. We're going to raffle that off. You know, so some lucky person who shows up is going to go home with a nice machine, quality made. We're going to have Tara Terry there. She's going to have a booth. She's going to be selling her products, which she does a muscle rub. So we got a lot of good things. You know, first place payout for men is $300. Second, first place payout for women is $275. We almost got the men and women equal in the payouts. I gotta pull in another sponsor. We've got 4 super matches booked. The winner of each super match is going to get a custom 6-pound belt from Trophy Shack. And these belts are awesome. I mean, they're heavy and they're going to look great. Then, excuse me, as we can't give all the details yet, but it has been confirmed that we're going to have an Arm God super match at my event. So Arm Gods is coming over.
Nice.
Yep.
Sweet.
You know, so this event is really picking up. But the one thing that I want to impress on everybody is every arm wrestler I know, I've been in this sport since 1985. So I've seen many different highs and lows in this sport since 1985.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing has never changed. I wish we had more tournaments. I wish we had more tournaments paying out. I wish we had better awards. I wish we had better opportunities.
Yeah.
This is why I like 98%. Because since the conception of UAL back, you know, a couple of decades ago when Robert Drink had it, the only focus has been on the top 2%. The Michael Todds, the Devin Loretts.
Yeah.
You know, the John Brzezinks.
Right.
UAL fell. Here comes WAL. WAL rose, same thing. Devin Lorette, Michael Todd, Mario Barboza, all these elite pullers. They came and they fell. What I like about 98% is you focus on the up-and-comer, the next stars, not the people that have already been there.
Yeah, and there's a place for everyone. Just
exactly.
We focus on something different, which is why I hate that we get so much hate, because we're not competing with any of those guys.
No.
Those guys are doing their own thing. We're doing our own thing. You know, it's unnecessary to have so much animosity between promotions when there's room for everyone. I mean, arm wrestling's growing now like a crazy amount, which is why there's so many tournaments. And the promoters that come out that have, you know, tournaments that aren't up to a level of quality that you know, that we all appreciate, they just disappear. Like they just fall off because lack of attendance, and the promoters just quit what they're doing because, you know, they can't sustain what they're doing if nobody shows up. So I don't even worry about there being a lot of tournaments. They'll just weed themselves out.
And Ryan, it's actually, it's not as hard as people think, right? Like, you know, yes, is it hard to put on a Winter Blast, or, you know, what Big Country's talking about as far as the size of what he's doing, or, you know, if God willing, we get the North Carolina States and all that. Yes. Okay. That's going to be a difficult trio of tournaments to put on, right? Because they're big. They've got, you've got a lot of stuff going on, but like, you know, not to toot my own horn or anything, but what we did with Camel City here in North Carolina, it's a grassroots tournament. No more than 100 pullers are allowed because of the size of the venue. You know, it's $25 per arm per weight class.
Yeah.
Who, you know, who's ever even heard of that shit?
Yeah.
And you know, the cash payouts are based on how many people are there at the tournament, right? So we never have to worry about what's in the bank account. or promising people. It's who shows up depends on the percentage of money that first place gets.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
We have custom awards every time, and we focus on customer service. We are
Yeah.
there to serve the pullers, to make sure that everything goes as smooth as possible, to make sure that everybody has a clean and fair shot at their matches and all of that stuff, and that it's just it's an assembly line. We try to keep it as clean as possible.
Right.
We've been doing it for 3 years now, and I'm proud to say, I'm also humbled, but I'm proud to say that we are known as the best tournament in North Carolina, and we're talking about one of the smallest tournaments in North Carolina.
Yeah.
So
That's
it
awesome.
can be done. You just have to focus on customer service and being there for the community.
Absolutely.
And that's what I'm trying to do with my event. I'm fortunate enough to have a sponsor who's also a personal friend of mine, but he has a lot of confidence in me. He loves the sport. Honestly, what is kind of funny, what got him to reach out to me to do an event is his wife is infatuated with Devin Lorette.
Yeah.
And so Mark hits me up and he says, "Hey man, I got this event center out in Golden Valley, Arizona. What would it take to put on an event there?" And I threw a figure out at him and he's like, "That's doable." So between what he's invested, what I'm investing, what Ryan's investing, and what I love about this event, you have Nathan McCallum. Not only did he put up $500 towards this event for the women's class, he's sponsoring a super match and putting up and sponsoring the belt for it. He brought in another sponsor, and we've really got a lot of positivity in this event.
Yeah.
And what I was going to say earlier, with all the bickering between promotions, this is why UAL failed. This is why WAL failed. It doesn't matter how much money you throw at an event. If you got people backdooring it and you don't have the support of the pullers, you're not going to succeed.
Yeah.
I personally have been putting on events since my first event that I ever put on was in 1988 in Pembroke, New Hampshire.
I wasn't even born yet.
It was my team called New Hampshire Firearms against Badger Drew's team, Granite Arms.
Nice.
It was a great event. We had, we gave away a table. We had decent prize money for back then. The entry fee was only $15 per arm.
Yeah. Was that at Bike Week?
No, it was actually. I can tell you exactly. It was January 15th, 1988. The reason I remember the date so well is I actually couldn't attend the event.
That's cool.
Because my daughter was being born. My girlfriend at the time went into labor.
Yeah.
So Badger stepped up and
we've talked about doing one at Bike Week though up there.
Bro,
that would be fucking badass.
So speaking about that, so I talked to my brother and he was like, so he wants me to write up a breakdown of what it would cost to put on an event. So I'm working on that right now.
Send him a piece of paper that just said 0.
Right. I told him, I gave him some examples of other people, like I told him about the Florida event.
Yeah.
The Harley pull off. So my brother, he owns Indian motorcycle dealerships.
Oh, there you go.
And he owns Nult's sports dealerships. So he was like, well, if we do this, instead of giving money, why don't I put up a bike?
Yeah. If you're doing it at Bike Week, absolutely. Because then you might get a bunch of randoms jumping in trying to win the bike.
Exactly. Exactly. So, but this is my point, right? Is when I was putting on events before, everybody worked together. Now everybody just wants to stomp everybody out, and it ultimately hurts the sport. This is why this sport doesn't have big-time sponsors, or can't keep them because they get sick of the bickering. They get sick of the online BS. And, I've said it once, I'll say it again, I'll say it here. I'll support any event. If it's arm wrestling and it's good for the athlete, I'll promote it. I'll put it on my pages, do whatever. I'll be the bigger man, and that's just what we really have to do as a community.
To be fair though, we could change that culture, right? Because like you're saying that, that they don't like us because of all of the online bickering and all that. Well, it's got to start somewhere. We could change that culture. So once we do start wanting to attract sponsors, which I think 98 is at that point where with all the franchisees and, the growth and all that, we're at a point where we all want to attract sponsors. And from what I hear, you're pretty damn good at it, Big Country. But we all want to attract those sponsors. Well, then we don't argue. We don't punch down. Let them argue, let them bicker, let them try to spew the hate and all that. We don't. Hey, look, this is why you should come to our event, not why you shouldn't go to theirs. Right?
Exactly.
So there's a huge difference in the way that you get that message across. We're not competing with you. You want to have your event, have fun. The reason why you should come to mine is because of this awesome thing that I've got going on, or this thing that sets me apart from everybody else, or the backing of 98 with the sponsorships that I've got and all of this stuff. And the cream rises to the top. Let all the haters and the douchebags and everything else just swim in the muck and let all of us rise to the top at whatever level we're going to be at. But it's all in changing how you put out that message, right? If you swim in a negativity, you'll get drawn down into it. If you just say screw the negativity, I'm just going to tell you why our event is so good.
Yeah.
You change the whole message.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like
when we had Tim on and I was talking to Ray about this, like we flat out told him, hey, we will promote the hell out of your event. Will you do the same for us? And it was just like blank stare, no answer.
Cool. Then you know where you stand.
All right.
You know where you stand. And
that's why we were like, okay, now we know. And then we start hearing all that other stuff. That's fine. Because you know what? Ray's still promoting his event out there. Just like people on our end over here on the East Coast, people that don't like us, they're still on our list. We still promote them.
Yeah.
So they have nothing really bad to say. Anything they say that's bad about us is bullshit because we're still promoting them and still saying like, hey, go to this event, because the events are not about the promoters. It's about the pullers.
Exactly.
100%. You're going there. You're going there to get your points for Aries. You're going there to get in some rankings. You're going there to get experience. You're going there because you love the sport. It's not about who's running it. So fuck those guys. Exactly. We just promote everything because it's options for us.
And maybe if you're doing it long enough, you learn how to pronounce Aries instead of Aries.
I'm going. Well, he calls it Aries.
Does he really?
Yeah.
Isn't it AERS? Yeah.
I used to call it Aries, and they corrected me.
Okay. I stand corrected. I'm sorry. I don't see an IE, so I didn't,
I used to call it Airs also.
Yeah, Airs, and they were like,
everybody knows
Aries. And I'm like, it's Aries? Oh.
Yeah, okay. Well,
before I jump off, I want to say this too. One of my old sponsors, back before I sold my previous company and stepped out of arm wrestling, I had an arm wrestling series called Battle in the Desert. And I had a sponsor called Cold Cock Whiskey.
Yeah.
Well, they've been online. Apparently, the owner still follows me, and he hit me up. He wants to jump back in.
There you go.
Yeah.
So again, it's not just about my event. It's not just about 98%. It's like Ryan said. It's what's best for the puller.
Yeah. You're attracting sponsors to the sport. That's not a bad thing. And all these guys that are haters, it's like, dude, why hate? Because maybe you could throw an event at this venue. Maybe you could use this sponsor down the road. Like, why are you being a dick when we're trying to bring attention to the sport? Like, let's all just do that together.
I even told Tim, that if he wanted to, I would introduce him to my sponsor and the owner of the event center.
Yeah.
So where he could hold a tournament there. Like, I'm totally willing to share.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like you said, we have to change the culture. And we have to get it, customer service. And who's our customer? It's the arm wrestler. It's the athlete.
Yeah. As long as you focus on the arm wrestlers, you can't go wrong. It's these guys that focus on the money and focus on eating other promotions. They start to fizzle. And it's very clear which ones are fizzling because they're panicking because we are doing some big things and doing some good things, and they're panicking. So the only way that they see to not panic is to attack us, I guess. Whatever.
Seems that way.
I think we hit that algorithm, dude. We got 752 people watching.
What? Really?
That's what it says.
Nice.
Yeah, you do.
My gorgeous face.
Yeah, somebody hit the algorithm.
Hit the algorithm.
Somebody hit the algorithm. I mean, did you buying followers or
I
what?
barely even posted the link to come to this today.
I posted it. I posted it on Facebook. That was it. I don't even have 752 friends. Well,
anyway,
right. My wife says yes, I do. But
I think you do.
hang on. 761. I stand corrected.
Well, every single one of them is watching.
Yeah, right. Every one of them.
We're all on
Yeah.
the same
Dude,
time.
isn't that crazy? It happened a few weeks ago where we got up to 1,500 people watching.
Wow.
I was like, and I thought like maybe it was a fluke. So I looked at the analytics on YouTube after, and sure enough, there were that many people.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Well, in that case, guys, November 1st.
Yeah. Come on
the
out.
American Southwest Arm Wrestling Championships in Golden Valley, Arizona.
Yeah.
The first tournament being thrown in the 98% franchise. Show up. Let's have some fun.
Actually,
yeah, man.
Actually, so the Antietam guys are throwing one in October.
So they got you beat.
They beat you to it.
They beat you to it. All right. So the biggest one. There you go.
You're the first planned one. For sure.
There we go.
The first planned one.
Yeah.
The one in Antietam, they're doing it in October 28th, I believe.
Oh, a week
And it's
before
like-
mine? No, that's only a couple of days before mine.
Yeah. It's it's kind of
Well,
like
then
a
I'm moving mine
Halloween.
to October 27th.
It's like a Halloween. Yeah, dude, move it back a week. But
Did I
yeah,
say how
so
much
that's
I
pretty
hate
cool.
cardio?
Well, we all do. We all do. Listen, we all do. I walked into the doctor's office today and they were like, "You're obese." Thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm out of breath watching you.
Yeah. If only we could burn
Well,
calories just by watching you.
I tell you what, man, I got humbled last week at the Kenny Hughes Memorial.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to pull. I wasn't feeling it. My head wasn't in it. But I decided to pull anyways. And, I go up against Robert Terry, who's an incredible puller, taking nothing away from him. He spanked me. But I tell you, it'll be the last time I ever go into a tournament where my endurance isn't there.
Yeah.
Because that was my enemy. My forearm blew up so much I couldn't even hold on to his hand.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, change my workout around, change everything about it, get back into shape. So I got a super match with Aaron Barden's event on August 2nd.
Nice.
So my whole goal is, I weighed in this morning at 293 pounds. My opponent's 310. So I just want to go and just bleed his arm. I want to be like Devin and just sit there and just hold him forever to where he can't pull the rest of the matches.
You're such a ham, Monique.
Yeah, my name is.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
kid that
Monique.
we're raffling. That's the kid that we're raffling off right there.
That's
I'm
Look,
kidding.
here, let me
I'm
show you
kidding.
right there. Come
I'm
here.
kidding. Too many people watching for that joke. I'm
Oh,
joking.
dude,
It's a
yeah.
joke. Yeah.
Say hi, baby. This is who's got the
Look,
super match.
Look, Moni.
Yeah.
Look, Moni.
I want to see my kid.
Yeah, well, you want to see that kid? There she is, right there.
What your name is?
You're asking what your name is.
Merida.
Speak up.
Meredith.
I said Merida. I like your name.
Yeah, you like that name? Okay. And what's your name?
I'm Monique.
Monique, have you ever seen the movie Brave?
No.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good movie.
Brave?
He's named after the princess in the movie Brave.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
That's cool.
If
My
you get
daughter
her
loved that
riled
one.
up right before bedtime,
Yeah, dude.
But she's got. Oh, go get her.
Everly had a day today, man. Oh,
this one too.
I'm just gonna tie her up.
in the house.
Well, she just met Meredith, which is his daughter.
Oh.
And yeah, she's named after the princess in Brave. We've learned a lot since you've been gone. All right. Monique is named after my wife's middle name, so there you go.
The future of the sport right here.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? She's got an arm wrestling super match.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool.
Oh my God.
yeah. You wrestle all the time, don't you?
She's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Meredith doesn't look much older than. How old are you, Meredith?
9.
You're 9.
8.
She'll be 9 years old by the time the event comes.
Okay, she's gonna be
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Hey, Monique is a big 5.
Yeah.
Meredith weighed in today at 68.3 pounds.
Okay, Monique's not that big of a 5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Everly's
Monique is like,
Flex your
oh,
muscles.
there you go.
There
Look
you
at
go.
her. Come on, let's see yours. Let's see yours. Yeah, there you go.
You guys can both beat me.
I just saw
With Monique and
Hey,
Meredith on
Brandy.
here, we just added class to the podcast.
Exactly. We have some class now.
Yep.
Monique, what the heck? are
Now
you
we know.
doing?
Now we know why we're getting these spikes in numbers.
Yeah.
Right?
It's not
So
for us.
Meredith, who's gonna win your super match?
me
You gonna win? How you gonna beat her?
for doing my move that I learned.
What's
Like
your
doing
move?
your move that-
What's your move?
What's your move?
Oh wait,
Show
can
your
she
move.
show it? Can she show it? I don't. You know.
Show your move
I can't remember.
like this.
We got a top roll.
Top roll. Yep. Remember, Meredith. Remember
Oh
this
my
one thing about
goodness.
arm wrestling. Remember this one thing about arm
What's up,
wrestling.
Brian?
Top rolling is for smart people. There you go. There you go.
That's why Daddy hooks.
You're grown.
Not that kind of hook.
Daddy,
Good girl.
Daddy, I didn't think you'd tell anyone that you do that for work. Brian, what's up, buddy?
Not much, man. How are you?
How's the weather in Canada?
Hot.
Nice.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off here. I gotta finish my workout up, but I'll jump back on in a couple hours.
All
Be
right,
good,
buddy.
brother. Be good.
See you,
Take
bud.
care, man.
Yeah.
Bye bye, baby.
Bye.
Nice. Hey, good luck in your super match, Meredith.
I'll fix it.
Anyway, Brian, what do you got going on up there in Canada? Anything good?
Yeah, man. I got a event, a super match event tomorrow.
Yeah. You gonna live feed it?
Yeah, we're gonna try. It is gonna be a cell phone stream, but we're gonna try from a few angles and go live on a couple channels. So
Yeah, if you send me the link, I'll throw it out there.
yeah, buddy. Yeah, I will. Yeah, we got some good matches, man. I'm the main event, believe it or not.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try not to ref and kill my legs. Because
Who's your opponent?
Lee Macho Man Germain is his name.
I thought you were gonna say Savage.
No.
Oh, Jesus.
But I am strong right now, so he
Good.
should be worried. Yeah,
Nice.
feeling good.
Well, good
That
luck.
can be through the fingers. Right.
Yeah, through the fingers. Yeah.
If any of you guys are not subscribed to the Through the Fingers podcast, go subscribe, because I went on their podcast a few weeks ago and it was awesome, laid back, chill, fun podcast to be on.
Yeah, we're
Definitely check it out.
kind of like you guys, man. We just shoot the shit and let it flow, and we don't screen it. I don't give a shit what you say. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
yeah, it's great.
Yeah, Ray was showing us how he's doing some cardio. So
Yeah, I seen that.
I made a training video myself today.
I seen it. I seen it. That was
People don't
funny.
think that I train, but I'm gonna play it real quick.
Yeah.
I'm American badass, a bad motherfucker. I've been getting to the business since a bad little youngster. Holding me, sisters knee high. Off them trees I've been high. 80s baby going crazy, lifted trucks on rhymes. I'm American badass, a bad motherfucker. I've been getting to the business since a bad little youngster. Holding me, sisters knee high. Off them trees I've been high. 80s baby going crazy.
Yeah, that's what I did today. So
That's some serious training right there.
yeah, dude, every single vector covered.
Yeah, all of them.
Yep. Yeah.
The Brian Bowen vectors, right?
Oh, the Ryan Bowen.
All of them covered.
That was all of the Ryan Bowen vectors right there.
Dude, you know what's funny is every time I do a video like that, like certain people don't have that sense of humor or like they don't realize I'm being sarcastic. So I'll get some Russians that'll message me and be like, "What's the purpose of the band in your mouth or on your head?" And like, hey, I got to work the neck at the same time.
Jesus, that's the thing. Like our brand of sarcasm and humor is lost on the Eastern Bloc.
Oh yeah, yeah. They just are like, "Why are you doing that? Why did you waste 20 minutes of your life setting that up?"
You make fun of sport.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like what's his name? I can't remember his damn name now. The guy who beat Conor McGregor and then retired.
Khabib.
Yeah, Khabib.
Khabib.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, talented as hell. But like, if you hear about how he runs his gym, like you have wedding, you still show up to practice.
He ended up fleeing, and the government, Putin, fucking put a hit on him and shit. Yeah, he fucked.
Yeah, well, because of the fact that Putin, after he beat Conor, gave him a $20 million mansion.
Yeah, I know.
And then he goes, "I retire." What? What? No,
He wasn't.
No.
He wasn't paying his taxes either. I think.
Yeah, that's what happened. He ended up. Yeah, he ripped him off, and then he fled the country. After he gave him a $20 million house, he did that to them. Like, what a prick.
Sells it, moves, and then
Oh no, you ain't selling it.
He goes to a country that doesn't extradite.
The title. I guarantee you, Putin holds the deed on that house.
Oh yeah,
you can live here rent free.
Yeah. Well, he screwed that one. Screwed the pooch.
Yeah, the gym that he runs, they said that no shit. Like if you're getting married,
I love
you miss it. There's no excuse. If there's a death in the family and you miss training, no excuse. If there's a birth in the family, it doesn't matter. There's no excuse. And he literally will sit you there and go, brother, if you don't believe that you can be world champion, it's okay, but don't waste our time. And it's like, bro.
Dagestan is different.
Yeah, well, whatever. They can keep it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I have levels of dedication to this sport that not many people do around here, but I still have a wife and a kid and businesses to try to run and to work for and money to make and all of that stuff. So, yeah, you can kiss that whole 24/7 thing out the window.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that's what's great about this sport is there's people in it of all different levels of commitment. For some people it's a hobby, for some people it's a serious sport.
Yeah, and I mean for some people like me, it's a serious sport that you can only dedicate so much time to. Now my mind is always thinking about this sport,
right?
But as far as like the time that I can dedicate to it is just it's limited, especially now that Jesus Christ. And especially now that, we're basically running a full-time business for arm wrestling and we're trying to find venues for this North Carolina State Championship. And there's a whole lot more time that I'm dedicating to this sport.
Yeah.
So
dude, I think about it even when I masturbate, I'm thinking about arm wrestling.
Rise.
I mean, not the male arm wrestling.
Gotta get the left stronger, man.
Oh God! Oh Jesus!
What disease is that called? The one that,
I have no idea.
Do you ever scream can opener when you're in the bathroom?
Could you imagine?
Queenslander said, "Has Devin replaced Eddie Hall as Brian's #1 bro?"
Maybe.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
If you're gonna keep this stuff up where you're yelling off a mic,
They
you
got
know,
they got their
mic,
DEXA scans done. I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good collab though. Good for Devin.
It is. It is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Brian's really looking like a presser too, man.
Oh my God, is he not?
Natural.
Yeah.
Natural.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The triceps are ungodly.
The weird part is you can tell, and it's great to watch him kind of grow in front of all of us, right? Because we all see it in our own clubs. You know, when a guy comes in and progresses 3 months, 6 months, a year in, and all of that. But to watch somebody as famous and as natural as he is, as far as naturally gifted, to see him grow is insane. I mean, because you're watching him trying to figure out how to top roll.
Yeah.
But his body wants to just come forward. So it's just his brain is not making the connection yet of what to do. Like he hasn't really figured out how to top roll yet, but he knows that he feels a lot more comfortable coming like this.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
it's insane watching it happen. And I'm not saying that as a dig to him at all. I love watching it because we all went through it. We didn't know what our groove was. We didn't know what our lane was. We didn't know what we were good at, none of that shit. So we were trying everything all at once. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
Well, he looks awkward. But the thing is, look what he's doing, and he looks like he's fucking like he doesn't know where he is, and look how powerful he is on the table still. Wait till he starts getting connected. It's going to be.
If you look at him, if you look at him against people like Auden, right, that are more human than Devin, right?
Yeah,
he actually looks really good. He holds him, he holds him with his pronator up, and he's fighting for rise the whole time. Like he looks actually really good. He gets lost. And we all did when we first started, and most of us still do. If he's up against somebody that's just stronger than him, he gets completely lost. He doesn't know how to adapt. Yeah, he doesn't know how to adapt.
You know,
not a whole lot of humans stronger than him at certain things.
That video where he was pinning Devin in the press. Yeah. You got to remember too, Devin doesn't want him to get hurt, right?
Oh, exactly.
Devin's giving so much away and not really doing full counters because he doesn't want Brian to hurt himself.
Exactly.
And that's really what it is. There's so much power there. Until Brian develops, I don't care how strong you are. It takes at least 3 years, man, to get
those tendons.
Yeah, because Brian's got so much strength. He could rip something right the fuck off the bone. Or
now the good news is though, think about where he came from, right? So
strong tendons and strong man too. Yeah.
Exactly. And then not only that, did you guys see the latest video with the DEXA scan?
The
man really is a fucking freak. He 1 in 500 million people have his bone density.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah.
Eddie had that done too a few years back, and it was
I don't think Eddie's numbers were anywhere near that high.
They were superhuman. They were superhuman. Yeah, well, because you know why? They put especially deadlifting and the press, the weight that they do, their bones, they get microfractures constantly.
Yeah, and then heal over and
denser. Yeah.
Strong. I feel like it's gonna be someone like a Ryan Shaw once this stuff clicks to go against someone like Levon.
Well, the power will be there.
Well, that's what that's what everybody wants. You know what I mean? Yeah. Everybody wants to see it. And don't get me wrong, he's got all the tools.
And even if it doesn't ever get to that level, it's so good for our sport because we're getting so many eyes on our sport.
Exactly.
From people that aren't in our sport, which is what we want,
I tell you one thing though, Brian, they're kind of leading him down a little bit of a bad path. I think he needs to swallow his pride and don't care about image. He needs to just do a few tournaments.
I agree.
Because the problem is if you just set him up super match wise, he's not conditioning properly. He's not getting the reps in.
Correct.
He's not going to truly develop and be comfortable on the table unless he does some tournaments.
I honestly think that it's gonna. I honestly think for people as famous as Brian, it actually has to happen kind of opposite of what we did. Like I think he needs to have a year in the sport, get like 2 or 3 or 4 super matches under his belt, and then he'll have the confidence to be able to say, "Fuck it, I'm going to go into the tournaments now." Yeah. So I think it's completely opposite. Whereas we always tell our guys, "Hey, just get the reps in. It doesn't matter if you lose." With him, I think he has so much power that if he screws up, he's going to snap something. Either he's going to snap somebody else's arm or he's going to snap his own. So I think he needs kind of those super matches to kind of get his confidence and his body greased up enough to know what he's doing.
Like, I liked his match with Eddie Hall. I thought it was exciting.
He could have lost that match. He could have. Eddie, all Eddie had to do is get him back in the strap again. It was over.
If he had slipped every time, he would have. Yeah. But here's my thing: is as much as I liked that match, I really would have loved to see those two go against an arm wrestler so we could see where they're at. You know,
I think Eddie against an arm wrestler is going to be much better than Brian.
Eddie's pulled again too. I believe he pulled arm wars, right?
Yeah. Well, no. He did in that strongman thing, but he's pulling Robert Oberst here soon, which is another strongman, but a strongman that's training in arm wrestling.
He's got a good hand.
He does.
And he just started arm wrestling too, though, like about 6 months ago. So
what I would love to see Eddie go against is somebody like, I want to say like somebody that was like, ranked at some point, but now is, kind of faded off.
Larry would be good.
Larry Wheels would be fantastic. Maybe
he quit because everybody, they threw him to the wolves, kind of.
Yeah, the first guy that I'm thinking of is North Carolina's super heavyweight, Paul Walter. He's a legend. He's pulled all the world champions. He's in his 60s now, though, right? So yeah, he has all the technique, but he doesn't have that top end horsepower. Now he's got more than I do, but what I'm saying is he doesn't have that top end horsepower like he used to. So pulling him against somebody like Eddie, Eddie's definitely going to have the strength advantage, but Paul is definitely going to have the skill advantage. So let's see where that ends up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's see how well he does.
That's what I would have liked to see. Like,
I'd give him Steve Walker.
There's another one. Another one. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. That's somebody I want to pull. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be good. It'd be good for sure.
Yeah. Steve Walker's another good one. There's a bunch of them out there. I don't think he's ready for like a Derek Smith or anything like that yet.
No.
Did you see Derek the other night talking about how he was on his podcast and he was like, he did videos with Brian Shaw first.
He did. Yeah.
And he's like, now he does them with Devin and everyone forgot about me. And I was like,
Derek.
He was joking about it though.
But in a lot of ways, that's Derek's own fault for not keeping himself in the limelight.
He's fallen off. And the last time I talked to him, we were seeing if he'd want to do a match at our Arizona thing. And he was like, dude, I haven't even really trained in like 5 months.
No, he hasn't been training. He's not even doing his pod hardly. I mean, you gotta put the work in and get yourself out there and self-promote.
I think he's starting to now. Like, he said on the podcast, like, he had broken up with his girlfriend like 4 months ago, or she broke up with him 4 months ago. So that's probably, like in a breakup situation, he's probably working out hard now, like.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta get that
anger out.
Yeah. Not only that, but you got to look really good for the next one.
Get on some fucking gear. No, I'm just kidding.
He does TRT, but he does the weird things, those pellets in his ass or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's weird to me. I would worry about the timing of the release.
Exactly. Look, when it comes to that stuff too,
that's a California thing.
When it comes to that stuff,
they like the things in their ass.
I think it does us a disservice to not only talk about it, but to also sit there and say, like there's a stigma about it. Who cares?
Yeah.
If people are on it, not on it, who gives a shit? You know what I mean?
What makes it weird is the people that lie about it.
Yeah.
That's what makes it weird if you think about it,
Well, because there's such a stigma about it,
Dude, I'm on cheesesteaks, but I don't tell everyone.
Well, you just did.
Wow. I have a beef with it, and I've aired my beef so many times.
Yeah.
I'm on TRT, but I'll be on it for life. And I didn't get it. I got it outside of arm wrestling. I had low testosterone, and my numbers when I get tested are on the low end. They're still low. I just do it just to maintain a balance so I can heal and get a good night's sleep, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I don't like it that I'm banned from these drug tested events.
Oh, I got you. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So, it's weird though, right? And then there's so much that has to be, still understood about this. Like I've done a lot of research about TRT and testosterone levels and stuff like that. And different levels affect different people. I know people that are at 800-900 and they act like they're at 200, right? Like they're
I
always
can't handle
depressed.
high. Yeah, I can't handle high.
No, but what I'm saying is it's different people's bodies, right? I also know somebody that's at 350 and he is North Carolina's #1 231 pounder. The guy looks like he was carved out of a block of stone, right? Always a positive attitude, so he's showing no symptoms of low T at all. I was at 304 and I had my gun to my head every day. So, you know what I mean? Like I
was at 220 or something like that.
Right. So at 220, I probably would have already done it. Like it would have been over. But at 304, every day it was is today. Now, me personally, I feel good, like really good around 800. That's where I stay. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't go with supernatural territory. I didn't realize what I was doing at first, and I was in supernatural territory, but I mean, now I've got it down to 800. But you know what? I have no problem saying, like, if I had a really big match coming or something, and because of the fact that I do know what I'm doing, I have no problem spiking it up a little bit for 2 months, 3 months. I got no problem, whatever. I don't give a shit about telling people that. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Yeah. Do you aromatate easy? You don't, obviously, right?
Actually, I do. I'm actually I'm getting onto
inhibitor.
Yeah, I'm going to get onto an inhibitor here soon to
I can't get over 650, or my body ends up making too much estradiol.
Yeah, well, that's what we think is happening with me, because I'm pretty lean, like everywhere. My legs look just like my arms. Right, lean, not really fat.
Yeah,
but I carry about 30 to 35 pounds of fat right around the gut.
That's me too.
So,
me too. So that's why I aromatate.
Exactly. So that's why I'm getting onto an inhibitor, but I don't think it was because of just the test. I think it's just my body is predisposed to doing that. I did laugh at my wife, because if you saw the comment, she said his wife might have something to say about that. Well, that's because the one thing about testosterone therapy is you definitely go back to having the sex drive of your 20s. And she's like, fuck this. I thought the war was over.
Yeah. You know what though? I seen a study recently, and because a lot of people suffer from low T and don't know it, because the food we eat has like estradiol effects. It breaks our testosterone. We don't have the testosterone guys did 20, 30 years ago.
Correct.
What they were saying is that a lot of mental illness these days is because of hormone levels. And people need to get their hormones checked, because if you have a hormone imbalance, let's say your estradiol spikes, you could be fucking going nuts, like hot flashes, anxiety attacks, panic attacks. Yeah, and they, you know what they do? They just put you on these friggin' crazy meds, right? And then all it could be is that your hormones are out of whack, and you just got to even out. Yeah.
A buddy of mine messaged me. He's like, I can't believe this, dude. I just watched The Green Mile. I've seen it a million times, and I was crying like a baby.
Yeah.
So he went and got his estrogen levels checked, and they were through the roof. And he was like, my nipples are kind of sensitive.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So he took some estrogen blockers, and he's like, dude, I was back to normal in like a week.
Yeah. And you got to be careful. And you got to be careful with that too, because like something like Remedex, right? Something like a Remedex is only a 1 milligram tablet. Now I haven't taken anything yet, but I've heard
if you don't take a whole milligram.
Yeah. If you sit there and take like more than 1 milligram a week to start off with,
it's way too much.
You are fucked. Like it'll crash your estrogen, and it's just as bad as having your estrogen be through the roof.
It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. You're supposed to start off at like 0.25.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's every second or third day. Yeah.
Well, like I said, like once a week at 1 mg, no problem. You know, but yeah, it's you don't want to sit there and have. I know people that have started it and been like, I'm going to do 1 mg every 2 to 3 days, and it's just like,
done. No sex drive either.
No,
you need estrogen. You need a little bit.
No. Don't say that too loud. Don't say that too loud. My wife may actually start slipping into my fucking drinks.
She'll dose
She's gonna start dosing me.
I'm gonna
like the opposite of date rape.
Yeah.
Date rape. Exactly. She's like
my
putting
wife's
it in
gonna do
there.
everything she can to fucking make sure that I can't have a boner.
What works for me is I put the 0.25 milligrams directly into my urethra and let it absorb that way.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Quick.
Roy
Oh.
Baker says, "You know your estrogen is out of whack when you suddenly start listening to Indigo Girls."
Roy Baker. Hey, whatever happened to Beer Man? Doesn't Roy?
I don't, yeah, he used to. He like stopped coming on, man.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I used to watch him here and there.
Yeah,
and he doesn't. I don't think he does a podcast now.
No.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen anything about him for a while.
I know he had some health issues.
Oh, okay, maybe that's why. Yeah.
I heard a rumor that he had a few heart attacks, and he's actually going to be coming back and arm wrestling again, but he's got to settle the health problems, obviously. But Ryan, I thought we talked about that on the show like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
I thought you did recently, but I don't remember exactly what was said.
Yeah,
I thought maybe you heard something.
Yeah, he's had some health issues, and I think he just calmed down a bit with the podcast.
Yeah.
You like this shit, Ryan? I start a podcast, right?
I do.
And then look at this. I got a cat. I got my kid. My wife's over here starting with me. Like, I don't know.
I know what it's like, man. I do podcasts all the time. Everything goes on. When you just need a little bit of time. Yeah.
I started locking my office door because my daughter would run in and start fucking jumping all around.
Oh, see, that won't help because my daughter would sit there pounding on the fucking door. And as you can tell, it's glass. Not good.
$10 super chat from Diabolical Billy. Derek Smith, 40-year-old skater who thinks he's Peter Pan. More like if Peter hit puberty late and never left mom's couch. 6'8", of self-doubt and a beanie and bad life choices.
Man, I tell you what. Why don't you tell us how you really feel?
Wow. Yeah. He just says it how it is, eh?
Derek Smith fan there, I guess.
Yeah, that's definitely not a Derek Smith fan.
Thank you, Billy.
Actually, I think that's just, you know what? I don't think that was that bad. I mean, you can get that perception.
I'll say this: from, that's Derek. Not that bad compared to stuff that Billy usually says.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Like that might have been just like, he has a little pity for the guy. You know what
I mean? Yeah, he usually brings it.
Yeah, he usually brings it way worse than that. Yeah.
Randy, what have you been up to, man? You're being all quiet. What have you been up to?
Not much, man. I was just busy freaking week with work and stuff like that. So. Just keeping my eye on the pulse of the arm wrestling scene. I saw our buddy Logan got a sponsorship.
Yeah,
I'm sure you guys saw that with Grip Arm Sport.
Yep.
And
you know what? I'm going to say it publicly. If you're listening, Grip Arm Sport, you still owe me a damn strap. I gave you one at East vs. West to hold up your drawers because your belt snapped. Like.
Yeah.
Hello. Where's my belt? Where's my strap?
Hey up, dude. What's up?
Where's my strap? Anyway.
Yeah. And Logan's going to be pulling at the East vs. West tournament in Chicago.
Yeah.
Is that the guy that Devin?
He's
that's the guy who
he's pulling Sean Latimer at Keystones, and I went to practice this last Sunday.
Oh, you did? Nice.
I gotta say, dude, Latimer just fucking looks so fucking strong.
Yeah.
I don't know how Logan's going to deal with his Sean Latimer's hand is just so huge. That's a lot to and Sean is also very fast. So I think it's going to come down to who gets off first,
Yeah. Right hand
speed.
Yeah. Right hand match.
I believe so, yeah.
And that's Logan's non-dominant arm. So
he's better on the left.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. But I mean, he got that pin on Devin. He snuck it in. He did good. You know what I mean? It was still a pin.
I don't know if it was a pin though. It did.
Well,
look like
you're talking to the guy who called the pin. So I
was watching the video after. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, I know. When you watch the video, when you watch the video,
the angle of the camera was hard to see it.
Exactly. It is hard to see. It is hard to see whether or not it did actually hit or not.
I wasn't trying to insult you.
No, you're not. I
believe me. Too. I know.
Believe me, brother. The amount of
you fucked that up.
The amount of hate that I got for the first week. You missed that elbow foul that was like nine years off the table and shit like that. It's like, look, and I'm going to say it again, from ready go to pin, it was less than a second.
Yeah.
So the eyes just can't get there. Yeah.
I have a side angle video.
The camera says it was a huge elbow foul. Everybody sitting on their couch that can do a better job reffing than any actual ref says it was a huge elbow foul. The point being is that it was less than 1/10 of a second at the bottom of the arc. that his elbow did come off the pad. So if anybody thinks that they could do that faster than somebody in the heat, in the noise, under the pressure and all of that, then by all means, you go up there and do it. And then when you screw up, because it'll happen, you deal with the hate and everybody else.
People
telling you
react
how
as
bad you
stupid
do.
anyway. You know what? Good on Logan, right? Even Devin's like, wow, kid,
Yeah.
you surprised me. Good on him. You know what? I don't care if it was a little bit short. I don't care if the elbow near the end did. You know what? It's Devin. It didn't hurt Devin. Devin's like, you know what? Wow, good for you, buddy. Like, you know, people don't got to get so butthurt and shit.
Exactly.
Like Devin,
And that's the thing,
Devin
right?
can take care of himself. Like we don't
when Devin turned around, right? You could tell right away because you've seen Devin in matches that you know, and he will sit there as soon as you lighten up, he's gonna wham. Logan lightened up and he held, like waiting for another surge. He held, but he never actually went. And then when I called the pin, Devin was like, "Hey man, you're the man." You know what I mean? No problem. You know, everything was good. But Roy,
Devin didn't argue the call.
Yeah.
That
Roy
is true.
says,
That is
Roy
true,
asked
James.
why I'm corrupt. Man, I wish Devin paid me or Logan paid me. Shit. I wish that happened.
Well, Devin got surprised, right? Now,
he did.
I'm sure if Devin gripped up with Logan next time, it ain't going to happen like that, right?
Yeah.
But you know what? He took him for granted, and Logan had a bit much more in the tank than he thought on that hit.
Yeah.
And it surprised him, right? So,
Yep. I had that happen, and I'm not going to mention his name because he's getting married tomorrow, and I don't want anybody PMing him or anything like that. But he's a good friend of mine. I had that happen about, I want to say 2.5 years ago. I entered into this small little 8-man tournament. It was run what you brung, no weight classes, none of that. It was just 8-man. There was lightweights, there was heavyweights. It didn't matter, and it was $20 an arm, and winner took everything. Right, so. It was a cool little tournament in a bar in Eastern North Carolina, and I show up, and a guy puts me to the B side that I knew could and did, and then the second time he meets me because he got put to the B side, so the second time that he meets me, we're both on the B side, and he completely slept on the setup. And he's way stronger than me, right? So he completely just was like, yeah, whatever, no big deal. I could take this guy. And I set up this beautiful pistol grip low hand that he just didn't catch until we locked in. And once we locked in, he started complaining to the ref. And the ref, who's his friend, turned around and said, hey, you should have fought in the setup. He's not breaking any rules.
Yeah.
And man, when the ready go happened, I cracked his wrist like a piece of sugar glass. And he's trying to fight. And I'm talking to the camera because I'm never going to get this win again. So I'm like enjoying this shit. And then I pressed him, and to this day, the entire team gives him shit because I'm one of the few people in the team that has a competition win over him. And it'll never happen again. I promise you, it'll never happen again.
That's why the setup is so important, and people need to. You know what? You don't have to be the stronger guy at the table, right?
That's true.
And a lot of times, you know what? You lose before the go anyway. Right?
Exactly.
Or you win before the goal. Either or.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know what? When you start getting as a better puller and as you go from amateur to pro, these are things that are 100% all you think of when you get to the table. You know what I mean?
I mean, we had a guy today asking the North Carolina arm wrestling chat because we have a Discord for all the North Carolina arm wrestlers that want to join. And, we had a guy ask today. He showed a video of performance enhancing pancakes or something like that, talking about, Devin's trick, right? Devin's supination and rise or kickback trick. And he goes, for you top roller, experts out there, does this actually work? And I said, yeah, it really does. I mean, if you're going against another top roller, you want height and depth, but you also want to supinate in there so that you're getting more control over the guy's hand. If you're going against the hooker, you want less depth but more height, and this still works because you're giving him less coverage around your pronator. So it works no matter what you're doing or
low
who
hand every hooker. I low hand. Yeah.
Well, low hand is good, but the thing is like even without low handing, if you do that, right, even in a low hand, I should say, if you do so, even if you have the pistol grip, if you do this, right, you're still giving him less coverage. And then if you couple that with that, right, he can't get on your pronator at all. And because a lot of people don't understand, I know you do, but a lot of people don't understand that your pronation chain starts back here. And if you let them get all the way over, well, your pronator's fucked. So the less that you can let their fingers get on your pronator, the better. So the whole idea of that kickback and that, and then by the way, a lot of people, always try to fight like this. Well, if you just kick your wrist back just a little bit, that also increases the distance that they have to try to reach around you.
I like this one. I like the ulnar deviation. I use my bottom fingers and down pressure.
Yeah.
That's what I really, like in the strap, man. Actually, I would have to say in the strap, but most of my matches are in the strap. So.
And that's fair. Like everybody's got different styles, but like somebody that fights up high like me, almost always, that kickback, freaking and this. See, everybody thinks it's just this, and that's good. But this is part of it too.
Oh, it is.
If you can actually kick your wrist back, which is so antithetical to what we think about. Like you don't ever want to lose your wrist. You're not. You're setting up distance. And
the
then once
you can give something away to gain something.
Exactly, 100%.
But you never give up your pronator ever.
No.
Right? If you like, here's an example. Todd Hutchings goes to the table. You see when he's driving, his wrist goes back, but he still has his pronator.
Yeah.
Correct.
What he'll do is he'll kind of stop and he'll give a little away to get it back, and then he'll drive again. Right?
Correct.
But his wrist will be back half the time.
Yep.
But his pronation still allows him to drive sideways as much as
people don't want to understand that Todd Hutchings is a top roller.
He is a top roller.
They call it a Todd roll, and no, it's a top roll. Period. It is a top roll.
It's a side pressure to a rollout. So.
It's a side pressure pronation based top roll. Is exactly what it is. And everybody's also like, oh well, his side pressure is what win the matches. Well, let me just ask everybody here, since we're all arm wrestlers. Side pressure works when you're like this.
Yeah.
Does it work when you're like this?
If you're Hutchings.
No. No. Hutchings still doesn't pull. Yeah, I mean, he still doesn't pull from out here, though, right?
Yeah.
My point is that even the side pressure king, nobody gives him the credit for all of the back pressure that he has.
Oh,
he's not a dynamic back pressure puller like an Arachne or Devin.
His side pressure sometimes is lat too. Like he'll, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, because there's two back pressures, right? There's hammer back pressure, then there's
exactly.
Pressure,
right? So my point being is that his back pressure, if it was weak, his side pressure would mean nothing. So we have to give him credit for the fact that he's actually like got a huge amount of back pressure to protect his side pressure. So none of that side pressure would mean dick if he didn't have the friggin' back pressure to back it up.
Well, you can't have one without the other anyway.
No, you need it, because even a pure top roller, right? Like me, I hit back first.
You still gotta go sideways to pin.
I still gotta go sideways at some point, but I do it after I get your hand and wrist. Yeah. And again, my back pressure is what enables me to go sideways. Mm-hmm. You can't just go sideways. Like you can't literally just set up this like this, leave your bicep completely and your flexors completely loose, and just go sideways. It just isn't going to happen. You'll get blown wide open. You need the back pressure.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree.
Hey Ryan, what happened to you last week too, buddy? Did you fall asleep while me and the professor got into a freaking argument?
It's quite possible.
Yeah, we were. I mean, I won't bring up the topic yet because it's not after midnight. But yeah, we got into a huge debate about current affairs and all of that jazz. And oh man, you should have seen chat lighten up, calling him all kinds of names.
Had I gone to let my dog out?
That's what you said. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I probably went to sleep.
Yeah. Yeah, it got to the point where I was like, all right, I'm leaving.
You do a pod and you go to bed.
Dude, sometimes I fall asleep on the podcast where I'm just like this, and they just keep going. Just let me sleep.
I thought it happened before. I was like, is Ryan asleep?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, then someone will call me and wake me up, and I'll be like, oh, my phone's ringing.
Yeah. The podcast will be running for the next fucking 9 hours, and he'll be like, shit.
There's no one there.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of Dave Shell, he put out a new update video getting around
tournaments and stuff. Yeah,
I listened to that today on my way home from work. So make sure you go check that out.
Yeah, he does that every now and then to highlight local events around here in the Northeast, and
he's out cruising around right now, right?
Yeah,
he's always cruising around.
Yeah,
he does not sit still, man.
I love it, dude.
I am jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I want to be able to travel to different clubs and pull and
dude, he has like 5-6 different practices a week.
Oh man, I would love it.
Is he married?
No, not married.
He reminds me of Kathy Morrison. We have a him here in Kathy Morrison.
Nice.
She's been running arm wrestling for 45 years or 50 years here.
Yeah.
And I bet you they'd be a good couple. We should hook them up.
let's hook them
'Cause he
up.
reminds me of a Kathy, but like a male
Dude.
version.
Let's try to hook them up.
Yeah. She does all the brackets. She does all the brackets for all our events.
Yeah, so does Dave. He does all our
See,
brackets.
I told you.
He's our brackets guy.
Yeah, and she still does an old school paper brackets though, and I don't mind because
nice.
we'll fix it after. But she's a master of it, right?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Dave's going to what? Ohio right now. Is that where he's on his way out to? East Liverpool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's going to hit some PA practices, I think.
Yeah, he'll go to like the farthest event or practice he can, and then on the way home, hit like every practice that's on the way in every state.
The
Like,
guy's a beast.
Yeah.
The guy is a
Does he arm wrestle though?
yeah,
Yeah.
he still competes. He jumps in there.
I pulled with him at Arm Gods.
Competition shape, but
Dude, he's got that thing where he doesn't get that acid buildup. So like at the beginning of practice, he's the same strength as he is at the end of practice. So in the beginning of practice, everyone's killing him, but then at the end, he's just holding people that are burnt out. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I got on the table with him for a little bit at Arm Gods. That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you show up at the end of a practice, you'll see Dave looking like a freaking stud.
Right.
He's just holding everybody.
Oh shit, this guy's killing everyone.
Yeah, he's killing everybody.
Yeah. So anyway, how many franchisees is there now?
1,
four?
2, 3, 4. 4.
Got one.
So I'll be five. We'll be five.
Possibly be the 5th. Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't announce that yet, but
oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Yeah. I know.
There's been whispers.
I had this big event this weekend, so I just, you know what, my brain can't handle too much at once. So I just.
But you'll be the first international
Canadian
franchisee.
Yeah, it'll be sweet.
Yeah,
that is awesome, man. Welcome.
Thank you. I've been building a lot of hype, like just talking about it.
Yeah.
Talking about like what it can offer, because I'm already doing events and shit. But the thing is we have some killers in Alberta, like killers. They'll I swear I can put them up against. You can give me somebody, I'll give you somebody for them.
Yeah.
But the thing is, no one knows them, right? They don't get opportunities. So I was thinking, a solid league, right? Then they can start getting on the North American rankings, right?
Yeah.
And then, hopefully Arm Gods maybe even notices some of the guys here.
Yep.
The next thing you know, they're getting opportunities and people are getting to know who they are.
Yeah.
That's the point, right? That's the point.
Yeah.
Every 98%er's dream is to become a 2%er. At some, the people who take it seriously and want to.
Yeah.
Or
they're striving for that goal. Yeah.
Or they're striving for that goal. Or those of us that know that we're never going to get there, we're trying our best to help those guys get there. So no matter what.
Well, see, so far, I've done many promotions now. I've never cared about making money yet. And actually, you know what? I've made money a few times, but if I get close to even, I'm happy. I'm one of those promoters that really does do it for the arm wrestlers. Like I really want to see, I want to see guys get opportunities, and I want to give them opportunities to pull. I mean, even tomorrow we got 10 super matches, but you know what? When we're done, anybody wants a match afterwards, we'll do it up. So we're going to do a whole series of exhibition matches.
Yeah.
And there'll be people challenging people. We'll probably do 20, 25 matches tomorrow, more than likely.
That's awesome.
That is
awesome. That's what it's about. The only thing is I didn't get enough trophies, right, to do more matches. So or I would have announced 20 or 25. I would have bought the trophies, but everyone, last minute, oh, can I get a match? It's like, well,
yeah. You're like, oh
shit now. Yeah.
Dude, I don't know if you guys run into this, but like we get two guys that talk to each other and plan their super match
and put some money
up, and then they let us know that they're having a match at our event.
I don't get that.
Like, thanks for letting me know, dude.
I haven't got that.
That sounds like somebody I would know.
Well, what we do is though we have it so that each guy, if they want to put some money up, what I mean, it's a great yeah, go for it, right?
Absolutely.
Tomorrow we didn't have a lot of money, but I didn't have any sponsors like me and Dakota and Zach. We didn't have any sponsors, so we just did it out of the goodness of our heart. So I just bought the trophies. Zach put up $50 for each guy, so it's a trophy and $50 to the winner. It's not much, but it's out of our pocket, right? And so and if people want to throw in there, if they want to throw money out, fucking maybe he'll get up to 200-300. Who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, don't let this guy lie to you.
That's cool.
He lives in Canada and he's smoking cigarettes. The guy's got money. Okay, he's got money. All right.
I don't
let
even
him
pay
lie
for
to
my smokes. Yes.
He stocked up on them back in the 80s.
I mean, what are they now in Canada? Like $20 a pack?
27 a pack. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It can be a lucrative business.
Yeah.
Damn.
Not if you get caught, it can't.
Yeah, when I come up there, I'm coming with a fucking suitcase full of cigarettes, I guess.
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm bringing a fucking box truck.
They will
Funky, though. Americans
They will
don't have this.
prosecute you worse than ICE will prosecute the illegals right now. I'm telling
Oh,
you.
I bet.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we're going to be part of the states in the next 2 years anyway.
At least your province, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alberta. Yeah, because listen, we're done. We're done. Like right now, every person in I'd say 60% of Albertans have all their guns are illegal now, so we can't go hunting even because the federal government's banned everything.
Jesus.
So what are we supposed to do? It's like
Shit, Ryan. I'm sorry, man. We're starting this conversation a little bit early.
Sorry,
That's all right.
but it pisses me off, right?
Yeah.
So, and then we have other freedom. It's getting bad, man. I don't want to get into it either. I won't.
So
But
what about the people way out there that depend on fucking their guns and hunting and
yeah, they're fucked.
you're screwed,
But
right?
they're not though, because we say fuck you.
Just do it anyway.
Middle
Yeah.
finger, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you have an entire country that has the population of one of our cities or one of our states,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah. I mean, how many cops could there really be?
We got a big land. We got a huge land mass too.
Yeah,
man.
you do,
Huge.
and a lot of natural resources and a lot of beautiful untouched country.
Yeah,
You're like, I don't
it's
see-
actually beautiful here. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't see any Mounties. Shoot them.
yeah.
Yeah, but no, honestly, we're not very happy right now. I think
Yeah.
it's 53% would be willing to separate, and we only need 51% on the vote.
Wow.
51% we separate. So, and they got a referendum already done. So, it's.
So you think it's actually going to
happen
follow through?
overnight?
You think it's actually going to follow through?
Oh, it's going to fall through, or we're going to be like Venezuela. Yeah. We don't want no part of that. Plus, Alberta is the lifeblood of the whole country. We actually pay for everything in the whole country. We paid $47 billion last year in equalization payments, and we got back 11 billion or 12 billion or something.
Yeah. And the thing that sucks even worse is, where Devin lives, and I happen to know Devin's
Ontario.
a patriot.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I'm from there. I was born there, but I'll never move back.
Dev's obviously a patriot. You know what I mean?
He is. He is. And
But-
he's ashamed of the way it is.
Yeah,
now.
where he lives, that province is never joining the United States.
It's
Oh,
liberal as it's Democrat, you can say, as it can be, right? No, but they would the thing is the States doesn't want all of Canada. You want the Western provinces.
No, we want you guys.
Yeah, you want us Hicks. We're the rednecks of Canada, right? So
Yep. We want you guys.
us.
And we, what bothers me is if you look at Dearborn, Michigan, and I don't know what city is right above that in Ontario, but there is one, and it's basically like California and Tijuana, right? It's all basically the same culture. It's just in two different countries.
Yeah.
And Dearborn, Michigan, and again the sister city in Ontario,
Windsor.
man, the amount of Muslim population and terrorists Sharia law, etc.
Oh yeah,
Bro, it's terrible. It is terrible.
I live in Canada. I think I know. Yeah, it's bad. It's you know what? I'm all for the thing is, you know what the biggest problem is, and I'll just say it real simple. We've lost our culture. So what we've done is we've let in so many people now. We got so many different cultures, and everybody wants to bring how it was in their country here. And you got too much of it, and there is no real Canadian culture anymore. They've divided and conquered us. They put up so many segregations, right? They did it with the different races. They also have done it with all these classifications, the LGBTQTZ plus whatever.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, all that. But that's what it's about though. It's about divide and conquer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
If we just politically said, you know what,
I'll be right back. Cover me for a sec.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So if we just put our differences aside and did what was best for the country, they'd be fucked. You know what I mean? We'd be amazing, but they don't. They divide, they conquer, and then they spend all our tax money in fucking offshore bank accounts, and all this money going, to a war. It doesn't go there. It goes off, goes offshore in the politicians' pockets. So anyway, yeah. So you know what? United we stand, right? Like,
amen to that, buddy.
yeah. Yeah. So yeah, and I think it would be cool. I'd love, I'd love a Second Amendment and a First Amendment.
Yeah, and a lot of people, they even misunderstand that because you were talking about losing your culture. We have too, and it's we've always been a melting pot, but we've been a melting pot where you had to come here and assimilate to our way.
Yeah,
you had to learn our language, you had to learn our laws, you had to assimilate your way to us. You could be proud of where you came from, please do, but you have to follow our rules, and we've lost that as well. And one of the big parts is even with I guess native born citizens here, we've lost it here too. Like, I'm a big constitutionalist and originalist and stuff like that, and there's so many people out there that believe the Constitution is a set of limitations placed on us by the government. It's the exact opposite.
They keep it so you don't have limitations.
It's the exact opposite. It's a set of limitations placed on the government by us.
That's right.
And just that little nuance tells you who has the power. Yeah. Because if you believe that it's a set of limitations from the government is all powerful. If you know the truth and it's a set of limitations placed on the government by us,
but there's it's like 18% or something that are weird. You know what the problem is too? So another thing is 80% of the population, their brains kind of align. But you know what? That 20%, they're on the roof with a fucking loudspeaker and they're yelling what they think and their belief. And you know what I mean? Have you ever seen it? Like, the Proud Boys or some group goes and protests, they all get arrested, thrown in jail. But if Antifa goes out and is like beating up people, spray painting people's face, they don't even get arrested. You know what I mean?
Kind of right back at you, because you said you live in Canada, so I actually used to march on the front lines. I had a podcast with All Political and all of this stuff, and I made it to Antifa's number 4 on their kill list. So nice. believe me, I know. I know all about it.
I'm well informed on everything.
my boy Ryan Bull Bellinger is in chat, and he says
he's got a big match coming up.
He does. He's got a big match coming up. No offense to your Canadian, but he's going to get killed.
You know what? It's going to be a wicked match. I'm actually friends with Ryan, and I know how strong he is.
Yeah,
I know Alan too. Actually, both guys could kill each other, because I think that Ryan's so strong inside. If Alan can't get outside, he's fucked. Now, if the thing is, no one's been stopping Alan this year. Like, Alan's been running through everybody. So I think it's actually a good match. I think it's going to be close, because some rounds are going to end quick.
Here's the thing that I know about Ryan, right? And I know that you're friends with him too, so you know this. Yeah. Ryan doesn't need the hook to win. Alan needs the top.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
That's the difference.
Yeah. Ryan's strong everywhere.
Yeah. Now, Ryan's hook is definitely his bread and butter, but he doesn't need it to win. He has other win conditions. Alan doesn't. He's got one lane and one lane only. And
you're right.
And don't get me wrong, I know he's super, super strong in that lane, but if he doesn't hit that lane, he's screwed.
I seen a poll the other day that actually had Alan winning like 67%. And I thought, wow, because I got it close to 50-50. But it's hard, because it's easy, because I like both guys. So it's like 50-50. But even if I didn't, I see it being, it could, I know the way they pull, it could, I think it could go either way. Like,
and that's cool.
And I think it could be dominant. One guy could dominate.
I'm completely biased, and don't get me wrong, I'm a huge fan of Alan. I really am. I'm a huge fan of his. I don't know, man. There's just people that are just built different, and I think Bellinger is one of them, or Belanger. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, buddy. We always do. We always joke about that, but I think he's just built different. I actually have it at like 65-35 or 60-40. I honestly do. And look, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
No. Listen, I can look at it at some angles and think the same thing. I could even go like I'm all over the place. And actually, sometimes my opinion changes too because I think a little harder. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm not locked in either. I think it is actually good matchmaking. I really do.
Hey, Grondin.
Yeah.
Ryan Bull Bellinger's pulling Alan Ford
Oh,
at East vs. West.
Yeah.
man,
And he deserves it too. He already won once at
Yeah, he
Ryan
won
already-
once on the
yeah.
East vs. West in Orlando. I've got his fucking fight card. What?
well, listen, if Ryan wins, I'm
I
gonna
think I
totally
do,
be
too. I
like,
got all the sets.
I'm totally gonna be like, it's because Alan Ford's coming off a foot break.
Yeah, he broke
Yeah.
his foot at Arm Guns.
I mean, obviously, look, all of us North Carolina, South Carolina, you know, all of us guys are going to be rooting for Ryan.
I love
Yeah,
that
man.
team too. You know,
I
that
do hope
team
it's a-
is fucking awesome, man. Silvers.
Yeah, Carolina Chaos is great.
Yeah,
I'm
I call
pretty
them Team Silvers, but yeah, it's Carolina Chaos.
I'm in pretty much the sister team to the North Carolina side. I'm in Port City Pullers, so we're the largest and best team in North Carolina, and Carolina Chaos is the best team in South Carolina.
Nice. Yeah, that's a fun match right there, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be really good. It's gonna be really good. I
Looking
you know, like I
forward to
said,
that card, by the way. Good
say
card.
what now?
Good card that
Oh, yeah.
the match you guys are talking about on that card. Like
Yeah.
the Rickard Bourneman Wallace
Yeah,
Dilly
that's a
match.
good
Looking
match,
forward
too.
to that.
You know, that matchup is fucking fire too, man.
Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
strong dude that I follow them both. They're fucking both super strong and actually newer to the sport. I don't know how long. What's the other guy?
Rickard Bourneman
No,
or
the other
Wallace
guy.
Dilly.
Wallace Dilly. Yeah, I don't know. I've only heard of him the last couple of years, so I don't know how
Yeah.
long he's been pulling. But in my mind, it's two like newly found, you know, cracking the top of the pros into elite. Two guys that are super strong, and I don't know. I mean, that Wallace Dilly, he won right and left at the Florida qualifier for the East versus West. I'm surprised he didn't get a match. Like, it took a long time from that qualifier for him to get a match.
He won the Underground series from East versus West as well.
Yeah, see? So, yeah.
He beat
But
Marcio
He
Barboza.
qualified 2 summers ago. Yeah.
Yeah, he beat plenty of guys. So it's
He beat some of
definitely
the
excited for that
Canadians
one.
we sent there, too. Yeah, he's strong. Super strong guy.
Rickard's a freak too. I
Super strong guy. Yeah.
met him at Knuckles Up. Oh my God, what a unit!
He's a monster.
Yeah, he's not the same on the left as he is the right, though. I watched his
Nah.
match. I watched his recent match on the left, and he's not connected the same at all on the left.
Yeah.
He just presses pretty much.
You see what Billy put? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. You see Billy?
I see Armwood put up a handicap stake for Alan Ford. Only needs to win by a toe. Oh man, Billy.
That's good shit. Hey, the algorithm went away again.
Yeah,
That was cool earlier, eh?
dude. One time it went up to like 4K, and we were like, "What is going on? There's no way
How's
there's
that
4,000
happen?
people
I
watching."
don't get that. I get up
YouTube-
to 50. and
YouTube-
that's-
YouTube sees something going on, and they put us on the front page for just a second. And
Yeah.
then,
Because we definitely weren't getting 4K worth of people talking in the chat.
No.
yeah.
Was
Yeah,
it a
we're
cell
just
phone
trying to get
farm
to
in
500 subs.
India or something?
That's what
We've
probably
been
happened.
losing subs lately. We lost a sub when you were on, Ryan. It went down. What the fuck is going downwards?
Damn it. It was Steve Fernandez.
It was, yeah. Him and Dan. That's
Who
who I
just
thought it
left.
was because I lost 2.
Yeah, that's who it is, dude.
I know. And do you want to know something? Every
Yeah.
time I go back, every time we had we have 100% likes.
Yeah.
Every time we had 90-something%, I would look in the chat because we'd always get one dislike, and I'd look in the chat, and Dan was in the chat.
Oh,
Every single time I got a dislike, Dan was in the chat in that podcast.
that's silly.
That's
I
what
know.
happened.
I swear. I don't.
That's silly.
It's a coincidence, but it's kind of.
Probably not.
But you know what? They chilled out. They didn't harass me on my podcast or anything. So,
They went hard on me in text.
well, he tried. He goes, I don't want to type to you I don't want you to misconstrue what I say in typing. Because remember, he said some shit on my chat.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
goes, oh, I was being sarcastic. You just misunderstood it. I'm like, well, okay. And then that's what he typed to me. I want to do it personally on the phone so you don't misconstrue my words.
I got like your whole promotion's a joke. You guys suck. All kinds of shit, dude. I was like, okay.
Well, because they don't like any other promotion.
Yeah.
Steve doesn't like other promotions at all. Like
No.
Gelder, he hated Gelder.
Yeah.
Gelder was one of the nicest
Gelder's
guys
awesome.
in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, he's fucking awesome. He just
Super
told me,
nice guy.
you know, he's sending me the backdrop. He had a big backdrop. It's like 10 feet by fucking 6 feet or something.
Yeah.
It's for the My Bloody Valentine, an event I was at. He's sending me that backdrop. So
that's cool.
I said I wanted a souvenir from the event.
Yeah.
He sent it to me.
Dude, he sponsored some money towards the women payouts at Winter Blast.
Yep.
You know,
we sponsored him. I've sponsored all his events.
dude, and a guy like that's willing to come into our sport and throw money at our sport and throw himself into it does great.
And our sport fucked him over,
and we fuck him over, dude, and fucking.
And this guy produces UFC. He's done the World Series. He just signed a contract with Bare Knuckles Fighting. He does the biggest promotions. Yeah, and fucking arm wrestling.
Piss him off in his first arm wrestling.
Yeah, we just fuck him over. Yeah, just fuck him, and then talk shit about him on podcasts and shit. Yeah. Like, oh, dude, we're just so smart.
I'll get some nasty text tomorrow now.
Well, the thing is he now he's gone. He said, "Listen, Brian, it's been nothing but stress. I tried. I see an opportunity. I see the market." Like he got to deal with Pluto and fuck TV and everything, but he didn't follow up with it because he's like, I can't. And then he gets threats and he's taken down all the content. So you know all that content from all those events? Yeah. Like the awesome production, it's gone. It's wiped off.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, but it sucks for us. The athletes that there, right? I'm sure he'll actually send it to us if we asked him.
Yeah, I'm sure he would.
But at the same time, it's still, that's gone now because greedy.
And that's why I didn't understand why they got so mad about us talking about it, because when you're talking about it on a podcast, that's not behind your back.
It's not. And
it's
it wasn't anything
loud
anyway.
and out front, dude.
Yeah. We just said what they said and what they did, and then they got mad.
Right. Nothing that was said on that podcast was insulting or anything. So anyway, people have fragile egos.
Yeah.
Dude, people talk shit about me.
I'm still friends with them. They didn't unfriend them or nothing. So.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
I was ready to leave right now because I thought you were talking about me. I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, fuck that guy too. Dude, you know what I'm gonna say this though. The cool thing about the franchise thing is I'm already seeing like the benefits of it, like because everyone that's a franchise are like sharing each other's stuff even more. Like it's just creating like a huge network.
Yeah.
That's I think is going to be super beneficial.
Yeah, that's what hurts us, right? Is we need to just come together. And you know what? Even if you can't be a franchisee or whatever, there's no reason you can't support. Yeah, and we will support you. Like, I'll every event I'll post. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not against other promoters. I want everyone to succeed. I just want good for arm wrestling. That's it.
Absolutely. As long as you're good for arm wrestling. If I see you pulling some douchebag or scumbag moves, though, I will call you out. I don't give a shit.
Well, that's the thing is people don't like to be called out. So, like some of these guys working against our event in Arizona that are actively reaching out to people, telling them not to go to the event, like shame on you. Like you're doing a disservice to the pullers. Not like you think you're fucking over the promoter, but you're really fucking over those pullers that now have to choose between your friendship or going to an event that they could win money at or have fun at or level up, and you're forcing that upon them.
You know what? Promoters, so promoters have too much pride. I promote too. So the thing is, it's not about promoters look at it like if they don't want they want to be the main promotion. They want to be like, I'm number one. These other guys don't matter. You know what I mean? And they all want to be that guy, like the Al Pacino, like I'm the man. You know what I mean? So but the thing is, arm wrestling doesn't work that way. And if you actually like the pullers decide whose promotion is a good promotion, right? Yeah. Forget the other promoters. The pullers are they're gonna pick the events that they really like, where they've been treated good, where the prizing's good. And it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't even matter who the promoter is. If it's a good event, the pullers will go. So every promoter just needs to say, okay, you know what? 98%, they just had 600 people at Winter Blast. What did they do, and what can we do just as good or better? Right. and
Instead-
then even talk to you.
Yeah.
Say, hey, listen,
Right.
can you give me some tips? Like,
Yeah.
you know, if we all started looking at it that way, promoting
Right.
each other and helping each other, then
Yeah.
the sport would hit.
Instead, they'll be like, hey, don't go
We
to
might go
Winter Blast
mainstream.
this year.
That would be the difference between going mainstream. It's promoters and stupid bullshit in arm wrestling that keep
Yeah.
arm wrestling pushed down.
Yeah, I agree, dude.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is like we embraced being the little guy, which has in turn made us one of the bigger guys now, which is weird, you know?
Yeah.
Like we just embraced being the mediocre, the small guy, the underdog, and I think a lot of people just could resonate with that and started coming to our stuff and felt comfortable coming to our events because it wasn't focused on the top elites, you know?
Yeah.
And like I said, doing the like the table trauma thing that could lead to something at Arm Gods or something at Mac, and then some of their stuff could lead back to something at Winter Blast or something at a major card for Arm Gods or Mac or whatever. Like, you know, we can all work together.
Yeah.
And but that's my goal with the table trauma thing is to create a path for these super matches. So, you know, it's not just you do a super match and then everybody forgets about it after a month. Like, we want to create a path that people can take, like a ladder you climb and get to these big matches. And you know, we help shine a light on you the whole way. And essentially, because we live feed, the entire process is going to be documented for each guy. So that's, you know, that I think is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah. Did you hear about Table Monkeys, Jason Constantini's team thing?
What happened?
Yeah, I did hear about that.
That's fucking. I got like I think I'm on the draft list for the team, the Calgary team. But anyway, there's 4 Canadian teams, 4 US teams, and basically it's a point system. So like I don't know if you've watched any of. He's done a few events already.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, like a flash pin, you get max points plus a bonus point. Like they have all this shit. But anyway, it's a team versus team, and they got 4 Canadian, 4 US, and they're going to battle it out through the year. And then they're going to do a final, like, you know, the 2 top teams and points will be in the final. But I think I heard a bird that TSN might be involved.
Oh, wow.
It would be, like full televised and shit.
Yeah, that's great.
Like, it's gonna be fucking awesome, and I love it too, right? But that would really boost arm wrestling too.
Oh yeah,
especially if you're on TSN.
Between that and Greg Sharp's movie Arm Break, fucking A.
Jesus, really? We're going back to that?
Well, Greg Sharp fucked himself. He's done, right? you go put a condition on pullers, and you think your league's gonna take off. You're fucked. So
yeah,
that's a big no-no. The second you do what Greg Sharp did, you're done.
Decision. Yeah,
it's the worst business decision I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. You know, like when all these corporations go down in the media, I'm like, oh, dude, he pulled a Greg Sharp.
No.
No,
but you know, it's so cool to start to see how the 98 stuff's like shaping out. You know, like the guys in Arizona and the guys down in Antietam starting to plan their first events, and they're like promoting each other, and you know, that was the whole point of this whole thing. Like now we have a huge network of people promoting and shining a light on what we're doing. So people, people coming and doing some super matches or this or that, like we're all helping each other to promote the hell out of all this.
Well, yeah.
And then you got the people in North Carolina just bothering the shit out of you at all hours.
yeah. Calling me at 2 a.m. with their ideas.
Right?
I love talking about this. So like Ted will be like, hey, are you up? And I'll be like, of course I am. and then they'll call me and we'll brainstorm for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even faze me because I love talking about this. So
I sent them both of them.
Yeah. Yep. And I just read what she said, and it's like the design is literally like one letter or one little pixel, and it's like which one looks better, and we're all looking at it like, yes.
No.
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, anyway, boys, you have a good night, man. I just wanted to come on.
Yeah, hey, thanks for coming. And hey, I guess the cat's out of the bag now. People know you're going to be the first Canadian 98 franchise.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, it would be good. Yeah,
Congrats.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, there's three things in the contract we're going to change, but it's going to be good, man.
I know
you got to redline that shit out, huh?
Just delete it. I don't care.
There's a couple.
My lawyer, Chat GPT, wrote it up, so
I know.
I'm sure he won't mind if we edit it.
No, he's pretty good lawyer. But anyway, guys, okay. Well, have a good night. I got an event tomorrow, so I got to get some bed.
Yeah, get some rest. Good luck, too.
Okay, we got to renegotiate our contract.
No, it was like when me and him had like a little meeting about it, there were a few, it was like some of the stuff that was just in there, like generic stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, none of that stuff is like something that's a problem to get rid of,
Yeah.
Like there was one line about, if you stop working with us, you can't open up another promotion for this amount of time. Like I personally don't care about that. So, I wouldn't even enforce it anyway, but it was in there because that's part of like a generic franchise contract.
Yeah, it's a standardized contract. Yeah, for sure. But why does my like what the hell?
Your auto focus went crazy there.
Stupid.
Your autofocus needs more focus.
Yeah. Fuck that.
It's not autoing.
No, whoa, I'm doing that.
All right. No, but Brian's a great dude, and there, how you guys came on as UAP Customs.
Yeah,
they're coming on as Through the Fingers podcast.
So it's 98 Through the Fingers podcast.
Through the Fingers, yeah.
Nice.
It just sounds so dirty.
Yeah, hey, 98 Through the Fingers, baby.
They named it that because they're like, hey, every time you win, you're going through their fingers.
If you're doing it right, yes.
Yeah, in theory.
We're not.
Yeah.
We're not.
I don't know what that feels like.
I mean, technically, remember, yes, we are UAP Customs, but we're 98 NC.
Yeah.
Because believe me, the
it's
confusion in North Carolina. The confusion in North Carolina is already really strong.
Same with Arizona, because like they're 98 American Southwest, and they're like, at first they were gonna just be like Cali and Arizona. Then they found someone that wanted to be part of it from Nevada. So there's like 3 or 4 partners there.
Yeah, it's crazy
all together. So
yeah, I mean, because we were gonna originally do 98 UAP Customs, but then we're like, okay, we already have the company, so why would we change the name of the company? We just figured 98 NC was just better.
Yeah, and either way, it's all how you promote it. Like you can throw UAP Customs on anything anyway.
Yeah, that's why 98 NC now has UAP Customs in the logo.
Yeah, which is cool.
So yeah,
I like it.
Which I can't even show anybody because I don't know how to post pictures.
Oh, but Ryan can.
Ryan, you can. You have the latest one. You can post it.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, put you on the spot.
Yeah, let me see.
The one with the snake.
I gotta be careful. I don't want to pick the wrong one.
Right? Yeah, dude, she'll kill me. All right, please. I'm begging you. She will kill me. She already threw a slipper at me once tonight. All right, please.
Oh shit! Hold on. I gotta log into Facebook to get it.
I gotta get logged on to Facebook. Bring all the messages, and then he hasn't been on Discord in fucking forever, so we actually got him in a Discord server, Randy.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and guess what? He logged in there once. He was like, "Hi, bye."
Yeah, I use Discord pretty much every day.
Discord is like the shit, man. I mean, you could do videos, you could do phone calls, you could do chat messages. You could do different channels for organization. You can limit your fucking permissions. It's crazy. I love it.
Yeah.
We used to be gamers, so we got pretty damn good at Discord.
I'm a gamer, so yeah.
You understand.
Yeah.
In the house. Yeah, I was talking to Josh Tossadori. He's a gamer too, so he's like, I'll help with the 98 Discord, because I'm like, dude, I don't really use it much. So he's like, I'll show you how to do it, dude. I'm like,
Yeah, it really is simple. I mean, once you learn how to use it, it really is simple, especially if you have somebody else, you know, kind of doing the back door, you know, the back of the house stuff, because obviously that, you know, everything's a learning process.
I know the
right?
basics, like how to use it, but
yeah,
not, you know, I've never got in depth with it. So
yeah, like permissions and stuff like that, roles, ranks. Like the way I see it is there should be a server for 98 arm wrestling, period. Right.
Yep.
And then, well, that's right. She started one. So, I mean, you could even have Christina run it if you want or whatever. It doesn't matter, but whatever. There's one that's already started, and you can have like different channels for each franchisee. You can have a general chat channel. You can have a video channel. You can have a training channel, a podcast channel where, you know, we just share our links for podcasts.
Yeah.
You can have all that. With the sky's the limit. It really is. The sky's the limit.
Cool thing with it too is you can also integrate different bots that will automatically do stuff for you. So like, I mean, you could even integrate like with APIs, like from other websites, like, you know, when an update comes out or something new gets posted, you know, these bots will automatically upload that to the Discord.
And then if the users learn how to use the bots, you can also just do / commands for the bots to do certain things. Like if you wanted to know information for the next tournament in North Carolina, / tournament North Carolina or whatever, you know what I mean? / North Carolina tournament, and bam, you'd have it.
Yeah.
You know?
Here we go. I hope this is the right one.
This better be the right one. Yes, that's the right one. There you go. So 98 NC UAP Customs. Yeah.
Dude, and you know what's funny is I only noticed the difference because I'm new to making logos and all that.
Yeah.
And doing flyers. So I only noticed because I've been very tedious with my own lately. And so I was like, oh yeah, I do notice that.
So she showed me from like across the room. I'm looking at her monitor going,
yeah, it looks cool, man.
Yep. Don't know. Yeah. But no, it looks like she created that, dude. I like being married to an artist is challenging. I'll say it that way. But I tell you what, her creative brain is just it's something to marvel at. It really is.
Oh, dude.
It's also something that I need a lot more coffee for. And you know, I'm thinking about starting cocaine. I really am, because I need to be able to keep up with her. Exactly. Because 4 o'clock in the morning going, hun, look at this, and blah blah blah. I'm like,
oh shit.
Yeah.
They both look good at this hour.
I'm gonna look at 6 of them and go, I don't see a fucking change. Open your eyes. I'm sorry.
You're just gonna beat your ass. But you know what? You know what though? That's good. And like when I met you guys down there in Virginia, like, I mean, she had notes and lists of things, and I was like,
you had no idea. You had no idea.
Organized with everything.
Yeah. He had no idea what he was in for. Like he's over there. He had to tell me like 3 times. He goes, I feel like I'm underprepared.
Yeah, dude. I was like, oh, it's gonna be cool to meet them and talk about it. It was more like I was going to a fucking summit.
Damn.
And I forgot to bring a note. I forgot to bring a notebook and a fucking, you know, I didn't dress right. I'm like, I'm at the wrong place.
You're just lucky there wasn't a fucking PowerPoint. All right, you're just lucky.
It's like, here, you can use my laser.
Yeah, right.
She
you want a pointer? Here, I use a
But
pointer.
I think that is very awesome and needed in the sport. Like a lot of promotions are just like half-ass.
Yeah.
And I think that's really good because I'm super detailed with shit too. So it's nice to see like someone else doing the same thing, you know?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, like, I think we showed you, but like, you know, we have obviously a sponsorship proposal, right? For I don't know if you've seen it, but we have.
I did look at it. Yeah.
Okay. So we've gone, I want to say 4 or 5 iterations of just her and I proofreading it.
Yeah.
To where, you know what I mean? Like, oh, that sentence doesn't quite work. That word doesn't quite work. Whatever. Oh, that was a really good line. You know, we should keep that in there. And it's been like just between the 2 of us, it's been back and forth 4 or 5 times.
Dude, I read it and I was like, I was impressed. And then my mind started going, I'm like, oh, I got a few things they can add to it.
Exactly. 100%. And she's looking for that feedback, right? Because pretty soon here, we're going to have a venue locked up, God willing. And if that happens, that's when it's fucking. I see.
Yeah.
I'm scared. Okay, I got to be honest with you. I'm nervous, and here's the reason why. I'm having trouble keeping up with her now. She just got done going. Once we get the venue locked up, then it's full speed ahead, and I'm going. I don't know if I have another gear.
Yeah.
All right.
You're like, this isn't full speed now.
Well,
Yeah.
it's good that you guys are trying to be proactive instead of reactive, because that's where you're really getting into trouble.
I'm the same way too. Like, I don't go too crazy till everything's locked in, just in case, God forbid, the venue can't do it that date or something changes.
Exactly.
But once it's locked in, it's like, all right, it's fucking go time.
Exactly.
And you know what's funny is Ray's the same way. Like, his event's not till November, and you would think it's next month with how much he's fucking. And I told him, I'm like, dude, crushing it on the promotion, but don't make the mistake of overkilling it too.
Yeah. No, it's got to be like,
you can overkill things.
like for Camel City. We know it's going to be in January, right? We're not promoting it yet. There's no reason to, right? We know we got the venue. We have the formula for Camel City. Okay, so we already know what's going on there.
Yeah.
We don't start promoting it until August.
Right.
Like that doesn't start getting promoted until August. And then even that, I mean, that's still 4 months out. So we'll promote it really heavily, kind of lay off for a few weeks, promote it again. Like it's circular, right?
I do the same thing. I have like a whole routine. Like, you know, I create my my pages, my event pages early on.
Yeah.
And then I'll make a flyer for each one and I'll release it.
Right.
And then I won't talk about it for like 3 months.
Yeah.
And then when I'm about 2 or 3 months out from the event, I start to, every couple of weeks I'll put it out. And then, like, you know, 1 month out from the event, more
every fucking day.
Yeah.
And I mean, look with the state championships, when that gets locked up, we're going to announce it really early. You know what I mean? As early as we possibly can.
Yeah.
And we're going to get the initial kind of run out there for a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
One, you got to start enticing people to, hey,
Yeah,
there's going to be a North
lock
Carolina
that date down.
Yeah.
Right.
There's going to be a North Carolina State Championship. Let's do this. Two, got to lock that date. You know what I mean? You got to put that in your calendar. You're not doing anything but that tournament that day.
Yeah.
And three, honestly, it's for the other promoters. Hey guys, this is when it's going to happen.
Oh yeah.
Try to steer clear of it. You know what I mean?
And that's why I do my event pages first, because I've had promoters come up to me and go, "Hey, I posted my event before yours. This is bullshit." And I say, "It's very easy. Let's go look at the event pages because it tells you the date you created it."
Yeah.
And I always win that battle because I create them fucking early on.
Yep. So as soon as we get the venue locked, the event page will be up. And you know what I mean, like ready to go. So it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen that day. The sponsors will start to be contacted that day.
Yeah.
You know, all of that stuff. So then the ball just gets better and bigger and better and bigger. And
dude, like Winter Blast, we start looking for the next venue for Winter Blast the week after.
Oh, I believe that. And I mean, the only reason why we didn't do that with the North Carolina State Championships is because we didn't know we were doing it until about a month ago.
Yeah.
And then once
Winter
we got
Blast
on,
is tough too, because like places fill up for that size of a venue. So like we have no choice but to do that.
Yeah. And once we got on board with you, then we're like, okay, this is real now. We really got to do this. So
Jody.
Yeah. What's up, Jody?
Hey, what is up? Happy Friday to everybody. How y'all doing?
Happy Friday, man. Happy
Good,
Friday.
man.
Going good.
Good. What have I missed so far?
We're talking about franchisees, and Canada's going to be the first international
Canada's going to be
franchisee.
the first. You know, Brian Parliament from Through the Fingers podcast.
Yeah.
That group, Through the Fingers, is the first Canadian 98 franchise.
Well, congratulations there, fellas.
Yeah,
all
pretty
right.
cool, man.
Hey,
And then
I want to say,
asking about Bogdan or Uncle John. What do you guys think? I saw you said, Jody, Uncle John.
yeah.
I think it's a tough match. I think Uncle John's definitely got the advantage, but I think it's a tough match, man. Bogdan, real sticky, real sticky dude.
I'm leaning Bogdan personally.
Yeah, I got to say that it's a real sticky match. If Uncle John,
Yeah, I'm leaning
I
Bogdan.
think a lot of it's going to have to do with, can Uncle John stay outside and keep the height? If he doesn't, and he gets sucked into a grinding war, I think Bogdan's going to give him a lot. So
I think it'll be close. I think that thank God it's like a catch weight. There's no weight cap, so there's that. That plays a factor.
That helps
And
Uncle
also-
John quite a bit. Yeah.
Uncle Diabolical Billy says Uncle John will be too busy greasing Aussie's didgeridoo. I just picture that sound in every stroke.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Anyway.
that no weight cap is definitely gonna help Uncle John, because I mean he went on that diet for a long time, got what down to 220,
Yeah,
and then
I thought he went below that for a minute.
might
Then
have.
all of a sudden, he just said, "Fuck it, I'm going to be massive," and that's
yeah,
pretty much where he's at now. So,
yeah, he just wants to be massive. What is he sitting at now? Like 280?
I'm not sure exactly, but he's up there.
Just throwing this image up because I love this image. But if you haven't yet, go and download the Arm Gods app.
Yep.
Because their app is badass. So definitely go check that out.
My wife's over here talking as if you could hear her. I swear to God, I'm gonna have her set up with a camera.
I saw her join the app.
Yeah,
She joined the 98.
Yeah. She's like,
on
I
there.
haven't gotten the app yet, but I've joined the group and I've subscribed to a bunch of groups, and I'm like, okay, honey, all right, you know.
She's excited.
Bro, I need to find a Jake break for my wife. Like, if you guys aren't truckers, you don't know what a Jake break is. It was not an insult. I need to slow her down. That's what it means.
I was going to ask
All right,
you,
guys,
what
I gotta
exactly
head
that
out.
meant, so
Thanks, Randy.
See you, Randy.
Taking
Be
off.
good, brother.
Talk to you guys soon.
Have fun with those zip ties.
Oh.
Did you guys get any?
No,
I got some.
You did. I remember I gave some to Devin, but I don't know if he took them home.
Ted, did you get any zip
I
ties?
don't think so, did we? Oh, we did. We got some.
No.
No, we
I
didn't.
was
Oh,
carrying Devon's around.
she was carrying Devon's around.
Hey, Randy, go ahead and tell everyone about the zip ties.
Hey, I'll tell you about the zip ties real quick.
Hey, why don't you tell us about the zip ties?
But I work for a company, and we have a patented product called reties. They are reusable and releasable cable ties. Technically, zip ties is a trademarked term. But you'll see them in, Ace Hardware, True Value, Lowe's, all the major retailers a little bit later this year. They're pretty cool. I don't own the company, but
I guess nobody from law enforcement's buying them.
No, you can just pop them right off. Do you have any
don't
right
worry.
there, Ryan? Can you demo them for me?
Hey, don't worry. 98NC will be contacting your company for sponsorship opportunities.
I've talked to my boss about stuff like that before, and he's a little hard to crack right now. But
That's okay. He hasn't met me yet. It's
You
all
got to
right.
work. You just got to work on it. You know what I mean?
He hasn't met me yet. Don't worry
Once
about
we
it.
make a commercial for them in advance
Yep,
and then show them the commercial, that's how you get it.
Yeah.
exactly.
the female zip tie. you know.
James just asked a really good question. Are they the same ones that Cletus sells? Because that's where I actually first saw this type of product was on Cletus.
Cletus.
Yeah, Cletus McFarland. He's only got like
Here, I got you.
10 or 12 million subscribers on YouTube. He's one of the biggest guys out there.
I'll be honest with you, I've never heard of him.
Wow. I'm kind of
Yeah.
disappointed.
Cletus.
Hell yeah,
Sorry.
brother.
But
Well,
they are
ours
pretty
is
cool,
called
though.
it's called reties. So I don't know if that's what he's using.
I honestly think he sells that company's ties from his website.
maybe it's yours.
I
Maybe
think it
it's
is.
getting from you guys.
I'll have to take a look at that now.
Yeah, Christina's actually looking for it now to find out if it
But
is.
it
or
is
not,
cool
but-
to have a reusable zip tie because usually you just cut them after and they're gone. You know?
Yeah, because he was talking
Yeah.
about that for the automotive world. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? We're always using zip ties for, fuel lines or whatever, brake lines, et cetera, to keep them away from the exhaust and metal and everything else. If we have to change something, you have to cut it, reuse it, blah, blah, or, start a new one. Whereas this, you don't have to. So yeah, that's where I actually first saw this.
I don't see
Dude, I think
So,
they'll sell good in the fetish world.
It might be,
So you get zip tied to a bed.
Hey, we're not here to discriminate or hate on anything.
You forget your fucking safe word. You can still get out of the zip ties.
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? It's like a little thing in the trunk. You can't get locked in the trunk
Right,
anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, back to arm wrestling.
I'll see you guys later.
Hey, take it easy, Randy. Be good.
Bye.
Anyway, Jody, sorry we got sidetracked with the zip ties.
Oh, that's all right.
What's new on your end, buddy?
My anxiety's kicking in, getting stressed out. So I got my event coming up in 2 weeks, and so I'm really starting to feel the pressure. I only do it once a year, but still, it's just making sure all my ducks in a row. Like I'm going through my checklist. We got our raffle items. We got, straps. Do I have my refs? I got all my tables ready, and all that kind of stuff. I went by and got a couple blocks of chalk today, and just kind of making sure I got everything all lined out. So
yeah, I did the same thing, dude. I'm like, all right, what did I forget? And then I'm like, do we have enough chalk on the trailer? I don't know. I'm too lazy to go check. I'll just order some on Amazon.
You know what? I need
never
to
have enough chalk.
I need to invest in a trailer, man. I'm dead serious because
It makes life so easy, dude.
I got 2 tables and I got a kids table.
Yeah.
And I'm like going, I got to try to find a way to put that back in a pickup. So it's like going,
Man, I wish I still worked at the trailer company, buddy. I'd hook you up.
Dude,
Yeah,
so we leave all 4 of our tables together because they fit. So, man, was it a bitch setting up a tournament and having to put 4 tables completely together?
Right.
Usually by yourself when no one's there yet. Now we just freaking roll them off. I got some of those like rolling little platforms from like Harbor Freight. We just throw it on top, roll it in next, and then we bring the platforms in and set them all up, and that's it.
Oh, that saves you so much time.
So much time, yeah.
Yeah, we have to do 2 for Camel City. It still takes us about an hour and a half just to set up those 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
you start doing banners, you set up banners, and you got to set up your speakers. Like we put a shelf unit on our trailer, so all our speakers and amps are on there with like our banners and stuff we need,
Right.
See, that's one thing.
Bins with cords are all on there.
It's one of the things that we lucked out with Camel City is the room that we're in is actually their like party room. So they already have an audio setup there.
Yeah.
And all we do is turn on the microphones and test. Everything's working.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, I mean, and they got light shows and all of that. If we wanted to turn on a disco ball or whatever, we could do all of that shit.
Yeah.
Like I said, small event. Don't get me wrong. It's probably like a corner of Winter Blast. but I mean, it's something that we've kind of, Nick Johnson, I told you this story once before, but Nick Johnson was doing it with his wife and they're really good friends of ours. And he's my coach and all of that stuff. And, really good people, like honestly, some of the best people I know. And, we saw them stressing so hard after the first one that they were like, we're never doing it again. I'm like, oh, hell no. I was like, what do you mean you're never doing it again? I was like, this is gold. Like, this is the community loves this tournament. And he's like, you really think so? Like, he couldn't see it because he was just fried. Fried. And him and his wife were just completely frazzled, fried. And me and my wife said, look, if you allow us to come in and help, I promise you, this is going to be good. And I was like, better than even now. And right now is good. And shirt and shit. We collaborated, all 4 of us. We took a lot of stuff off their plate.
Yeah.
And man, the second time around, his stress level was down. Her stress level was down. Obviously, we kind of took on some stress, but everybody was manageable. Man, it was a huge success. Thankfully, God, by God's grace. And then last year was even better. And next year, we hope to be even better, So nice. It's just one of those things, like I said, small grassroots tournament. And, we're never going to set any attendance records and we don't care. We actually limit it at 100 pullers because of the size of the room. So 100 pullers, we don't care about the entries. I mean, if you want to pull 4 or 5 different, entries, that's fine. But 100 pullers. And we limit it to that. And it's first come, first serve. We have pre-registration, so it'll help you out. We just got told, I just got a message from somebody. We got an entire team coming up from Puerto Rico to pull at Camel City.
Nice.
Really?
An entire team coming up from Puerto Rico. So I didn't know anything about it. We're talking Puerto Rican national champions are flying up.
Yeah.
To come.
Well, if it's first come, first serve and they're flying up, I would imagine they would get there a couple days earlier, so that way they're not in danger.
Well, no, we're gonna have pre-registration. So, like
is it Manolo and his crew, or there's other crews out there?
I don't know if it is Manolo. Juan Valdez or Juan Vidal.
Juan Valdez that makes the Colombian coffee.
Juan Vidal. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to screw up his name. Juan Vidal is actually the one who hit me up, and he's actually pulling my brother next week. He's actually pretty new in the sport. He's pulling my brother. And he told me that there's an entire Puerto Rican team coming up. He knows them personally. And we're talking like some heavy hitters. There's a guy that's coming for 209 that supposedly is just going to walk in, take the whole place, and walk out.
Nice.
Like, yeah. So I mean,
he thinks.
Well, he thinks, right. I mean, I'm just saying, but I mean, these guys are good, so I'm pretty stoked with the fact that, our little tournament that's a hole in the wall in Winston-Salem, North Carolina is attracting international people, It's pretty cool.
Dude, the cool thing is, like, when you do the same tournament every year around the same time, they start to grow.
Yeah.
Even the smallest tournament. Like Antietam was one of our small ones, and now it's one of our decent ones, which we've passed on to Berger and them for their franchise. And, that's a decent tournament. It gets a good turnout every year, and everybody enjoys it. It's a good location, but it started out as just a small little thing,
Right. That's the beauty about all of these franchisees, man. Like I said, we got there's a big one that we're trying to work on. We're not going to have a cap on that one. Obviously, that one's going to be huge. Yeah. You got your guys out in Southwest. You got Antietam. Now you got Canada. I mean, there's so many things. Obviously, you still have Winter Blast, which, as far as I know, is the largest one in all of North America. So, or at least the United States.
So far this year, so far. We got some big ones coming. Yeah.
Hey, but you know what though? That's okay, right? You're one of the largest. Period.
That's how I usually word it. Is, hey, we're one of the largest in the country.
Yeah. So,
and I would love for someone to come smash our numbers, because then that reignites us to, like, all right,
and the fact that it's growing. It solidifies the fact that arm wrestling is growing, because for a while now, Winter Blast has really been the pinnacle of what's going on. So if somebody just comes along and smashes you, all right, arm wrestling's growing. Cool. Yeah. Let's go. So yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm loving it.
If for some reason a tournament, let's just say, I don't know, Michigan State, for example, and let's just say they go past 500. Okay, at least for 2025, that'll probably be the biggest tournament. However, the thing with Ryan is that he's already thinking about next year's Winter Blast.
Yep.
So when I ask you this, Ryan, is it going to be at the same venue as this year, or do we know yet?
Nope, not the same venue.
Okay.
I liked that venue, and it was fun. However, I got to think of the pullers, and it was an expensive weekend for everybody because it's at a casino. We had the Arm God stuff the night before, so people had to stay multiple nights. And you had to buy tickets for Arm Gods, then buy entries for Winter Black. Like, it was an expensive weekend. The food was more expensive. The drinks were more expensive. So I think to just cut overhead and get it back to, we're just going to go to the place we were the year before, which was fine. Still in a hotel, very nice ballroom, plenty of room, So, but yeah, the casino was tough, dude, because, it was our first year there. They weren't really willing to work with us much on price and cost and stuff.
Right.
And, we tried to talk to them about next year and see if they'd be willing to, like, negotiate, and they seemed a little hesitant about it. So I was like, well, our other place will work with us. So,
and then maybe next year you can have it live stream on the 98% channel, because I know somebody asked me the other day, I can't remember who it was, and said, hey, well, I haven't seen any footage from Winter Blast.
Yeah. Probably Kevin Kaler.
Kevin Kaler has footage?
He asked me too. And the reason for that was, Arm Gods was coming here for their first time, and they put a lot of money into flying everybody out. So they were like, hey, can we live feed Winter Blast on our app? Because they were like, maybe we can recoup a little bit of money that we're losing. And I was like, yeah, absolutely, go for it.
Right.
So, but I mean, maybe it'll get released on YouTube. I think we have some of the footage, so we might be able to release some of it on YouTube. I just got to see what we have, because I don't know if we have the whole thing or not.
I think it was Kevin, and I guess because he asked me, so I think that's who it was. So,
yeah, I don't know if Arm Gods has plans to release it or not onto YouTube.
Right.
Because by now, probably everyone that would go to watch it has already gone onto the app to watch it or whatever. So
Right.
But yeah, I'll have to ask Marcus and see what they plan, because a few people have asked me too, and I just didn't have the answer. So
Right. Well,
but yeah,
I'm glad.
usually we live stream Winter Blast right onto the 98 YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think some people were looking forward to it, and they found out this year that wasn't an option. So
Yeah. Well,
such is life.
try new things, and then works out. It doesn't. We adjust.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think you guys will bounce back. I think you know, and I don't know if Arm guys are going to join Winter Blast next year or not. I don't know.
I don't think we're gonna do. We're not going to do such a big event the night before like that, because I mean, maybe we'll do some super matches, but not like a full card like that, because I think it kind of took away from both.
I think so.
Yeah, because I think people that wanted to pull a lot at Winter Blast probably didn't buy a ticket to Arm Gods because of the cost.
Right.
They wanted to save their money for entry fees, and then people that wanted to go to Arm Gods maybe pulled one less entry than they normally would. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Makes sense.
And then also having to stay 2 nights for hotel for 2 events, I think it made it an expensive weekend for people. And so we're going to try to just go back to what was working before.
Right.
And, maybe we'll still do some Friday night super matches, but it won't be like a full on event. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
Because at the end of the day, I got to do what's right for the pullers.
No, I totally get that. I mean, as you should, as any promoter should,
Yeah.
I got that.
So yeah, I think we're just going back to the, it's about it's like just north of that venue, on the other side of Philly, north.
Right.
So that's like south of Philly, and the other one's north of Philly.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
They're like 40, maybe 30, 40 minutes apart.
nice.
But it's a full hotel, nice hotel, and real nice ballroom. We're just gonna go back there, try to cut some overhead down so that we don't take a loss this time. That way we can continue to do what we're doing.
Yeah, well, just think you're trying something different. It worked in some ways, and maybe not so much in others. But
yeah, and we knew we were going to take a hit on Winter Blast, because I mean, we brought in a ton of refs and lots of extra refs just in case, so that if it's slow, if the tournament got too slow, we could throw in another table and have already refs ready to go set up. But it went pretty smooth. And now we know
you can bring Ted and I in. Just saying.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's part of the cool thing with like networking with people, because like now Billy Ortegas was like, hey, I'd love to ref at Winter Blast, stuff like that. You start to meet new people and new opportunities. And like I said, that so far, like I'm already seeing the benefits of this franchise thing, because all the franchises are like supporting each other,
Yeah.
Like here's the first flyer for the Antietam guys.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Cuban Muscle Crisis, a play on Cuban Missile Crisis, and they already got their first venue, October 25th. Pretty cool.
Is that JFK?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, JFK. And Burger made this, and he loves making that stuff. So those guys are like having fun with their first event.
So
and
that's what JFK and Fidel Castro. Is that who I saw?
Yeah. Arm wrestling, and then so that's their first event on their own, and then we gave them Antietam, so they'll have Antietam next year, and they're starting to look for venues, and it's cool to see like these newer guys like come out and start see what they're doing.
That's what it's all about, man. Supporting one another. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what we got to do.
And the cool thing is like everyone involved, like, like Ted already does events. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Ray already has done events in his past. So it's cool to have these people come in and essentially just keep doing what they're doing and just throw a 98 on it.
or
then,
grow. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
and then now we're working together, and we have a good network of people that are like-minded, working for towards the same goal, instead of being separate from each other.
Well,
it's like now we got a really good team of people.
Well, I mean, being separate, and I'll say this: maybe it's one of those deals where it's like, okay, we don't want to be exactly like everybody else, but we want to kind of be like us, but then have their own twist, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
And that's the cool part, is each franchise does have their own twist. Like what they're all doing is their own thing, and they're just putting it under the 98 umbrella, and that umbrella is linking us all together to help each other, which is cool. And that's where I was hoping it would go. Oh,
there you go.
Bean apple.
It's Friday night, man. So it's time for some apple flavored Jim Beam. What's up?
Brother, this is how bad I'm trying to stick to my diet. I have, I think, 8 beers out of a 12 pack that's like 4 months old, and I haven't touched them.
Good for you.
No, I'm dying.
Oh,
how is that Jim Beam apple? Is it good?
Oh yeah. I still like Crown Royal one better, but yeah.
My brother loves Crown Apple, buddy.
Holy moly!
Oh, I can do that shit. I love that.
It's that. As I say, it's that. That's not citrus, but it's that apple taste. Is just something. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my brother also loves. Was it Jack or Jim Honey?
Oh, the honey I heard is real good. Yeah. Actually,
No,
Jody
man got it.
I'm pretty sure Jody flashed some once of that.
There you go. All right.
So yeah, I mean, like, and there's a time where I get my glass, and then usually what I'll do is put it in my Arm Gods glass that I got.
Oh
yeah,
guys. Here
There
we
you
go.
So there's the Arm Gods right there, right?
From
then
Jim
on
Beach.
the back has my name and stuff. So
I know somebody.
wait, you can see it. Wait, let me do this.
Oh yeah, no, you can see it. I know somebody that can do that stuff.
Yeah, so I mean that right there is like, oh, that's pretty badass. So yeah, it's Friday night. Let's have some fun.
How that
shall we?
song's stuck
Hey
in my
man,
head.
enjoy it, brother. Enjoy it.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
never forget I'll never forget where I was the first time I heard that song, the Apple Bottom Jeans song.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I was fighting in MMA, and my sponsor, Renegade Fight Gear, had asked me and my coach to host an after party after a UFC event at this converted church in Ohio that was a club. Like it used to be a church and it was converted into a club. And there was the Arnolds were there at the same weekend. The Arnolds were there or something like it, because there's literally bodybuilders everywhere. And there was something else going on. So 3 events were in the same club on different levels. Right. And we had this DJ, and we were in a VIP section, and we had Josh Koscheck there. We had Phil Lieben. I'm sorry, Chris Lieben. We had him there. Matter of fact, Chris Lieben, we had to take him to the hospital after his win that night. He won,
but
dehydrated?
Was he dehydrated?
No. He was busted up. But he wanted to show up at the after party just to say hi. He did. He signed a few autographs, and then we literally had to take him to the hospital.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, that was the first time that I ever heard that song. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning in a club in Ohio, working a booth for a Renegade Fight Club.
3 in the morning. That sounds about right.
Were you dancing to it?
I didn't even know the damn song. I was like, that sounds pretty good.
That's funny.
I hear it now. It's the movie with the.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When Tom Cruise is, what is it? Tropic Thunder. Absolutely, 100%, 100%. Every time that song comes on now, you think of Tom Cruise at the end of Tropic Thunder.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Look at Cole in the house, dude. It's been a while, buddy. What's up?
So what else you guys got going on these days?
Just trying to survive, buddy.
Speaking of the Arnold,
yeah.
Does anyone plan on going next year?
Nope.
Not me.
It's gonna be interesting what happens this year.
I don't know what's going to happen because you know that I get along with the Knuckles Up guys. They're local to me, but with the situation, I think they made a mistake not coming out public and making some announcements and keeping everybody in the loop. I think the silence could hurt them.
That is the exact sentiment that we're hearing down here too.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they pay the athletes at the Arnold though? Didn't they pay their stuff?
They did pay the athletes at Arnold's.
Yeah, I'm not sure if all the athletes have been paid. I'm not sure if all the athletes have been paid from Knuckles Up 4 yet.
I know they're working on it, and I know there's been a change in ownership in the dynamic.
If all of that stuff was public and get out in front of it, you know what I mean, like PR, then that would be a different thing.
Yeah.
But because of the fact that they're not coming out with it, it makes it look a lot worse than what it may already be.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they should have been more public with the situation and explained everything and continued with updates.
And understand, I'm not trash talking. I love those guys. You know what I mean? Understand, I'm not trash talking. I love those guys.
Yeah. Same here.
But I do believe that they made a very, very big mistake, and it's one that's going to cost them.
And a lot of promoters, I don't think, signed up to do the Arnolds again till everything would calm down. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to one. I'm going to a qualifier later this year for next year.
Nice.
I'll be at in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.
Oh,
I'll be at
I thought you were
Ryan
gonna.
Espy's qualifier.
I thought you were gonna make my day and tell me that you were gonna be down in Virginia in August 23rd for their qualifier. I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna be there reffing."
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So let me ask you a question. So, with that being said, you guys got the qualifier down there, and with all that dark cloud hanging over their heads, what was your guys' take, especially in Virginia, since you're gonna, put on down there in Virginia? What was the vibe down there about that?
So I'm not gonna speak for their promotion, but I will say that the vibe was pretty much the same. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of uncertainty, and there's a lot of we wish something happened. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, as far as publicly. But again, I'm not going to speak for them. It's it's up to them to say what they got to say. But I will say the vibe was very, very, similar to what Ryan was just talking about.
And here's the difficult part with being an Arnold qualifier.
Yeah, and again, I'm not speaking about the promoters. I'm talking about the athletes that I talked to down there. The athletes were the ones that were telling me. The promoters obviously are never going to tell me. You know what I mean? Like they're never going to speak out against anybody. So
I've been getting the promoters talking to me about all this.
Right.
So basically the consensus is this. So you want to be an Arnold's qualifier, there's a fee that comes with that.
Yeah.
But for guys that have smaller tournaments, you don't recoup that money in the amount of entry fees that you get.
Yeah.
Like there's not X amount of dollars more of entry fees coming to the event because it's an Arnold qualifier. So a lot of the guys that have smaller tournaments were like, I'm losing money. I'm losing too much money being an Arnold's qualifier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So a lot of them did not re-sign up to do it because of that. If your small tournament only makes a couple grand and, you're spending part of that towards being a qualifier, that's hurting some of their promotions, especially when you're a promoter that's like, one tournament pays for the next and the trophies, this and that. So, and then like, I know they kind of wanted us to do Winter Blast as one, but I was like, dude, with Arm Gods going on and everything, like I didn't see that would be a benefit.
I don't know. I'm seeing the bigger picture. I'm starting to see Arm Gods qualifiers, Winter Blast qualifiers. I'm starting to see that shit dance around in my head.
I mean, tell you what,
with the franchise thing, Winter Blast could become kind of like a national level event.
Right.
Look, I'm gonna say this: the fact that Arm Gods joined forces with 98, you had Knuckles Up, or Arnold's one that have yours be a qualifier for the Arnold. That just tells you right there how good you guys are doing. Whether some people want to admit it or not, it says something. You know what I mean? So you should be proud of that. Now, you and I have talked, off the air countless times about, hey, you make sure you protect your baby because this is your, brainchild, and you should do everything possible to protect that because you got other organizations wanting to link up with you and stuff. So it's a good thing,
Well, that's the thing is, and now being able to go out there to talk to sponsors and say, hey, we're a national promotion now,
right?
Soon to be international,
right?
Unless we buy Alberta, and then we're back to national.
Yeah, but honestly, I would say that you could honestly claim international now anyway, because of the fact that you do have ties to Arm Gods. You don't have to sit there and say Arm Gods in your promotions.
Yeah.
But if they don't want you to or whatever, but you can claim international promotion because you do have the network that's international.
Yeah. And the Mac guys are interested too in working with us with some stuff.
See that?
So
more people.
They agreed that if we do some of these matches that it could lead to a Mac opportunity also. So we got Arm Gods, we got Mac, we got and who knows who else we can work with. We're very friendly with Pro Gear. Mikey's coming up to do a joint collab event in August with me.
Nice.
Damn, I need Mikey to come over here.
Dude, Mikey, if you need him to do, he's very good at brackets and he's phenomenal on the mic. So anybody that needs someone to do that, he is willing to do that. So
no, I just want to meet him and hang out with him and Sarah.
Mikey is good people.
98. Oh yeah, dude. The 98 AI thing on the Facebook group, like Facebook asked me if I wanted to allow AI to interact, and I just was like, yeah, and I didn't think about it. Dude, he's doing a phenomenal job out there, like asking questions. Like,
I love how you said he's doing a phenomenal job.
He's his own person. No, that's my boy, dude. No, but it's doing a really good job. Like,
until it fucking blackmails you.
Yeah, right. Until it starts hating on 98 like everybody else.
Yeah, right.
But like it's starting to engage the community with posts that I would like. I was doing posts myself where I would do like 3 or 4 automatic posts that were scheduled, like, hey, what's your win? What's your your win for the month, or what tournaments are you going to this month? And this AI thing's doing them for me now on its own, and I'm like, that's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah, I'm glad you stumbled upon that. And
yeah, pretty neat.
I do like the question. I like the questions that it has. Hey, what's your most memorable win or something like that?
Yeah.
I was like, dude, this guy thought this shit up on his own. Pretty funny, though.
Cool.
Pretty funny.
Oh, Jody, you got me jonesing, man. You got me jonesing.
Oh, yeah?
About ready to go mix myself up a freaking drink.
Well, I mean, it's Friday. My wife went with my mother-in-law to go walk the dogs. So, I thought I'd go ahead and it's Friday night. So, whip up a batch. I put in 62 hours this week at work. So I deserve this one.
God bless you, brother. God bless you.
Jody, did you see my new band video?
I did see that. It reminded me of the first one you did.
Yeah. I went a little more extreme with it. But yeah.
Is that an actual promotion?
Dude, so someone sent me that. Yeah, it's a real thing. Lesbian
want to comment on that?
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Oh my God, are you serious with the fucking bottom? No, that can't be.
No, I threw that on there. I edited that flyer, but it's a real flyer though, and I was like, dude, no way! Like, that's kind of very exclusive of non-lesbian arm wrestling women or men that can't go to that event because it's just for lesbians.
Well, I identify as a lesbian.
Very inclusive.
I identify as a lesbian. I eat pussy, so.
I have an honest question to that, though. I mean, in all seriousness, I have an honest question.
Yeah.
Is that going to ruffle any feathers? What I mean by that is, if you want to do something like that, you knock yourself out. Be careful, because what if somebody who is straight but loves the sport of arm wrestling, wants to compete, and they're told no because you're not a lesbian. What does that do?
Well, here's the thing: is it's not a regular promoter. I think it's just like this place. It's like kind of like a lesbian bar or whatever, and they just do lesbian arm wrestling night. It's not like a real arm wrestling promoter, you know. So
Right.
it probably flies under the radar, but someone saw the flyer and was like, Ryan will get a kick out of this, and sent it to me, and I toyed around with it.
Yeah, I was just curious. I'm like going, okay. I mean, it's just, I know now we're in an era of everybody wants to promote and that kind of stuff. And I think, honestly, if it's done correctly, it can work. But when people just want to, I'm not, you want to be careful about people want to doing the Me Too movement, Me Too, Me Too. You want to be careful about that. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing is the people that chant that are throwing an event that's excluding people. So
that's what I'm saying.
Kind of strange. Yeah. Seems kind of strange. But I'd be willing to go to it and try to identify as a lesbian and see what they do. Because in their way of thinking, I should be able to do that.
Where's that taking place at now?
Somewhere in Florida, of course.
St. Pete. St. Pete.
St. Pete, yeah.
I used to work in St. Pete, fun fact.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, you work in
Cole said, I want to go see that. Yeah, dude. Definitely want to go to something like that as a spectator.
I mean, if it works, that good on them, but you just, like I say, sometimes you gotta be careful when you do that kind of stuff, because some people can take that poster and say, well, I'm not a lesbian, I want to compete, so how do I fit in? You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, dude, I didn't even make this connection. What if the lesbian that shot Eric Harland's there?
Oh my God.
Oh, God.
Like, you look familiar. Did you ever shoot someone? A love handle? Oh man, I couldn't pass up that one. My bad.
That's crazy though.
You kind of left yourself open for that one, man.
Yeah, dude. But anyway, yeah, I saw that and just kind of thought it was funny. But funny story is I was checking my Instagram messages. I don't check them as much as I don't check my Instagram messages as much as Facebook, and I had an invite from the Lucky Ones podcast to come on their podcast.
I heard.
I was like, well, that's strange.
This weekend?
No, like last week.
Oh, okay.
To talk about our post about the women's league thing that we're doing.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I don't have enough details yet on that. Like we're still kind of creating that. So I don't have enough. I don't want to go on and just talk about it without having all the details down.
Right.
But I also don't know who actually invited me on that show, because I doubt it was Lucky.
Well, I thought that was kind of strange, I guess you could say, given the relationship or whatever, kind of situation.
Unless that's a way to try to squash that. I don't know. You never know,
Right. No, I get it, man. It's just you hope, you know what? I'm sitting up here telling myself, life is too short, and we need to get back to pulling. There's so much. We can cuss now, right? We're like 2.5 hours in.
Yeah, so, you're good.
There's so much bullshit that goes on, and I sit there and go, if everybody will put all that energy into fucking bashing one another, to either training or put the energy on the table, it'd be a lot better. I mean, think about it. If you take a step back and think, what elite athlete in our sport, I'm talking about the 2%ers, the elite people. You tell me, give me a few names. What elite athlete in our sport is doing all that bullshit that you see around our sport as far as the fucking bashing one another? No one. They're using their energy to train to get ready for the next match.
They sit there and they use Devin as an example, and even Devin does not do that. He does not bash people.
No.
He does not sit there. I mean, yes, he trash talks, but that's part of the buildup. But he doesn't attack personally routinely. Now he has overstepped the line. He has. And when he did, usually he apologizes for it. Obviously not before the match, but afterwards. But I mean, you know, it's everybody just thinks that because of the fact that he does it every now and again, that they have the right to do it all the time, or they should do it all the time. Here's the thing. He's been pulling for 32 years. He's a multiple time world champion. He's a God knows how many times national champion. He's probably the most popular arm wrestler on the planet, bar none. You're not him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not him.
Yeah. He can do things that others can't because of that. You know?
Stop trying to bite off the guy. Like, let him be him, you be you, and find your own lane.
Right.
It's not his.
Right.
No, I totally get that. I even sat there and said, Devin's probably the only arm wrestler I know that can go live on YouTube and can get 2,000 viewers live while he's mowing his lawn.
That felt,
listen,
that
I
felt
agree with
threatening
you.
with a knife.
Yeah, right. I agree with you 100%, Jody. And honestly, that has always been my way of doing videos. Like, even when I did my podcast and all that, I never did any like super editing or this, that, and the other thing. Like, I believed in the purity and the honesty of just the raw video, and the, you know, get the message across, and that's it. And his formula is that. And I appreciate it. You know, everybody else is doing these videos with, you know, super awesome trick intros. And don't get me wrong, I can appreciate the work that goes into that. Yeah, I could definitely appreciate it because I'm married to an artist and I don't want to die. But I also
she makes custom videos, huh?
She can, yeah. She can do video editing, all of that stuff, intros, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, hey, how you doing? My name is Jody Williams.
Now you messed up, dude. You're gonna have an inbox full of
no shit, right? Like, we're not busy already, right?
2 a.m.
UAP
messages.
Customs also does fucking digital video, you know, digital work for arm wrestling. Yeah, didgeridoos. There we go. Now, Jody, for real though, if you ever want something done or you need something done, let me know. I'll put you in touch with my wife.
Well, yeah, because here's the deal, man. Like, and I've said this over and over again too. Not a lot of us are fortunate to have sponsors, right?
Yep.
So, you know, we all have to do whatever it, you know, it takes to, you know, get our name out there.
Yep.
Whether it be, you know, social media, you know, person, or you're constantly throwing videos, because the more you put videos out there, some way, somehow, someone's going to see something and be like, let me give this guy a call and see. I'm a perfect example of that. I was a recipient of something like that before, you know, where I threw out a bunch of, you know, videos out and stuff, and I caught someone's eye, Neil Pickup, and fucking, you know, he sat there and gave me an opportunity, and I fucking took the ball and ran with it.
That was actually the first time I watched you pull, man, because honestly, I've heard your name before, but I didn't know who you were. I watched you pull on what was it, Iron House or whatever the hell it was. And that was the first time I actually watched you pull, and I was like, man, this dude's good. This dude's real good.
And here's the thing. You know what? It's just, hold on, I gotta take another sip of this. Hold on.
There we go. Here we go.
So, one thing I don't understand, like, because we all know somebody out there that gets a little weird when you're out of practice and all of a sudden the cameras come out.
Yep.
And then you start seeing people regress, right? Or, you know, I don't want my losses to be on there because I don't want people to know what I'm doing.
Yep.
Or they feel like if I lose, that it might, you know, mess up my, you know, rocket ship or whatever you want to call it.
Your persona.
It's like, look, man, you know what? Here's the thing. And tell me if you agree. Everybody in the chat, tell me if y'all agree, or comment at least. One match does not make a person, and one match does not break a person.
No, absolutely not.
In
I
my
agree with
opinion.
you. I agree with you 100%. It doesn't. But in this day and age, you also have to look at what the world is, right? And the digital age.
Right.
We have attention spans of 30 seconds at max. So, you know, like, look, all right, you know what? We were talking about Devin a minute ago, right? Because he's potentially the most popular. Look at Devin, right? They said that he ducked all the Europeans. So what did he do? He made it his freaking mission to take on all of the Eastern Europeans he could. And he slaughtered all of them in 3 different weight classes until he hit Levon.
Yeah.
And let's face it, he got a fluke loss on Gennady, and he cleaned that one up.
Right.
But I mean, the man really hasn't lost right-handed, again, save Gennady, hasn't lost in right-handed super match in 7 years, except for Gennady once and Levon twice.
Yeah.
And yet people are like, oh, if Devin loses to Vitaly, he's washed up.
Oh, look, man, we live in a weird society because we are so weird that it's like, is it me or does it seem like the arm wrestling community, we'll start with that, seems like the whole community is just waiting for Levon to lose?
Well, I mean, in a lot of ways, yes. And but if it was Devin sitting at the top as dominant as as Levon is, then everybody would be sitting there praying for Devin to lose. If it was Hermes, it'd be the same thing, because we live in a fucked up society where we want to see people fall. We want to see them get beat down. You know what I mean? Like, me personally, I'm not a huge fan of Levon's, but that isn't because of anything that he's done or hasn't done. I'm just not a huge fan of his. However, I'm not praying for the guy to lose. I honestly think he's the favorite, a big favorite in this next coming match. However, nobody can deny the fact that Hermes has made unbelievable gains since the last time that he's pulled Levon. So this should be, by all accounts, a better match than it was the first time. I think that's a fair assessment. Yep. I'm not rooting for either one of them to lose. I'm not praying for. See, I look at it differently. I don't ever pray for somebody to lose. I'm rooting for somebody to win. Right. You get what I'm saying? Like, if it's Jody, you against somebody else that I don't like, I like whoever, I'm going to be rooting for you to win. I'm not going to be rooting for them to lose. There's a difference in mentality there.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of people could benefit from if they just listen to that.
Right. How about this? And I might be off base. I've been off base before. So I think if Levon wins, the difference is that the next group of guys to challenge Levon is very limited.
Yeah.
Whereas if Hermes won, now you got a whole bunch of people licking their chops, because now it's like there's a lot more guys that know in their mind I can beat Hermes than they can say I can beat Levon, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because now you got now we got some fresh matches now. Because then if Levon loses for whatever reason, a couple things. One, the first person that's going to pin Levon, that'll be talked about for centuries, because Levon can win 5-1.
Yeah.
Right? I guess 5-1. And yet that one loss, if it's a pin, they'll talk more about that than actual,
Well, think about it.
match.
He had two rounds where he couldn't answer because, he needed the oxygen and all of that. Okay, cool. Against Hermes.
Yep.
Man, that was talked about more than the fact that he swept him 4-0.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that was talked about more. Now, listen, and I am a huge Devin fan, so I'm a bit biased, okay? But when Devin talks about that match to Hermes, he says, if the rules were different, I believe that the outcome of that match would have changed. But fighting under the rule system that you were fighting under, he swept you 4-0, and it was a very dominant win. Now, granted, you made him sweat, you made him work, but it is what it is. It was a very dominant win. However, you change just a couple of rules, running fouls, for instance, or something like that. And it could honestly be Hermes winning that match. Okay. Because if you look at the way the fouls happened, if they were running fouls, Levon wasn't going to get those pins. He took his elbow off the foul or off the pad because he knew he was in trouble, which again, under that rule set is perfectly legal. And I have nothing against Levon for doing it any more than I would any other puller. Okay. So, but the point is if you change that into a running foul, Levon's got nowhere to run now. He has to win just to get a restart. Right.
And
so what happens?
He's sucking win too.
Exactly.
In the process,
100%. That's what I'm getting at. And that's what Devin's getting at. And I agree with him. If the rules were different, Levon might have lost. However, they weren't. So we're dealing with what we have, and Levon is still the king. That's, you know what I mean? That's the difference in mentality. But there's so many people that are praying for Levon to get toppled. Yeah, and I think that's complete bullshit. Again, I love Devin's mentality. I either want to win super, super dominantly, or I want you to break me. There is no in between. I want you to break me, or I want to win super, super dominantly. Nothing in between.
Well, let's be honest. That title that Levon was, being the top in the world was given to him because of some unfortunate circumstances. Andre Puskar was the guy. He was the head guy until that fatal car wreck he suffered. And at that point, it was like, okay, well, who's going to be anointed the man now? It just happened to fall in Levon's lap to a certain degree, but he proved himself. It started with the top 8, and now it's just carried on. So, this guy. When was the last time we saw Levon get pinned? Let's be real, right? Was it?
It was back when. So that's my only ever argument for Levon, because the one thing that pisses me off too, besides that everybody praying for him to be toppled, is the other side of it where they're like, yeah, Levon's the GOAT. And I'm like, whoa, pump your
he's the GOAT based on what?
And that's what I always say. And they're like, well, his domination in the last 7 years or whatever. And I'm like, look, number one, John Brzenk went undefeated in super matches for 25 fucking years. He was at the world top level of not only his class, but other weight classes, multiple weight classes, for almost 40 years. Okay.
Hey.
Nobody's touching that dude as far as legacy. The only person that's even close would be Devin, because of the multiple different weight classes that he's won and the multiple different things that he's done. But he's still not there yet. And he's been pulling for 32 years.
Here, I'm gonna say something and watch how much hate I get for saying this.
And thank you, Nathan. I appreciate you, man.
Watch how much hate I get for saying this. You ready for this? Ask me who I think the GOAT is.
Sure. Who do you think the GOAT is?
Brzenk 1A, Devin 1B.
I can agree with that.
And I'll say that because the reason I say 1A and 1B is because John made the most of his stuff through tournaments. Devin made the majority of his stuff through super matches. 1A, 1B.
Yep.
Now, granted, I'm not saying that Devin never pulled tournaments. I'm never going to say, John never did super matches. It just seems like in John's peak, his heyday, the majority of this stuff was doing tournaments because what was he known for? Weighing 220, pulling fucking 6 classes, right?
Yep.
So that's my opinion, but
and listen, John agrees with you, by the way, and he said so publicly, because Engen turned around right there on the stage and said, if this man didn't exist, you would be the GOAT, talking to Devin. And John turned around and said, he can have that title. He's earned it.
Yeah.
John said that.
Yeah.
Okay. I've heard if it wasn't for John Brzenk, and we're talking about, in the heyday of the 80s and 90s and 2000s, that Ron Bath might have been the guy we'd be talking about.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Or, oh, Jesus Christ. I met the dude too. What the hell was his name? I hate when I draw blanks like this. I met the guy, the old guy that used to give John nothing but trouble. And then when John beat him, John was the man.
Who, Johnny Walker?
Yes. Thank you. Jesus. I feel so bad that I forgot that legend's name. Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker. I mean, he could have been the guy that we're talking about today. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Here's the thing. There's no correct answer because, when, like I said, you asked me who I think the GOAT is, but, who do I think the best arm wrestler is?
Levon.
If it's my personal preference, I'm going to say Cobra Rhodes. That's just me.
Okay. Still or of all time?
No, of all time. Because of what he done from an international standpoint in the peak where he was $165 winning overalls in tournaments and stuff on the highest level, national, world, international, there was. That's just my opinion though. But
no. Hey, listen, that's a valid opinion. And honestly, I would put him up there. I think my personal favorite would be Todd Hutchings if we were doing that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I honestly do. I believe that Todd Hutchings, like Nathan said, they kicked him out of the it wasn't the 220s. They kicked him out of the 200s or the 205s or whatever it was.
If you talk about WAL, it was the 195. They kicked him
195.
Out
so they kicked him out of 195s because he was too dominant. Rob Vigent Jr. was throwing too many fucking hissy fits about it that he couldn't beat him. And and they kicked him out. And I don't care if that's politically correct or not, because that was the only person that was even challenging for the title was RVJ, and Todd Hutchings was waxing his ass every time he saw him. So they kicked his ass out, told him to go compete with the super heavyweights, and then, oh, what do you know? RVJ is the champion.
Well, here
You guys are way off, dude. Neither of you even mentioned Damon Ransom.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. That should tell you right there when an organization has to say, hey, man, you're too dominant, go up a weight class.
Yep.
To me, that speaks volumes. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
and again, fast forward to today, not that the organization is telling Devin where to go, okay, because they're not, but look at what's going on. They're actually calling it the Devin effect. If Devin says he's coming down to the 115 kilo, you got people dropping down to 105. If he says he's coming down to 105, you got people dropping down to 95. If he says he's going back up to super heavyweight, you got people dropping down to 115. They call it the Devin effect.
I hate that because the fact that I thought we got into the sport to compete and not fucking
Amen.
hide shit.
Amen. Look, I don't want to be called a world champion unless I beat the fucking world champion.
And I only say that, Ted, because the fact that, like, trust me, who doesn't want to be, well, I don't want to say who, but let's just go, of all the elite pullers, who doesn't want to sit there and have a crack at, man? All it takes is one day, like, hey, this might be the day somebody might go down. You know what I mean? Like,
and you know how it feels. You know how I know you know how it feels, Jody, because you're a far better puller than me, and you've been doing it for a lot longer. But even me, when I'm getting ready for that match, the week of, man, all of a sudden you're like, if Devin was sitting in front of me, I bet you I could find a lane. Like, your brain just starts doing that shit because victory is all you can see, because it's that last week. By the day of, man, you're 10 foot tall and 400 pounds. Nobody can fuck with you that day. You know what I mean? Like,
here, I'll tell you a quick story. So last year's, I know we're not supposed to be talking about WSA, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So last year at the WSA finals, right? And we're talking about the 232-pound class, or I'm sorry, 239-pound class, right?
Yep.
And I go in there early so I can register, so me and the family can go out and get a bite to eat, and we'll come back to the venue later. So we go there, and I weigh in, and of course, I make weight, and then it was like, okay, well, what's the next thing everybody does once they make weight? They want to see who's in my weight class, right?
Oh yeah,
so I go in there, and I'm like, oh man, they got some killers in here. I'm thinking, man, and I came out to the car, and my wife was like, what's wrong? I was like, that's gonna be a rough day for Dad because they got some stone cold killers in there. Out of 16 guys, I took 4th place.
Yeah, see, man, that's awesome.
And we're talking guys like Jordan Seal was in the class, Ron Bath was in the class.
Hell yeah.
I had wins on Paul Cruz and wins on Mega Mike. You know, and it's like sometimes you just gotta grow with it, and don't overthink it so much. What's up, Dave?
Mr. Shell's in the house.
Howdy.
What's going on?
But I'll tell you.
This
thing's being a pain in the rear. Pardon me. Come on. There we are. Glad Ted's here because actually once again this happens from
start where you left off.
I came 300 miles in one direction and ran into somebody who said, I know you from somewhere, and he was from 400 miles in the other direction. It's happens to me all the time because I wander all over the place. Glenn's somebody or other from the group down there. Moved back to Ohio.
Okay.
I don't know, fairly big dude.
I know who you're talking about. That's Savidley. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
That's cool.
That's a shame. I didn't know he moved back to Ohio. He had a lot going for him. He's a really strong dude. Really strong dude.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that he lives just up the street from Hunter and the other what's Hunter's brother's name?
Kurt,
yeah, because I like I said, we were chatting, and he said, he thought he knew me from somewhere. Well, he said about North Carolina, and that he'd moved back from there. And I said, well, I was how I'd been to that, the tournament, the Camel City thing, a couple of years ago, and where I had that best of a gazillion with Hunter Welsh. He said, I knew you were from somewhere. So this happens to me all the time. I run into people, hundreds of miles from where I met them.
Right.
But anyway, so that's basically the excitement here.
Oh,
so
he's a really good dude, man. I'm ashamed. It's a shame that he's no longer in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently he was from up here originally. Grew up near Youngstown, and basically I'm not sure what he was down there for, but yeah, he's moved back. But anyway, so. Give me half a minute here to put in my artificial ear. It was bonging at me. Bong, 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 bong. Actually it plays beat, which means the battery's about to come out.
Nathan Middlebrook turned around and said, Hunter and Kurt are good people, and if you haven't tried Kurt's handles, you're missing out. And he's not lying. And Kurt doesn't pay me to promote his handles or anything like that. He doesn't. That's full disclosure.
Yeah, he's got some cool stuff.
I like sitting right there on the table. You can see two of Kurt's handles sitting there. I work out with Kurt's stuff every day, literally every day. His company is called Terrorist, which I think is just great, because with the wrist, I fucking think that's great.
Funny because our team name out here is Twisted Wrist. That's funny.
Yeah, there you go. But I mean, he doesn't pay me to promote his stuff. But I told him that, I'll buy a few if he's gonna, he wants to give me one or whatever. That's great, and he's hooked me up with it. But I bought almost all of the handles that I have from him, and
that's cool. Does he have a link to his handles that you can shout out, or?
Well, on Facebook you could just hit Kurt Welsh up. I'll put his name in chat.
I didn't know I spelled that, so I could look up. Not that I need more handles, but
Well, I'm telling you, here's the best part, though, Jody. If you turn around and say, because I did, right? I saw I wanted to work on more side pressure training. And instead of me creating another multi-spinner like Todd Hutchings has, I was like, Kurt, I want you to make me something that's about 9 inches long, 2 inches around, and has a slot on one side for a strap so that I can load it either top or bottom and just use it, as a multi-spinner.
Yeah.
This dude not only did all of that, he made it, he custom made it, and then he turned around and put it a second strap. So I said, hey man, since you put the second slot in there, why don't you give me another strap, and then I can use it as a fucking wrist wrench as well. And bam, he hooks me up with another strap. So now I've got a multi-tool that does pronation, supination, and wrist anytime I want. And it was real good pricing, and he custom made it. If I tell him that I want one at 3 inches, he'll make me one at 3 inches. Whatever I want, he'll do. So you just got to give him a little bit of time to get the 3D printing down.
Ted,
yeah.
Are you telling us that you have your own custom made handle? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. He has really big hands.
Yeah. No, I'm not even bullshitting you. I mean, obviously it's something that anybody can do, right? If you find something with a 2-inch outside diameter and you make your own multi-spinner, of course you can make your own. But I just called him up and said, look, I don't want to make my own. I want one. This is the dimensions that I want. Can you do it? He goes, yeah, no problem. He had it to me in a week.
I need to quit being so damn jealous and just give it and say, hey, can you make this for me? Whatever, go from there. Because I know I take that back. There is a handle that Robert Kelly named after me. So.
Oh, all right. There you go.
Matter of fact, I'll go get it right now.
Yeah, I mean, he'll even put your freaking logo on it, if you want. Like, he still has one at his house that he hasn't given me yet, that he told me. He goes, I have one that says Unapologetic Patriot on it. I was like, no shit, do you really? And
that's
then
cool.
He's got one for my buddy Trey Ellington. His nickname is the Irish Rage. So he's got one that says Irish Rage on it. So I mean, he does all that shit. Like Kurt is the shit, man. Like he's a hustler. He's a hustler.
That's cool. Hey,
right,
Dave. Dave, I'm muting you because there's a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
If you have something to say, just unmute.
That is a really cool handle too. I like that.
Yeah.
So you take this. I mean, it's on a bracket, but
Yep.
you got the hole right there. You can put your thumb in. and then it has this little lip right here. So now I'm kind of just, and I put some grip tape on here. I went to Ace, got some grip tape, just so I'm gonna have to use chalk,
Yeah.
So I got this thing on a cable pulley or a spring or whatever. And I'm just sitting up here just, working that motion. So he made that. He says, the chocolate thunder handle. I was like, really? I'm like, wow, all right, cool.
Nice.
So
and for everybody that's watching, I just want you to see something real clear here. When Ryan says that he wants everybody to grow in arm wrestling, he means it. Because, and I'm not saying this because he's on the channel, but think about this. We just spent the last 10 minutes promoting handles that are not made by 98 Arm Wrestling, and 98 Arm Wrestling has their own line of fucking handles. And not once did he try to shut us up. And he wanted us to plug them in.
I don't have a 98 handle. What the fuck is up with that?
Right? Neither do I, right?
But I got you guys.
Yeah. You said that about my t-shirt a year ago. I mean, I'm just saying. But no, the point being to everybody watching is not only was he allowing us to talk about other companies, but he sat there and asked me to put his name in chat so that we knew exactly who to contact.
Oh, you guys didn't realize I muted you.
Hey man, accept the compliment. Move on.
No, I mean, dude, that's just like how I am. Like, I want everybody to be successful,
98 handles for everyone watching. I like Nathan. I like this guy. I like this guy.
I should market
all 15 of you.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to know the market? Check this out. How about this? I know I'm just, it's the alcohol talking, but can you imagine Chocolate Thunder, right? Can you imagine if they made a handle to work your hook? It'll call the Hershey hook, or a top roll handle to work your Tootsie Roll top roll. Can you imagine that?
I love it. I love it. And I tell you what, if you tell Kurt that,
Jody, you got to do that, dude.
If you tell Kurt that, it'll be on your handle.
I was saying, Jody, you ought to go buy a 3D printer and you be that guy.
Yeah.
So I'm about to have. So hey, Ted, message me homeboy's name and website or whatever, so I can go on there and him and I can talk turkey and just be like, hey,
my wife's already on it. My wife's already on it. She'll message us. Yeah. And don't forget to put your website in there too, because he wanted to talk to you too. So
yes, about making videos and stuff. Yeah. So I mean, that's how you market. But like I said before, not all of us have sponsors, so you got to do whatever it is necessary to kind of get yourself out there. Yes.
No, and this is the difference, though, for everybody watching, right? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that say shit, and then you got people that do shit. And Ryan doesn't just say it; he does it, and I appreciate that.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
That's his profile.
Hey, Jody, I love the bike. I love the bike. I love the bike in your profile picture, brother.
You check in on Dave, see if there's still noise.
You.
Oh,
yeah, and your Facebook cover photo. Yeah, that's you.
Yes,
it's your bike.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, that's a snowmobile.
Huh?
That's a snowmobile.
Is it a snow? It looks like a fucking bike.
Yeah, it's a snowmobile. Actually.
Oh no, shit! It is. Now I can see it. Yeah. All right.
There's still snow in the mountains out here. So
no, I believe you. I used to live up north. I believe you.
Okay, yeah. So a buddy of mine from California, him and his daughter drove up a couple weekends ago. And they wanted to just, go snowmobile. And I said, why don't you stop by? We can go over some training stuff. And then he goes, before I leave, I want a picture of you on the snowmobile. I was like, sure. So.
Well, I got news for you. We're not the only ones. She just looked at the comment section. There's people linking their road glides and saying, I love the bike. And there's a bunch of motorcycles in the comment section. So we're not the only ones.
That's funny.
Oh, man, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
But yeah, getting back to what Ted was saying there, Mr. Grondin. Yeah, man, you're doing great things for the sport. I support you and what you're doing. Thanks, you're getting everybody involved, and you're actually, I think what makes you real and authentic is that you're following through with what you're saying. And I think when you take a step back, because a lot of people say a lot of things, but when you actually sit there and take the time out, because again, like I said, time and time again, and you and I have had these conversations more oftentimes than not, you make 98 your baby. That is your brainchild, and you'll do everything necessary to protect that. And you'll do everything necessary to, hey, 98. Know the concept, understand the concept, and follow through. So
Amen to that,
congratulations, my friend. Now you got Canada involved, so it just keeps getting better and better.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
We're
You're one
trying.
of those people that hate compliments, don't
I
you?
hate compliments. Yeah. Dude, my mom's the same way. Like we shy away from
I
compliments.
fucking love it because he's over there like I am so
I'm like, oh,
uncomfortable right
shit.
now. Somebody talk about anything right
Someone
now.
insult
Just
me.
please
Hurry up.
stop this shit. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, I unmuted you. It seems quieter now.
Okay.
Wow,
So
Nathan
Ohio's,
says
the roads don't have as many potholes in them as Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's cool. Thanks, Nathan.
Yeah, I went to East Ohio. East Liverpool, Ohio has a what they call First Friday on the first Friday of every month from May through September, and people can set up booths and whatever. Basically, our East Ohio group sets up a table out. They also brought along some Billy Collins brought along some strength grip equipment. So there, people are stopping by, and of course they also had some practice of their own and some super matches with their own folks. But people came past and whatever, you could basically hey, you want to give it a try, whatever. And it was one gentleman that basically actually was a year or two older than I was, but working with him. And but anyway, so that's like I said, that's tonight. I was thinking of coming on, as I told Ryan, but we were like at the same intersection as the main stage, which had a band that was you wouldn't be able to hear a thing with us, but they closed off about 4 or 5 blocks of downtown, and have a good time. So I just would recommend that to anybody that basically has a community festival that they can get set up. Why don't you? Great for recruiting and pick up the interest. So going there today. Tomorrow I'm going to go to practice in Columbus, and Sunday I'll be in practice in Erie, and probably a couple others. Those are the highlights of the 3 days. I'll probably be seeing some other folks on both tomorrow and Sunday. But
cool, man.
Hey, got to come out here. Got to make it worth your while.
Yeah. We were talking about that earlier, how you travel all around, and then also on the way there and on the way back, you stop places a lot to hit up practices or whatever on the way. So that's pretty cool. Not many people get to do that. You'll have to rewatch.
May have seen the map I put up on my page with. I discovered this new toy, interactive maps, where you can take a map of the world or map of Europe or map of the United States or whatever, and color in different codes. So basically, I have a map with indicating states in which I have both practiced and been to a tournament or pulled in a tournament. Those are just practices. Those are just tournaments, and basically 24 states overall.
Well, Dave, you'll have to go back and watch the beginning of the podcast, because you came up earlier and we were talking about you for a while about that. You traveling around, and Brian Parliament, I think he found a match for you up there in Canada. He said they have someone up there that does the same stuff you do, like travel around, hitting practices, does brackets. Like a female version of you up there in Canada, Dave.
he did use those exact words.
Well, Tim Lewis called when I was here. He said, "Well, I just landed in Phoenix." He puts on even more miles than I do, although a lot of his are by air. In fact, we kind of kidded about how many states he's been in, and apparently he has pulled in. I think he said he's pulled in 46 states. The only states he has not pulled in are Alaska, Hawaii, Rhode Island, and Georgia. So.
Oh, wow.
He's around a lot more than I do. He's also considerably more successful than I am. But then again, so is everybody. Although, as some of you may have noticed, Ryan put up that post about who was your toughest opponent, and so Ryan said it was me, and trying to be his usual humorous self. And so I said, okay, fine. If you're going to bring it up, I attached a video of me beating him.
Oh, nice.
At the very first practice he ever showed up at the Police Officers Motorcycle Club in Philadelphia in summer of 2020.
Nice.
Yeah. Lefty.
That's okay.
Lefty doesn't count.
Hey, guess what, Grondin? Go ask Billy Ortega, because he has a legit win on me. So.
Does he?
Yeah, go ask him.
Oh, I will.
It was at one of Travis Bajan's events up in Texas a few years back. So, yeah. Anyway, hey guys, I got to run. My wife's back from walking the dog, so we're gonna hang out. But thanks for sharing the link and having me on, and we'll talk to y'all later.
Hey, brother, be good, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have AI to help.
But yeah, definitely go check it out, Dave, because we definitely had some conversations about you earlier on.
I certainly will.
All positive for once.
Oh, good heavens.
Dude, I've been squeezing this thing this whole time.
Yeah.
Hands getting fucking.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Jody put me onto this thing. He did a video of it.
Yeah.
And it has like one of these push downs for each
I
finger.
I see it.
Well, dude, the first one I got, one of my fingers slipped off it and the damn thing shot out. And I was like, what the fuck? It just broke. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So they actually replaced it. So that's cool.
So mine is actually from, we were talking about Derek Smith earlier. This is from Lion Straps.
Oh, yeah.
So
I had ordered. You get good straps.
Oh, absolutely. I had ordered well over $100 worth of straps for Camel City and from them. And the order was kind of getting, close. And I had ordered it with plenty of time. And I was like, what the hell? So I called them or, I emailed them. And they were like, oh, my God, something must have happened at the courier because they had shipped it. I had a tracking number and everything, but it was just there. It just never moved. So they were like, look, we got you covered. We'll make sure that it's express. They redid the order, canceled the first one, redid the order, threw in a basically 1.5-inch version of their tournament strap. They call it a weightlifting strap. And they threw in this ball. No, I paid for this ball. That's right. And dude, I tell you what, I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
that's
awesome.
It works good. It's just a good squeeze ball, and yeah, well, you've gripped up with me. My hand is not a very comfortable hand to grip up with.
No, not at all. Not at all. As soon as I gripped up with it, I was like, yeah, I don't like that.
You don't give yourself enough credit, though. You're strong.
Yeah.
No, you are. You are.
Once I get this surgery and I can train again,
Yeah. You see me and Ray going at it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, we were right on the razor's edge. I'd say he's probably got a little bit of an advantage, but not by much. We were right there.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's strong. He's leveled up recently. Like he's he switched over going to Sean Latimer's practice, and I think that has helped him. Like going against like Kevin Kaler and these bigger guys, he's had to work harder.
Yeah.
No,
he felt
that makes a difference.
Strong. He felt super strong, especially in the hand too. So that was something because I didn't expect that. He felt really, really good. And yeah, we had a good tussle up there. And
that's cool. Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah. I got video of me pinning Auden Larrett, so maybe I should just be the next superstar.
You should put it out there and be like,
right?
look at this.
Yeah. See, I'm too nice.
His
for that
dad's
shit.
next.
I'm too nice for that shit because I know he was completely smoked and it was slow, no hitting. You know what I mean? Like,
how do you think you would do fresh on fresh with him?
I think he's
a tough match.
I think he's even more crafty than me. But what I did feel, I think it would be a closer match than I originally thought. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I would still have to give him the advantage if I'm being honest, but I think it's a much closer match than I originally thought.
That's cool.
Which, you know, I would like it to be, you know, more in my favor, but I'm still working on my arm. My hand is pretty fucking strong. I'm working on my arm.
Yeah. That's
most
cool.
Most people, when they grip up with my hand, they're just like, no, don't want any piece of that. No.
Oh yeah, dude, I would keep regrip. Not that it would help, but I would keep regripping until they put me in a fucking rest grip or something. Yeah.
Yep. That's the way it works. When most people grip up with me, they're just like, ref's grip. I'm like, fucking pussy.
Can't blame them there.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
That was cool having Jody jump on and Brian Parliament and all these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be neat having us up in Canada.
That is awesome, man.
That's going to be pretty cool.
And it just proves, man, people believe in you and the brand, you know? So,
yeah, I mean, you know, maybe they don't believe in me, but, you know, like I get a lot of hate just because, you know, when I first started in this and people would go at me, I'd go back and, you know, I learned that it's better to not go back at them and
you're welcome.
Just beat them with your success instead.
Yeah, you're welcome. I remember being one of the only people that I know of that actually hit you up and said, hey, buddy, look, you know I love you, but you got to stop this shit.
Yeah. But, you know, it's worked out, and I think people see the good in the brand itself, whether it's me or not. The brand itself, like the entire the meaning behind it, I think everybody can really connect with that.
Yeah, I mean, but you are the face of it, buddy, so they believe in you too. And I mean, honestly, look, the marketing would have fell apart. Like when we met at VAL, if you turned out to be a complete douche, you know, it'd have been like, I'm not jumping at the business with this guy. Like, it's just not happening, you know? So you have to believe in you as well. Obviously, the concept, you know what I mean? The concept and all of that is great.
Yeah.
But if you don't believe in the person that's steering the concept, it's like, why am I going to jump into business with this person? You know? So.
Well, now, you know, like the way I've always looked at things is when people like doubt what we're doing or they hate me or 98, my mind goes to, I'm just going to outwork them. You know, like I'll stop talking. I'll disappear from Facebook, and it's not because I'm you know, off doing whatever. It's like I'm so hyper focused on 98.
Yeah.
So I just get lost in that, like, and then try to launch things and do things and rebrand things, and I'm always trying to like the haters that doubt us. I'm like, how can I stay 10 steps ahead of them?
Yeah, life is a constant struggle of balance too. So like, you know, even with that, the first thing that I think of is don't burn yourself out. You know, one of the first things that I was taught that actually made sense to me from a young age was don't be so busy making a living that you forget to live.
Yeah.
You know, so
see my like I'm similar to your wife. Like I love this part of it.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of people, like Dave Shell tells me the same thing all the time. Like, don't burn yourself out. So does Sue. And I'm like, no chance. Like I love doing this stuff.
And I get it. And I mean, I'm passionate about all of this too.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where sometimes you just have to unplug, disconnect, stress, you know what I mean? And just, you know, go from there. But
someday.
Yeah, someday. That's what
you know when I'm dead.
Yeah. Well, you know, Saturday ends with day, Sunday ends with day.
Yeah. I'm busy all the days that end in Y.
Yeah.
Man, no, but you're right. There are times, you know, like during the day where I just shut off my phone and just hang out with the family, you know, especially with summer coming. Like my wife's off all summer. So, you know, she's a teacher, so she has the summer off. And, you know, so some days I'll just unplug and go do something with the family. And
well, that's good.
Let me give our listeners a hint here. If you get Ryan's voicemail, do not say anything. Hang up.
Yeah.
He does not listen to voicemail.
Don't listen.
He just looks at, somebody called me, he'll call you back.
Yeah. Like if I see Dave Shell called and left a voicemail, I don't listen to it. I just call Dave.
Yeah.
And then he's like, did you listen to my voicemail? I'm like, no. I'm like, you don't have to leave a voicemail because when I see a missed call, I will return it.
That's exactly how I am too. As a matter of fact, It used to be. I went from, you know, if it's important, they'll leave a message, to, God, why did they leave a message? They knew I was going to call them back. You know what I mean? Like that's the arc of my life.
Oh, dude. Wisdom Donnie Brown, real quick, watching us from Ghana. I'm happy
man.
seeing you.
Yeah.
98 supporter from Ghana. Love having Donnie on, but the last few times he came on, he had like some connection issues.
Brother, is that
good to see you, Donnie?
Is that you, Donnie? Jesus.
Fucking beast, right?
Is that actually him?
Yeah. Dude, he's shredded.
Jesus, they got
like
some high
he posts videos of him arm wrestling, dude, and I'm like, look at this guy. We got to get him here.
They got some high quality H2O in Ghana.
Yeah. I don't know what they're eating there, but whatever it is, man, holy Christ.
Jeez. Man, I tell you, imagine if we were born with good genetics. I swear.
I'd be good at arm wrestling.
We're trying to get him and his team into the country, get visas. Also, some Nigerians. Oh my God, we couldn't even get him in the country when Biden was president.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, shit. What we should have done is, you know, tell him to fly to Nuevo Laredo and walk across the damn border. We couldn't get him in for nothing.
No, not only that, but they would have paid him $3,500 a month too.
Passport numbers, dates of birth, everything. Think we could get him into the country? No.
Well, if you get him in here illegally, they'll not only welcome him, but they'll give him $3,500 a month.
Yeah.
At least that's what they would have done under Biden, anyway.
Yeah. True story. Yeah, we've tried to have a bunch of people, like, between me and Dave, we've written so many letters to like consulates or to the competitors themselves, inviting them to our events.
Yep.
And some have made it, but some have been denied.
I got to be honest with you. I had one.
It wasn't just that Ryan's on the no-fly list or something. It was because Paul Lynn couldn't get him in either.
Yeah. No, I had one guy hit me up for Camel City. I think it was like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And he asked me, he goes, no, my country needs you to invite me. I was like, okay. So I wrote a letter inviting him.
Yeah.
And that was it. Like, and then he kept saying, well, I need you to do this. I need you to do that. I said, look, I got to be honest with you, man. I got enough on my plate with the people that live here. You know what I mean? Like, I wrote you a letter. That's what you said you needed. That's all I could do. Like that's it.
Oh,
I even asked him. I was like, well, the letter on Facebook worked. Because all I did, I wrote him a messenger, you know, saying you're invited. This is the date. This is the time. This is the location, blah, blah, blah. And all of that. And he said that'll be fine. And then it was like, I need you to do this. I need you to contact this person. And no, sorry, buddy. I did what I could.
Some of them get really crazy. And I'm like,
that's all I could do.
As soon as they start getting crazy with things, I'm like, well, here's Dave Shell's name. Contact him.
I just told him the truth. I was like, look, I can't, like, I don't hold enough weight with my government to get you across the border. I don't know what to tell you. You know?
Yeah, right. We got to wait till we have a 98 in every state before that happens.
Right? Yeah.
For purposes of visa letters, Ryan is 98's executive director, and I'm our executive secretary.
Too funny.
Let's talk to him tomorrow about it. There you go.
On Memorial Day, I went up to a practice at the Hudson Valley Arms Squad and ran into somebody that admitted to me off to the side that he actually voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
You know, not very enthusiastically.
Is he a good arm wrestler?
There's this guy in our chat that's trying to tell me that liberals and libertarians are the same thing. He laughed. He doesn't believe it either.
Are we going to go down this path again?
No, we don't have to.
All right.
I said, well, and then Michael Hawks put up something. I'll tell you, I just don't keep track of this stuff. Hawks put up something or a post where somebody was saying, they was talking about Epstein, and just wait until he does. And something about Israel, and I said, would somebody explain to me what Israel has to do with any of this? And he said, well, yeah, apparently some people think that Epstein might have been an agent for the Israeli, the Israeli Secret Service. I said, okay, I'll keep track of this stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy theories. I know right now the public breakup between Musk and Trump is like everybody's news, and I'm just sitting there going, okay, Trump is quite possibly the best president that I've seen in my lifetime, and Musk is quite possibly the biggest champion for free speech that I've ever seen in my lifetime. So I'm just gonna say I'm gonna sit back and hopefully you two can figure it out, because it's kind of sucks that two of the biggest champions, of my lifetime are going at each other. So yeah, it kind of sucks. I do think it's really ugly, especially the lies. Like, obviously, it's an obvious lie when Musk turns around and says Trump's on the Epstein list. It's like, if he was, Biden would have fucking rushed that shit out.
Oh, I'd already be out.
He possibly fucking could.
He would have only released that.
Yeah, it literally just would have been that name. Everybody else would have been redacted, and it would have been Donald J. Trump Jr. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been bold letters, italic. Look, the motherfucker was there, But now it's funny because let's just say that the conspiracy theory that this is all 4D chess between the two of these guys is right, because look what happened. The liberals are now calling for the Epstein list to be fucking put out there. And it's great because we've been calling for that for fucking months.
Yeah. Ridiculous, dude.
So, yeah, for once, the country is unified. Let's get the Epstein list out.
Yeah. There must be someone on it that has a lot of money that they're just really afraid.
The rumor is there's a lot of someone's on it that have world-changing money.
Yeah. I mean, that's obviously why it's not out.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking from the rumors that I'm hearing. Obviously, I don't know anything that somebody else does, but I do like listen a lot.
Follow,
the rumors that I'm hearing: crown princes, leaders of countries. Obviously, pretty much all of Hollywood.
Fucking arm wrestling promotions.
All the funny business was going on with them. Hell, Mike Old Blonde, shrinks into insignificance.
Say that again?
I said, with all the fun and games there, this group used to get all excited about the gold bond stories. Gold bond stories are nothing compared to that.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Wait till we come out with our first 98 gold bond shirt.
Yeah, speaking of getting around, let's see. Bought the car a little over 2.5 years ago at 38,655 miles. It now has 112,427. And I say at least 75% of that was arm wrestling. Because really, you run around town and stuff, but I really haven't been working, teaching for, since I got this car. So, yeah, I'm staying in Youngstown, Ohio, which is equally distant from about 3 or 4 different practices I was planning on going to. So I'm going to get off this shortly and basically check in, so I didn't have time coming out here. And,
for sure, man.
Then I'll get back on with the computer in the room, if you're still on, which, knowing you probably will be.
I don't know, because I'm not going to stay on that much longer, and then he's going to be talking to himself.
Just sleep. Sleep by myself on the podcast.
Right.
Watch it skyrocket. people weirdos watching me sleep. Dude, that was weird though that it jumped up like that.
Yeah, that was super weird.
The one time, dude, it hit 1,500, and then by the end of it, we were at 4K, and I was like, "This can't be real, dude. This is probably like a weird fluke." But it was real. Somehow it got shared somewhere. Or like YouTube's algorithm threw us out there.
Yeah, it was really weird.
That's kind of cool, though. That's the second time that's happened to us.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what? It's probably because we're so consistent. Like, we rarely miss a Friday. We don't really miss much when it comes to the podcast.
That's because you guys are awesome.
Well, I'm hoping, too, like, with all these franchises, like, if all of us get our own podcast and we're like cross promoting each other and jumping on each other's podcasts. Like, it's going to be awesome. You know?
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the thing. I'm probably going to start at some point here on the 98NC YouTube page. Probably going to start doing some sort of podcast where maybe it's like a week in review of arm wrestling or
why
something.
not?
You know, talk about different promotions that are coming up. It won't be on a Friday. It'll probably be like on a Monday. So that way,
dude.
I don't fuck with you at all.
And then we can jump on yours and, you know, whatever. We can all help each other out.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be Monday. It might be Friday or Wednesday. I'm sorry, not Friday.
So because of our 98 podcast has like kind of tamed down recently.
Yeah.
We might start a non-arm wrestling podcast.
Yeah, but you say that's got to be a non-98. Like, you know what I mean?
No. It will have nothing to do with 98.
Yeah.
It's going to be non-arm wrestling, non-98, completely different brand.
It's going to be like politics. It's going to be just...
It's just be like whatever. Yeah. But we might do that just for fun, just to have one that's like still can get like a little crazy here and there.
Yeah.
Isn't that what the 98 FTG? Oh, I
No.
I
Yeah,
see what you're doing. You're trying to brand it. Never mind. Duh.
Yeah, because we can't get that crazy or political or anything and still try to get sponsors.
Yeah. No,
we have to be somewhat mild, and you know we've toned it down quite a bit to where you know.
Unless you have David Shell.
Is Ryan part of that group? He should be, right? Okay.
Unless you have these two.
We're gonna amp up and bring back like arm wrestling science and you know what's next for you and stuff like that.
To be honest with you, I'd love to be part of those segments because I understand I don't have any degrees or anything like that, but I'm telling you, man, as far as a layman, you probably don't know anybody that studies this shit more than I do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
See,
as far as a layman.
that's fine. That's perfect.
Yeah.
You know, like when we had that one guy on, that expert, and Paul Lynn came on that one, and Paul was very well studied in the topic, so it really was really cool to see them interact with each other.
Yeah, I mean, I would really love to have people talk about like strength, like arm wrestling specific training versus like typical strength training versus bodybuilder training, powerlifting training, that kind of stuff. Nutrition obviously would be a big part because as arm wrestlers, maybe we don't do as much throughout the day. And we don't work out for an hour and a half to 2 hours a day. Maybe we work out for a half an hour to 45 minutes a day, and that's enough for us. So how do we keep on top of our calories without starving ourselves? Like those kind of cheat, hacks and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Stuff like that, and then, even like just random topics like bone density and things like that.
Look at we're trying to.
And then once every 6 months.
She's wearing FJB.
We do like the wives of the arm wrestlers and the shit that we go through.
Yeah, there you go. You can do
that would be really cool.
Yeah.
And then like the what's next for you one, we want to do
like all they're getting is a view of your tits right
interviews.
Now.
No, they're not. They're not there. You can't see them.
Well, the what's next for you one we were going to use more for like interviews,
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that's all of those are really good ideas. Although the one that you were talking about where it's Jesus, dude, look at that lighting. You can actually see the tear. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
I just noticed that. That's it. Yeah.
I had that on one of my legs.
Yeah, you can actually.
When I was a kid, I was doing a wheelie on the edge of like a wall and fell off, and the handlebars hit my thigh so bad it tore the muscle, and you can still see like a dent there.
Yeah. See, this is when I tore the brachialis off the bottom of the bicep.
Oh yeah.
And that was catching a press.
Oh.
So, shoulder press came in and I caught it like this.
Yeah.
And when I did, it just went rip.
Yeah. They're cutting the top of my bicep, the tendon that attaches it over that groove.
Yep.
And they're going to cut it and reattach it to the bone.
Yeah, they didn't say I needed surgery for this. I mean, to be honest, I could still. It's taken me more time to get it to heal up properly because I still get pain there, faster than anywhere else. But
it is what it is. It's coming along. But man, I tell you, today was fun. I don't know if you're so busy. I'm sure you don't keep up with what goes on with me, but I started doing like full on workout weeks. You know.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And what was it? Yesterday was my second push day. So bench press, overhead press, tricep, right?
Yeah.
And I was in the middle of my bench because I do pyramid sets. I do 5x5. So, I start out kind of low and then go medium and then high and then medium and then low.
Nice.
And that's just to get back into the swing of things. When I'm strength building, it's 5x5 of all the same weight. And I do a warm-up set and a cool-down set.
Yeah.
But anyway, so, I'm just doing my 135 warm-up set. I'm not pushing heavy weight right now or anything. And man, my neck, like right where the disc had been replaced, starts hurting.
Oh.
And I was like, well, maybe that's just the thing. I felt it the first time. Maybe it's just the thing. I'll see if I can work through it. It's not sharp pain. So I went up to 160, and sure and shit, it hurt. I said, well, let me do the top set. If it doesn't hurt too bad, I'll just do the rest and be done with it. So I did the top set of 180, and it hurt bad. Did the 160, hurt bad. 135 hurt bad. And I was like, well, I can't do overhead press or tricep press today. I put the thing out online, and a buddy of mine said, yeah, that's actually normal. He goes, the pushing motions hurt me for years after I had my disc replacement. And he said, so I really leaned into my pull days, because we're arm wrestlers anyway. So I really leaned into that.
Yeah.
And so I had to redo my entire fucking week. I had to redo everything. And so I was doing that all day today. And what
was that?
I don't know. I sat there and basically, created volume, pull day, strength training, and all that. But when I was doing my ISOs, because Fridays are going to be my isometric days.
Yeah.
And, I don't know if you know this or not, but you can only really train your tendons one of two ways, either super, super lightweight and like 1,000 reps a day.
Yeah.
Or super, super heavyweight and static holds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So obviously we're arm wrestlers. We're going to choose the super heavyweight for static holds.
Yeah.
So I'm doing 3 sets of 3 for 5-second holds in all of the arm wrestling specific stuff. But I alternate between back pressure and side pressure. Well, today I was like, fuck it. I did all 6 movements.
Yeah.
I am so smoked.
Yeah. Dude, the first time I tore my shoulder, I was doing hammer curls. And then at the end of the set, when I was spent, I was like, oh, I'll do a static to just end it. So I was already tired, and I did that static, and all of a sudden I just felt a pop and the weight dropped.
Wow. Hey,
and I was
bro,
like, oh, fuck.
You're like one of a million, because statics are like some of the safest things to do.
I think it's because I did it at the end of a really long hammer curl workout.
Yeah, because statics are like the safest things to do statistically.
Yeah. Because usually I just do statics.
Yeah.
But I was doing hammer curls, and at the end of it, I was like, oh, let me just do a static hold for a minute.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I felt something just let go. And
yeah, you were tired.
Oh.
Yeah, everything was tired.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, I don't know what your nutrition was like back then. I'm sure you've made some changes since. So.
Oh, yeah. Back then was, yeah. I was new to arm wrestling. So.
Yeah, so your nutrition probably was not on point.
No. I mean, it's still not perfect, but it's getting better.
Nobody's perfect.
I got to drop weight, so I'm working on towards that.
I'm doing the same thing, man. I'm trying to, I guess there's 21 watching. Hopefully it doesn't get out too far, but I'm trying to get down to 209. Like, I want to walk around at 220 and get down and fight at 209 and
nice.
And see what people can bring at 209.
That's cool.
Because right now,
gentlemen, if you're still here, I'm going to check into the motel. If you're still here, I'll be back from the computer. So see you, early, maybe.
Yep. So yeah, right now I'm weighing anywhere between 250 and 256 on any given day. So I'm trying to obviously lose the weight. I want to get down to about 220, and then be able to be in striking distance at any time down to 209.
Yeah, that's cool.
I won't go any lower than that. Like, if anybody asks me to pull 198, I'm just not going to. It's just
yeah.
I'm just not going to. But like what I want to do from there is, obviously compete at 209, but then, get more and more lean at 220 so that I'm a bigger and bigger and bigger 209.
Yeah.
That's how I want to be. But,
that's cool, man.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to take a lot. I like I said, right now I'm 255.
Yeah.
So, I got a long way to go, but I'm working on my nutrition. I'm only eating protein bars. Slim Jims are actually really good for you as far as macros.
Dude, that's one of my favorite things.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm eating protein bars, Slim Jims as a snack, and basically beef jerky. And then that's my snacks throughout the day if I'm hungry.
Yeah.
And then I have a good dinner with some carbs, some fat, high protein, and that's it. Like, and if I do decide that I want to treat myself to like one ice cream bar or something like that, I'll have one. Before I used to have like 6.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's just the minor stuff, right? And obviously working out 6 days a week plays a big part in it.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes.
Me, it's my sleeping schedule that's screwed up ever since I hurt my shoulder. Like I don't sleep well.
Yeah.
So, we eat dinner at 6. My wife cooks a healthy meal every time, but then I'm up late. So I'm like hungry again.
Yeah.
Because enough time has gone by to where it's like my mind is like, hey, it's like I'm skipping a meal now.
And the worst part with me is that I don't necessarily have to be hungry for my brain to just be like, you're going to go eat something.
Yeah.
So that's the worst part. I guess it's called food noise.
Yeah.
And like, my stomach doesn't have to be growling. As a matter of fact, tonight was one of the first times in a long time that my stomach was legit growling before dinner. I'm like, and I started getting angry. Like I was like, I'm fucking hungry. I want dinner to be done now.
Yeah.
And of course, my wife's getting over an illness. You know what I mean? Like she's still cooking. Of course, I'm grateful. But in the back of your head, you're like, fucking feed me. So it's bad. But like, this whole time, like during the podcast, I usually allow myself to eat a few more calories, but I'm still trying to do it healthy.
Yeah.
Fridays and Saturdays, because Saturday is my practice and I practice for 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm pushing hard. And then Sunday is a rest day. So I'll try to eat as healthy as I can for Friday and Saturday, but like up the calories a little bit just to help out with the toll that my body's about to have.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to rip a tendon. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to do any of that shit. I don't want to tear a bicep. So, I want to make sure that I am fully fed and hydrated for practice,
Yeah.
Because I mean, I don't know if you
once I eat late too, that keeps me up because then
because now you've got the glycogen going. Yeah.
And then I can't sleep at all.
I don't know if you followed it or not, but you knew that what was it last year that Zurab Taparitsi broke his arm, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you know how that happened, right? Because that guy always pulls in bad positions.
Yeah,
His bones were like iron.
Yeah.
So I had to ask myself, I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? Because I looked at the position and sure, he was out of position, but nowhere near as dangerous as he normally pulls.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, not to mention he's the champion of AWC. So it's like, it's not like he's fighting against somebody a level stronger than him or anything. So what happened? Well, because they're in Eastern Europe, they were stuck at a border for 2 days. Like gunpoint.
So
they were stuck at a border for 2 days.
Nutrition.
No nutrition, no sleep, dehydration, and then
dehydration will really fuck
and
you
then
up.
He went and pulled.
Yeah.
So his bones were fucking brittle. What is this? Nathan says, I'm pulling 209 from now on. I'm walking around at 223 these days. Yeah, I mean that's exactly where I want to be pulling. And if you thought my brother was rough on you, my right hand is on a whole different level than my brother's. I mean, I'm just being honest. Because my brother and him had a great match, lefty and righty. I believe he pulled left and right, both, and my brother beat him both hands. But it was still a good match. And my right is so much better than my brother's, and that's not talking shit against my brother. It just is.
He won't mind.
Well, he had a wound from war, so I mean, he earned it. That's why he doesn't have the connection that I do.
Yeah.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, his right is strong. So I'm not taking anything away from Nathan, but against me,
Yeah, not gonna happen. You got to try David's brand protein bars. I eat Quest. Oh wow, 28 grams of protein. That ain't bad.
Well, that's pretty good.
Quest is 21, so yeah, I'll try it. David's brand of protein bars. My wife's gonna look it up right now, see when we can get them.
But yeah, dude, I'm real happy with everything how things are going.
Me too, man. It's the only thing for me is it's not that I'm an instant gratification guy. I just don't have patience because I'm willing to put in the work. I mean, obviously, I'm an arm wrestler, right? There's no instant gratification in arm wrestling at all. You got to suffer through the fucking pain. I don't care if you're on steroids or not. You got to suffer through the pain. You got to put in the work. There is no instant gratification in arm wrestling.
Yeah.
So I'm not an instant gratification guy, but I don't have patience. Like I'm going to bed dreaming about, North Carolina State Championships. This thing that I'm not gonna put it on air, but this thing that my wife was talking to you about, the special thing, right? That could happen. Like I'm going to bed dreaming about this shit, waking up dreaming about this shit.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's just
me, dude, all the time. Yeah.
Right. And it's I just want it to be here, you know? Yeah.
And some of it too, for me anyway, has been a lot of the stuff that we've wanted to do. We just financially could not do it,
Yeah. Yeah.
So
and it's the same with us. It's the same with us. We have to look at what venues because there's a venue that we want, right?
Yeah.
But there's no fucking way we can afford it, especially year one. It's just not going to happen. So
we had to build up to that.
Right. So it's like one of those things where it sucks not having money but it's also a blessing too, because if I had the money to put my own money into this, I'd go broke.
Yeah.
I would, because I love the sport that much and I'm not trying to pump myself up.
Yeah, and you don't get a return.
It's just the God's honest truth. I love the sport that much that I would just put money into it. And yeah, I mean, she's right. I would probably throw a tournament every 6 weeks. We'd probably, no bullshit, we'd probably build the fucking venue and do it. You know what I mean? If we had that kind of money. And you don't get your money back and you'd go fucking bankrupt,
Yeah.
So.
Well, we're in the same boat, man. Like all the money that we do make throughout the year goes towards awards for our next event, and then whatever's left towards Winter Blast, because that venue is expensive as hell.
Did she tell you the ideas that we have for the awards for the state championships?
No.
Oh,
not yet.
No,
not yet.
No, not that one. And I'm not saying that online. He knows that one. Yeah. No. So I'm not going to go.
I went through all her files last night with the sponsorship stuff and all that.
Yeah.
And I love it, And
So
then
if you go back
got me going, and I'm like, oh, I got to give her some ideas that I got too.
If you go back and look at the top level sponsorship, don't give it away or anything.
Yeah.
Go back and look at it. The first, you have to re-download it because we rewrote it. The first bullet point, the first, the first thing that you get as that level sponsor.
Yeah.
That's going to blow your mind.
Okay. I'll go relook at it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm trying to think, did I look on?
Now I know what you're talking about.
No, I haven't tried those gummies, Nathan. Usually whenever there's gummies, I notice that the carrier of the protein is some sort of gelatin or like an artificial dye or, like a sugary thing. And I steer away from that type of shit. Like right now I'm on basically a 0 sugar diet. If it doesn't come from the food I eat, it doesn't I don't have sugar.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I don't drink lemonade, I don't drink iced tea, I don't drink soda. I don't add sugar to anything. So yeah, if it's like a carb that can turn into a sugar, sure. But I'm also on a low carb diet, so there you go.
We all tried Beast Bites creatine gummies. No.
Yeah, I haven't tried it.
That's cool.
They got different flavors. But you probably go with you got a variety pack and a 12-pack. And they got blueberry pie, cake batter, chocolate.
Oh man, I would try half of that shit.
Cinnamon roll, red velvet, salted peanut butter.
Yeah.
All right, let's go with the variety pack.
What are you doing?
When NatFit came out.
Oh, you can?
Yes, sir.
Did you
what was that?
When NatFit came out?
Yeah.
Like we signed up to be like a NatFit franchise, and the problem was that they couldn't get what you needed quickly.
Yeah, that was an arm wrestlers company, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jamie Sheldon.
Okay, I was gonna say if you didn't feel comfortable saying his name, then don't. But yeah, Jamie Sheldon.
So So, it was great. We bought a bunch of product in advance. Like I just put some money into it, a couple grand just to get us started. But then with COVID, they, you had to do bulk orders. And if everyone that was a NatFit thing didn't have a need for that, then they would skip that one and get something else.
Yeah.
So, like say I ran out of vanilla and we needed that, and not everybody wanted to jump in on that because they still had some, we couldn't get it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, the minute you tell one customer that you don't have something, they're never coming to you again.
No, they're never coming back.
They're like, fuck it, I'll go to Amazon or go to GNC or whatever.
Or anything else. Because I mean, honestly, when it comes to that type of shit, people make out, and I hate to say this, but it's the God's honest truth. If anybody is listening and gives a shit.
Yeah.
Anytime you hear a supplement company, especially when they're talking about things that are, basically researched to death, like creatine and whey protein and stuff like that. Look, there is no secret science to any of that shit. Okay. No. If they have a whey protein powder, the only thing you really want to look for is to make sure that it is clean whey protein. That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's isolate or concentrate. It really doesn't fucking matter. If you're bougie and you want isolate, then fine. But other than that, it really doesn't matter. Muscle milk is 98% as good as Redcon 1 or NatFit or whatever. So yeah, if you're looking for that little bit extra, sure. Spend the extra money, go through all the extra bullshit and get the NatFit or the Redcon 1 or whatever. Go ahead. Okay. But as far as like, if you just want to meet protein goals at a decent calorie intake with low carbs and low fat, fucking Muscle Milk Pro is great. Yeah. And it's $20. Right. You know what I mean? Like it's cheap, it's good tasting, and it works. And they don't pay me to say that. And you can go to Walmart and get the shit. You know what I mean? I think you can even get it on fucking food stamps. Yeah. So it's like, it's like, which honestly, that's the type of shit you should be able to get on food stamps, is like whey proteins and fucking, ways to make yourself healthier. Yeah. You know what I mean? Not cheese doodles and fucking soda, the fucking whey protein and whole foods and, meat and eggs and rice.
It's so damn expensive to be healthy.
Huh?
It's so damn expensive.
But that's what I'm talking about. That's the shit that should be government subsidized is meat and eggs and fucking, whole grain and stuff like that.
I agree.
Bring the fucking prices down too.
Okay, so listen to this.
It's
so Nathan Middlebrook,
expensive to eat healthy.
It really is. Nathan Middlebrook says his next two super matches are Dobie left-handed and Marshall Lowry right in October. So we're going to be at the same event, Nathan. I look forward to after pulling you. My next match is actually right-handed at that same event. So
that's cool.
So yeah, that's going to be pretty cool, man. I look forward to it. It's called the Fall Brawl. And it's going to be out in Denton, North Carolina. And yeah, I mean, I look forward to it. I feel sorry for Dobie. I'm feeling pretty strong already, and it's not even close to October. But I'm sure he's going to be putting in the work. If I know Dobie, he's going to be putting in a lot of work between now and then. So, but cool. It's going to be pretty cool. Dobie just pulled that VAL. You were there. You saw him pull Scott Walkoff.
Yeah.
And he snuck a pin on him, and then I think he got beat 3-1. So Yep. But,
definitely, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. But
I know VAL's trying to become part of the AUA thing that we got going on.
Yes, yeah. And look, those two guys, I don't care if they're part of 98 or not. They are two of the best dudes I've ever fucking talked to. Yeah. Dan Swords and Josh Harding.
What? Super nice.
Oh yeah. Dan Swords and Josh Harding are some of the best dudes out there, man.
Oh yeah. And they're 98 friendly, so
they are. And they're working with us. They're working with us so wonderfully. And by the way, their organization is called VAL, Virginia Arm Wrestling League. They are working with us as far as schedules and stuff like that, so that they don't step on our toes and that we don't step on theirs. Yeah. And now I'm basically like one of their refs. I'm on their roster. So I mean, it's sure, it's a bit of a fucking drive, but it's a lot of fun to hang out with people that are really cool.
You know,
Well, dude, last year Josh did brackets at our event at Winter
Yeah.
Blast.
Yeah.
With Corey Miller. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, those are really good people, like for real.
He's
we thought Dan
he's
was
the first legit pro that like smashed me on a table.
Yeah, he's
Josh.
he's strong, dude. Like Dan Swords and I are pretty close.
Yeah.
I would give myself the advantage, but we're really close.
Yeah.
Josh, I was like, let me just feel it.
Yeah.
And I was like, my God, like fucking
he's
A.
something. Dude, I walked up and it was my first open tournament, and it was him. I drew him first, and I had watched him pull other people, and I'm like, I'm fucked. So I went up and I said, dude, I'm like brand new to the sport. But he thought I was joking to like get in his head. So he just fucking wham, and then he goes, oh, you weren't kidding.
See, that's when you look at the ref and say, I'm brand new to the sport.
Yeah.
And the ref will then look at Josh and be like, hey, he's brand new to the sport. Yeah.
But he goes, sorry, man. He's like, I couldn't take a chance. On like, what if you were joking? Or
And
but
see,
that's
that
how,
was the
that's
thing
how
with
we
me.
met, him slamming me.
That was the thing with me, though. You talk about being cursed because my hand is super fucking strong, right? But I didn't know anything from anything. So, but I knew enough to to get a good high grip and clamp down and all. And man, I had so many pros that were like, "Oh my God, this guy's fucking hand!" Like, "Oh, I'm not taking it." And wham! Like, what the hell? I'm like, "Yeah, that's all it is,"
Yeah, that's funny.
Really? Muscle milks are expensive? I don't think so.
Oh, I've seen the core power ones too. Yeah. It's like
But-
they're in a war with muscle milk to see who's going to have more protein.
I guess, yeah, because muscle milk, I always use 2 scoops for a plastic bottle, a Walmart bottle of water in a shaker, and it comes out to what, 51 grams of protein. That's a good shake, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
I think he's talking about the ones that are pre-mixed in the stores.
Oh yeah. So
the muscle milk itself.
Yeah, so the muscle milks that are pre-done are what I want to say 40 something grams, or they might be 50 something grams. I don't know, but either way, I got what you're saying. And I don't know how much those are because I really didn't buy the.
I used to drink one like after the gym and stuff, but I since stopped because some of them do have high sugar content.
Well, not the muscle milks.
No,
Not
but
that I remember.
I just mean some of the protein milk things in general.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The better tasting ones are almost always like almost always going to have either a high fat, high carb, or high sugar content, or a mix of all three.
Yeah,
because that's how they get the like muscle milk tastes okay. It's not like I'd be like, oh yay, like when I wasn't given too much of a shit about my weight and I just wanted to eat more healthy, I would add a squirt of chocolate syrup in there.
Yeah.
So that it just made it taste a little bit better, But that adds sugar and it's kind of defeating the purpose.
Yeah.
So then my wife was smart and she got me to 0 sugar chocolate syrup.
Nice.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah, that's what my wife does. She'll swap things out with zero sugar, 0 fat, 0 this, 0 that.
I've been on this kick to because I was drinking like Sunkist 0, Coke 0, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was under the impression it was pretty healthy for me. And people were like, well, maybe, since you're having trouble losing the weight, maybe it's that. I've been drinking nothing but Gatorade Zeros for the last fucking 2 weeks and I haven't lost a pound. So
yeah, I see. Like when I eat dinner, I need something that has like taste. I can't drink.
I can't do the water. I just can't.
Like Diet Coke or Coke Zero to me seems like a good option, and people are always like, "Oh, that's not good for you," and I'm like,
"Yeah,
it's like once a day."
I would say pick your poisons, right? Because it's like nothing is good for you. I went through the age, and so did you, in the 80s and 90s, where if you turned on the fucking TV, one day eggs were the food of the gods. And the next day, eggs are gonna kill you. They're worse than crack. And it's like, what?
Seems like bacon.
Yeah. It's like, come on, man. Look, if you go by the FDA, just invert it. The food pyramid, just invert it. Like for real, just invert it. Because I think at the bottom, at the what was it? At the top where you're not supposed to really have a lot of is all the healthy shit.
and at the bottom is like breads and grains and cereals, and it's like, what are you, fucking crazy?
They want you to
Flip
be
that
fat,
shit.
dude. They want us fat so they can get money for all the pills they want to throw down your throat.
She just brought it up. Literally, the whole bottom pyramid is the worst shit you could possibly have a lot of. Breads, cereals, pretzels. What is that, milk?
No.
Is that milk on the left?
That's rice.
Rice, excuse me.
Croissants,
Rice, bread,
okay.
croissants, which is loaded with fucking butter, pastas,
Yeah.
all kinds of
all,
shit.
all the things that are just carbs, straight carbs.
Starchy fucking carbs. And they want that to be your base of your pyramid. Then the next one isn't too bad. It's fruits. That isn't too bad.
Yeah.
Fruits and vegetables. And then what's the next one?
Milk, cheese, and dairy.
Milk, cheese, and dairy being in the middle. I could see that.
Meat,
I'm
fish,
okay
and
with that.
alternatives.
The meat, fish, and alternatives are fucking crazy being that high. They should be the bottom. They should be the absolute base of your entire fucking thing.
You would think, yeah.
And then what's the top?
Fats, oils, and confectionery.
Confectionery is in the same thing as fats and oils. That makes no fucking sense.
But all it shows is all the sugary shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't show.
It's what did he say about Alan Vaughn? What is that? Phone got a pin on damn. Alan Vaughn got a pin on
Dan Swords.
Yeah.
Well, he says he's pulling 209 from now on. It's like, yeah, well.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Harding's strong though, yeah.
Yeah, Harding is super strong.
Young stud. And
yeah, I mean,
unassumingly, like he's not all juiced up like you see some guys his age and his level. And he, it's very unassuming. He gets up there and smashes people.
Yeah, not only that, but he's not really arrogant or anything like that.
No, he's a good dude.
Harding.
Yeah, I like
he's a really
Josh a
good
lot. And
He's a really good
Dan, Dan I've been getting to know over the last, year or so, and he's super nice too.
And Dan, we thought was like in his 20s, and he's like, I fucking love you guys. He's like, I'm 40. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did not know.
That's awesome.
He's like, I love you guys.
He goes to Josh. He's like, Josh, I'm in my 20s again.
Yeah. Woohoo.
It's all how you act,
Yeah.
Like some people assume I'm younger than I am only because I don't act like a typical 45-year-old.
I can't even show you a photo. I guess I'll have to send it to you. I'll just send it to you. This was actually me. You don't have to put it online if you don't want to. It doesn't matter. It's my profile picture, so you'd see it anyway. But this is me today. I had my wife take pictures of me so that you can see the progress of what I'm looking like.
Where are you sending it?
Facebook Messenger to you.
Okay, hold on.
No, on Discord, so you can fucking go on there.
Yeah, right. I'll send it on Discord. You have to log on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, nice.
And that's, I mean, I've still got a gut, but you can see how I'm building the structure on the upper body.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Starting to see some veins in there and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
He's got Facebook. I'll just message him, but he needs to still get up that look at the sponsorship thing. But
I'm working on it.
Yeah. Hey man, she doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't give a fuck that you're on a podcast. No. You're
like,
working, motherfucker. You're working. Yeah.
As soon as we get off this, I'll jump on. I'll go check it out right away. I'm interested to see what it is.
Well, brother, you could close this up anytime you want, man. Like I'm not, you know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to keep you. So
dude, one of the things that got us a lot of attention with sponsorships was putting on their how did I word it? Just a positive Google review.
Yeah.
Like one sponsorship was like 3 positive Google reviews. And then one was like 5. And then the next package was 10. Like just us franchise owners could all go do a quick Google review of any company with a positive, 5-star review. Those guys eat that up.
Yeah. I used to make bonuses.
The guys that give them bad reviews.
I used to make bonuses. I was a manager at a company, and I used to make a $250 bonus every month if my Google reviews were at 4.9 or higher.
Yeah.
So literally everybody that bought something from me, I'd be like, look, you could really do me a huge favor. Go give me a 5-star. If you don't think that I earned 5 stars, let me know before you give me a review, and I will try to fix it. And they were like, cool. And I would 9 times out of 10, I'd get a 5-star.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, that's important, especially with like businesses, because when I'm going through businesses, like I don't even click on the fucking 3-star ones.
That's
I'm
right.
clicking on just 5-star, you know?
Yep.
Same with ordering stuff on Amazon. Like if it's a 5-star review, I'm like, no brainer.
They mean so much to companies that I couldn't bring myself to give somebody a 1-star when I thought that they deserved one.
Yeah.
It was so bad because I know how much they mean. So the worst I could give them was a 3-star. And in my description, I actually sat there and explained that they were courteous, they were nice. However, I believe that the way they have their structure set up for their visits, it was a chiropractor. And I said the way that they have their structure for their visits is a money trap. And I really disagree with how they, because here's the thing, right? I want to explain this to you real quick. It's a 2-hour trip for me to get to this chiropractor.
Yeah.
Okay. Or I'm sorry, 1.5 hours. Because it was on the other side of Raleigh, right? So it was about 1.5 hours.
Yeah, but it was at the crack of dawn and we had Monique.
Right. So it was at the crack of dawn. We had Monique with us, and it was about an hour and a half, and it was raining. But either way, they knew that we were traveling an hour and a half. So what we had said was, is there any way that you can do the initial analysis, right? And all of that. And we had my x-rays already. So they didn't even have to take x-rays or anything like that. We had x-rays that were fresh, like literally that week. Is there any way that you could do the initial visit, right? And all of that, and then do the consult with me and then do my first adjustment the same day? And they were like, nope, got to do the initial visit and this, that, and the x-rays and everything else.
That's
and then have you back. And I'm like, look, I don't care if you charge me for 2 fucking visits. Can you do it in one day? No, got to have you come back. And I'm like, fuck. So then the worst part is on the phone, they misled my wife and said, you know, we'll run it by the doctor and there shouldn't be a problem. When we get there, we didn't even get to talk to the doctor. The nurses said, not going to fucking happen. The receptionist, they said, not going to happen, blah, 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 blah. So we drove an hour and a half in the rain for nothing.
Oh.
Because I told them, I said, I'm not coming back for the first adjustment.
Dude, they should be so grateful that you gave them a 3-star review.
Yeah, I told you they deserve the 1, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, you know? For you to come back so that they could do a second one.
Yeah.
Or to do
the consult and the first adjustment. And I was like, just like nobody's here. I looked around. There's nobody else there besides us. And I'm like, nobody's here. Just charge me the extra, like charge me for a visit and a half. You know what I mean? Like do me a favor. I'll do you a favor. Charge me for a visit and a half and just do the consult and give me my fucking adjustment. And I'll leave here feeling better. And, you know, I can tell everybody about how good of a company you are. Sorry, that's not how we do it. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You know, like
I'll show you how I do Google reviews.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I thought
that was nice of you though, because
I thought a 3-star was pretty charitable, and the fact that I did explain everything. I didn't just say these fucking people suck, you know.
Yeah.
I explained everything. I said, look, they were courteous and kind as kind as they could be under the circumstances. However, their payment structure absolutely sucked, and it's a money trap, and they weren't willing to work with somebody even traveling you know, an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
And I just left it at that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing too, is like that's a lot of power. If you can tell a company like, hey, I can write you X amount of positive Google reviews.
Yeah.
You know, they jump all over that.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, with us tapping into this network, I mean, we could sit there and claim a reach of, you know, 100,000 a month and shit like that. No problem.
Yeah.
So, because again, part of the deal is advertising, you know, all the way around. So,
I mean, every single franchise can say, hey, in our 98 network, we have one of the biggest tournaments in the country. We have, you know, we're international.
We're international.
Exactly. All over the United States, like,
and in Canada.
Yeah. And we all can use that.
Yeah.
To further what we're doing.
Exactly. And that's the point. Like, you need people that understand marketing.
Yeah.
Because you're setting up a network right now that's going to be almost impossible to fail at if you understand marketing.
Yeah.
If you don't understand marketing and you're not willing to put in the work and you know, let's say they rely on you for everything.
Yeah.
Then you're going to fail because
well, what'll happen is we'll just can't, you know, we can get rid of a franchise at any time. So
that's what I mean by them
if
failing.
it doesn't work out, we'll lose one, and then we replace them with
Right.
someone that
And again,
understands.
that's what I mean by failing.
Yeah,
They'll
yeah.
fail. They'll fail. You won't, because again, the product is good. It's a matter of the people understanding the product and using it to the best of their advantage as well.
Right.
You know, so
that's what I mean. To me, it's worth it just being able to say, hey, we have one of the biggest tournaments in the country. We're national. We have a network of Facebook groups in every state. Like, and all our Facebook groups are slowly growing. The cool thing is the data that we're getting back from the Facebook groups.
Yeah.
Because it's showing us which states are busy and which ones are not.
Yeah, and I got to be honest with you, we up until tonight have been doing nothing with ours. So,
yours grew organically.
Tonight literally just changed the profile picture, changed the name of it to 98NC, did all of that stuff.
You messaged me to do everything you were supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I messaged Christina to do everything that I should have been doing. So she just took care of all of that, and then she has the AI set up to do the welcome things every week.
Yep.
So it's going to start growing now, and I'll make sure that we are managing it correctly, because obviously I do take it seriously, and we are a part of your brand. It isn't our brand, it isn't my brand. It's our brand.
Yeah, it's ours, right?
I want to make sure that it's done right. So.
Even before the franchising, like I always talk about 98, like we and us, and
because we are the 98.
Yeah, and that's why we created it.
Can you do me a favor and write down that we actually have to buy a shirt because he's never sending one? So
no, I told Dave Shell. I already told Shell in the next batch of the custom ones with the names on the back.
I've only busted your balls, man. I've only busted your balls. Oh, fuck. It's great. Oh, by the way, she's talking to Jody right now. It's great. He doesn't know what a challenge coin is, which is cool. She showed him. She just showed him what our challenge coin looks like, because I brought one to VAL to flip for the tail.
I got yours.
Yeah, yep.
I think it's within reach. No, maybe not. But it's usually right here. The one you guys made me, yeah.
Absolutely. And so he was like, how much are those? So yeah, she's going through a whole bunch of business. Yeah.
See, and that's what I hope, is that you guys will get business through this also.
So do I, because
You know what I
honestly,
mean?
man, I want to see her business grow. She's so talented.
Yeah.
She really is. She's so talented. It's just not many people, I don't know, want to put into work for custom stuff. And it's just so weird, because they expect you.
Stupid.
Yes, some of them are. They expect they expect you to do everything for them, and it's like, it's crazy. It's kind of cool. I got hooked up with an old buddy of mine that we kind of reconnected. Right, we hadn't been talking for years, and we reconnected. And he's got a business, a construction business. Bro, he is so hooked on arm wrestling. When I told him about my sponsorship packages for NC States and all of that, I expected that I could count on him for the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Hey, man, we're going to put your name on the T-shirts and whatever, blah, blah, blah. He's like, how much was the top one again? And I was like, there's only going to be one of those. You know what I mean? And he's like, yeah, how much was that again? And I told him, he goes, that's a distinct possibility, man. He goes, that might happen. Like, he wants to be the leading sponsor,
That's cool.
Look at the sponsorship thing, like, so he could see what the
Oh, sorry, he doesn't need to say it now. I mean, but
I'm gonna go look at it right after this.
Yeah. When you see it, I think that's something you might even be able to use for Winter Blast, as something that that would be even more unique. You know what I mean?
Well, like I told Christina, what I'm gonna do is, in the package that I'm working on, I'm going to do a list of just itemized list of things that you guys could add for the national side of things.
Yeah.
So like you still have your packages for your thing, but then you could throw in like, hey, not only will you get this for our local stuff, but you can add this to be on our national advertising. So I'll have a list of stuff like that too, that people can throw in.
That's cool. So
like you might get a sponsor that wants to sponsor you, and then be like, "Hey, I also want to be on the backdrop at Winter Blast."
Yeah,
and then we just network and figure out how we can make that happen, and boom.
No, absolutely, 100%. That's actually not a bad idea.
You know what he means by that, right?
I didn't hear.
So like we can offer our own sponsorship stuff, but he said he can supply a list of like the national stuff, right? So like, let's say that sponsor, you know, yeah, he loves everything about the you know, the fact that it's going to have 100,000 reach and it's international, blah, blah, blah. But he wants to sponsor bigger tournaments that are going to be seen by even more. So he could sit there and, you know, I want my name on Winter Blast banner. Okay, well, that's going to cost you X amount more.
See, and
And
that
we
was
can-
something
yeah.
I was going to ask him, but I was trying not to badger him too much,
Yeah.
which was what was his package
Well,
like?
he's going to show you.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm redoing ours, because I'm like, now it's a whole different ball game because
Yeah.
we're national and soon to be international. Like
Yeah.
you go now, you go to a sponsor that's not just local, that is an international brand, and you can be like, hey, we can promote you across the whole country now.
Right. Because I mean, now you've opened up your
My
sponsorship
area.
opportunities too. Because
Yeah.
I mean, like if it's something like a digital marketer or something like that, or anything digital, or somebody that sells goods on Amazon or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, now you don't have to worry about just being pigeonholed into Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Now
Yeah.
you're talking about North America,
Yeah.
all of it. You
And
know what I
I've
mean?
always had different packages. Like I've done like you guys have with the tiers.
Yeah.
And I've had two separate ones. One was more towards like corporate companies, and then one was more for like your mom and pop type stuff.
She,
You know what I
you know she loves you, right? But I get this shit too. I get this shit all the time. I get beat up all the time.
Well, because right out of the gate we had a sponsor package, and about 2 years into this, we stopped using the package. And basically, I would send out like an email, and if they were interested, we'd have a conversation and custom tailor it
Basically, what they
for
want.
what they want.
Yeah.
But we kind of stopped doing like the package.
Yeah, 'cause
so
that's
like,
annoying, but that's got to be annoying as fuck to sit
Oh, it
there
can
and
be,
custom
yeah.
tailor every one of them.
but we had like a list, and I would just send them the list and be like, what are the 3 most important things on there to you? And then they'd pick them, and I'd be like, okay, and we could throw this in. Like the simple stuff like, hey, don't worry about paying for us to do some good Google reviews. Like, we got you, you know?
Yeah.
Just to kind of convince them to sponsor. And I'd use some of those other items on there that I know don't cost us anything to like leverage them to sponsor. Like, hey, I'll throw this in for free. I'll throw this in. And they'd be like, oh, that's freaking awesome. And that usually convinced them to sponsor. But that's why I didn't send her a package, because for the last 3 years, we didn't have one.
Well, then send us one of the email templates that you have.
Yeah, I can do
I
that.
mean, that would be fine
But
too.
we're redoing it all right now anyway. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, either way, I mean, even if you want, hey, there's another
hey
franchise.
guys, late to the party. What did I miss? Yeah.
What did you miss?
Yeah. And
Rewind.
same with our letters. Like, I had one at the time that was more geared and sounded more professional for like corporate type sponsors, and then I had a more laid down to earth one for like a pizza shop, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
So I kind of was just doing it on the fly, like custom, like, oh, I found a company, let me just reach out to them. I'd send them an email and then talk to them and work out the sponsorship.
Yeah.
Which is a lot of work, but at the time we were getting more sponsors doing it that way than the package.
See, now that's something to think about. I mean, you know, I can write up 2 different email templates, you know, one for like a bigger corporate sponsor and one for, like you said, a mom and pop.
Yeah.
And if they're interested, then have a list of things. And
yeah, because the mom and pops are, you know, like we had a very similar one that you guys have. Like, it was like, I think the cheapest one was like 500, then it went to 1,000, 1,500, 2,500 or something like that.
Yeah.
And then we had one that was like 150, 250, you know, like for the mom and pops, because when the mom and pop ones see the big one, they're like, oh, I can't do that. But they can do $100, you know what I mean? So we had 2 separate ones that we kind of used to, depending on what the company was, you know?
Good point. Yeah.
But that worked out good for us. And then, like I said, when I went to the custom ones where I would just build it while talking to the person, we got way more sponsors that way.
Yeah, I mean that's the art of the deal, right? I mean, because you're listening to what their needs are.
Yeah.
And you're able to listen to, address, and overcome their objections on the spot.
Yeah.
So, that's sales and marketing. I mean, I'm kind of talking myself into being the one that's going to have to do all of this right now, but because I mean, my wife is
assuming,
my wife is a lot of things. My wife is a lot of things, but a salesperson, she is not. So I mean, don't get me wrong.
But that's she has strengths. You have strengths.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I told her that sales is 95% people wanting to talk to you, and that she does. Like, people do want to talk to her. So I mean, like, she already has that down. It's just a matter of having confidence in yourself to instead of, this is what I was taught. Okay, so I'm just passing on what I was taught. It's instead of you thinking about the fact that you're taking somebody's money and feeling bad about it, you need to change your mindset into, I am trying to help this person grow their business, and I'm trying to get them over the hurdles that they are putting in front of themselves in order to do it. So it isn't about taking their money, because it isn't.
They're paying. Changed my way of looking at that also. Like, I look at it as, what value can I give them?
Exactly. How am I going to help grow their business? And how am I going to get them to understand the value of it?
Right.
Like,
how can I make them money? Like, listen, if I can get your product in front of people that will use your product, that's my goal. And with arm wrestling, we cover every demographic, from fucking 5-year-olds all the way up to 80-year-olds.
Everything. I mean,
we're all covered. Women, men, children.
If you got a fucking muscle rub, we got you covered. You got stress balls, we got you covered. It's everything. You
need brass knuckles. There's someone in our group that's gonna fucking buy those things.
Hey man, gun dealers, fucking, you know what I mean? Obviously we're heavy patriots. If you're somebody that does something in the grip sports or the powerlifting sports or bodybuilding or protein or Harley Davidsons or Indians or whatever, we got.
And the best thing about this is, once we get rolling, we can have each franchise on the show and actually have a whole show just about promoting sponsors, this, that, like something that's of value to other promoters.
Yeah.
And not just arm wrestlers. Like, now we can talk about some topics that are for everyone that's involved in arm wrestling.
Yeah. Because I mean, I can even help people, as stupid as this sounds. A lot of people are getting into podcasting now, or some sort of digital marketing. Well, in order to do that, you should have a rig that can support that. Now, obviously, I can't help you build a laptop. You can only buy a laptop. But if you're going to build a home desktop, like the setup that I have, I can't wait to show you pictures of the setup I have. But the setup that I have, you're going to need a computer to do that. I can help you outfit a computer.
Yeah.
I used to build computers for gaming systems. So, you know what I mean? Like,
gaming systems are pretty much what you need for editing video.
Exactly. So gaming systems will basically be exactly what you need for a good live stream. A good old school telethon. I like that.
That'd be funny.
Like Ryan's kids, donate today.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine?
Donate today to save my humerus.
Yeah, I got a friend request this week from Joel Olstein Ministries. I declined.
Oh, there you go.
Jesus.
Yeah. If you want to go fast, you do it by yourself. If you want to go as far as you do it with a team. Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
But yeah, dude, definitely. Like, this opens up like a lot of topics on the podcast, because we're not just going to be talking from the perspective of arm wrestlers. Now we can talk about, networking, franchising, all that stuff.
Yeah, whether we like it or not, because a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm not a business owner." Yeah, you are. You have a product that you are trying to sell, whether that be an event promoter or whether that be like something like us, which we're pretty much a one-stop shop. You know what I mean? You're pretty much a one-stop shop.
You have to be.
You're a business owner. That's just the way it is. So being a business owner means you have to be an accountant, a salesperson, a janitor, a marketer, an internet programmer, a customer service. You got to be everything.
Right.
So, it's one of those things where
sometimes.
it is overwhelming, but the point is that's how people actually can measure success, is how good is your business doing.
Yeah. Dude, and we work together. Like say Candy and Paul are struggling in Georgia. We can all rally together to help them out. Or whatever, if something, if we're falling short somewhere, we all can help lift that area up.
And that's where the true power of the network is going to be tested.
Yeah.
It's going to be in two different areas. One, how well can we support every one of the franchisees?
Yeah.
And two, how well can we promote each one of the franchisees' events?
Yeah.
That's where the two tests of the true power of this is going to come in.
And that's why, I know like Ray, he's very focused on his tournament, trying to make that a successful tournament. And I want it to be successful too. However, I have to split my time a little because I have to think of the bigger picture.
Yep.
Everyone obviously wants to have their franchise area do well. And I have to look at,
I want them all to do well.
Yeah. And how do I make that happen as 98 HQ?
Yeah.
To make sure that we can bring in sponsors that benefit all of us.
And that would be great.
So that's what I'm focused on.
If HQ was focusing on, for instance, sponsors that would sponsor, let's say, I'm just going to throw out a number. Let's say 10 events a year.
Yeah.
All right. Obviously yours are covered because you're HQ, but then.
Well, I would just split that up and be like, hey, 2 for you, 2 for you, or whatever, whatever it comes out to. Yeah.
So like, let's say they're willing to throw $500 at 10 events.
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that come out to be? $5,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So $5,000 split up between 10 events. Sorry, online math at 1:00 in the morning or whatever it is not.
I didn't even do the math. I just said yes. Just to,
yeah. I think
it's to appease you.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's just add a zero. That's all it is. It's 5,000.
Right.
Anyway,
right.
But in any case, so if you bring on, 10 sponsors like that are willing to do that.
Yeah.
You've now helped out each franchise for every event that they have by, what?
That's like half their medals, half their whatever.
Yeah.
And that's why, I haven't sent out what I'm doing with the sponsor package yet, is because that's how I have to think now. How can I get sponsors for us as a whole?
Yeah. And she is right. She is right. You have to remember that you're not the candle in the wind either. You can lean on us for help and ideas and.
Well, I know. I got to find people on my end that can help me with the day-to-day,
right?
So that I can free up time to do the bigger scale stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's what I'm going to have to swing and focus on,
yeah.
Which is good to have guys like Dave Shell and Sue Fisher to help with that stuff. Like Dave will, take care of the t-shirt orders or something like that to take one thing off my plate.
Right. And anything that he takes off your plate is one less thing that you have to deal with. Yeah.
So, we just got to all get to that point, and then I'll be able to really focus on the whole. But right now, my priority is our website, stuff like that. And then the welcome packages.
Right.
Talking about the franchises on the podcast, I don't want to say it was a mistake, but I didn't expect to have 4 franchises right out of the gate like that. So I thought I'd have a little bit of time to figure out how we're going to do everything. And because of the success of it, I now have to focus on that stuff right away.
So there's your lesson in sales and marketing, right?
Yes,
because you undervalued how much people would actually value your company.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Yeah. So when you spoke about it, you're like, oh, nobody's going to jump on this. Not yet. Let me just put the idea out there. And then before you know it, it's catching on like wildfire.
I didn't think that I definitely, with all the hate we get, I really did not think that many people would jump on what we're
there's
trying
no
to do.
way. There is no way you can tell me that you didn't know that there was enough of us out there that talk to you on a regular basis. You know what I mean?
Well, I didn't think. I didn't think to the. I know people like our concept, but I didn't think people would jump on board as far as committing to being a part of it.
I don't. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Maybe
huge. Thing.
Maybe I was gonna say maybe I just have a different brain, like as far as business goes, but like I can't see a downside of it. Like I just can't. Like why wouldn't you jump at the chance to instantly join a national, now international network of people that think exactly the way you do and want to see the sport grow? Yeah. We're not always going to get along. Right. Shit, there might be something that the Passmores are doing that I can't stand, but it doesn't. I'm not saying that you are. I'm just saying there might be.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Fantastic. But
yeah.
The point is they want to grow the sport.
We don't all have to do exactly the same thing as long as what we're doing is quality.
Right. Not only that, but they're trying to grow the sport. I'm trying to grow the sport. You're trying to grow the sport. That should be enough.
Yeah.
That should be enough for us to help each other.
Because there's enough people out there that are not doing that.
Exactly.
And they're working against the sport and don't realize it.
Well, no, I think they do realize it. They just want theirs. They want their money.
And that's
and they
the
want
sad part. Yeah.
And
it's coming along.
Like I said, Candy, I was just using you as an example. I don't know of anything that you guys are doing that would make me go, ooh. So
I still feel bad, dude. I mailed them the dragons and they got them in 1 million pieces.
Oh, hey, something like that happened to us too. I'm not going to mention who because I know you guys don't get along, but we mailed out all those awards for the tournament, and I swear to God, they played fucking soccer with them.
It's crazy.
They busted 2 or 3 awards.
It was just, thank God, it was only 2 that were damaged.
They busted 2 awards. We thought it was like a dozen because of the way that everything was all damaged. We thought it was a dozen, but it turned out to just be 2. So she had to remake 2 of them and send them back out quickly. And he got them like 2 days? Yeah, 3 days before the tournament.
Yeah, the tournament's today.
Yeah, the tournament's tomorrow. Yeah.
There we go.
You guys should jump on the opportunity of doing 98 event American Fair in Iowa in a year or 2. Going to be huge. There you go. So I mean now.
Cool. I would do that.
So are you from Iowa, Michael? Because my next question would be: do you know somebody that's a promoter out there? That's somebody that could help 98 grow, and then talk to Ryan about becoming a franchisee out in Iowa.
Dude, you know what's funny is I almost didn't do the franchise thing. Like someone asked me the question, would you franchise 98 to someone? And I was like, nah. And then a month went by and I was like, wait a minute. It's not going to hurt us. Like, I don't want to throw tournaments all over the country myself. I just don't have the time.
No, but it isn't. But it isn't anything for you to build a network that everybody can use.
and then we're all doing it together.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, well, now my answer changed. And I was like, let me look into this. And we ran with it, man. And it's working out good. So
one of the neatest things about Iowa is that their arm wrestling club in Des Moines is Children of the Corn Arm Wrestling.
That's
awesome.
So
cool. That is so cool.
I have been to Iowa, dude, and I got to say there are a lot of cornfields on the way out there.
Oh yeah, I
drove there.
I've been through. Yeah, I drove there too. I went through, I think, the western tip of it, and it was just flat.
See, now I'm from New York. Trump was talking about doing an American state fair in Iowa during opening day of presidency. Nice.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry that you're behind enemy lines, but I'm glad that you're on our side.
Question on the website: are we going to be able to live stream off of it? Well, yeah, we could.
So you can host live streams?
I want to have an option to do that, but like we live stream our stuff to YouTube, but we could also dual live stream it to the website, wherever.
Yeah, you could use OBS to just do it to the website, and then or we could all use Streamlabs and and then multi-stream. Yeah.
Yeah, OBS is great for that.
Yeah. So is that what you use? Is OBS?
So we have 2 setups. So for Winter Blast, well, not just Winter Blast, but so one thing we have is a laptop set up with OBS, and we have like a a streaming, not a streaming device, but a splitter for cameras where we can do up to 8 cameras.
Yeah, we used to do the same thing with podcasts.
Then Josh Tassadori has a YOLO box, which is really badass because it's almost like a tablet, everything built into one, and you can do 4 cameras or 8, depending on which one you want. But everything's self-contained in that. You don't need a laptop. So, you don't have to use OBS. Everything is through that box. And that thing is so convenient for like tournaments that you only have 2 tables at or whatever. Very convenient because it's very easy to use. And you can do competitor cards and all that and be like, you can keep score, like scoreboard. Very, very cool to have the YOLO box.
And it's very, very expensive too.
No, you can find it. So it looks like it would be expensive, but Josh found his on like Facebook Market for like a third of the price.
Really? Okay.
Someone getting rid of one.
They retail for like $1,000.
Yeah. But
So,
our main board that does 8 cameras was like, it was expensive. It's like $1,600. But
interesting because like when I did my podcast, right? Yeah. I used to, you can.
I have the Roadcaster for the podcast. Do you use that at all?
The Roadcaster.
Yeah, it's just called a Roadcaster. It's like,
no, it's weird. So I'm using my setup now. I mean, I used to have a much better setup, but this one still works. Obviously, I've got a webcam, a microphone, a mixer. Yeah. It works. I can just go live off of OBS if I wanted to. But yeah, I have a 12-channel mixing board that was actually donated to me when I was doing my podcast by one of my listeners. They got me a 12-channel one, and so yeah, I can run what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 microphones directly if I wanted to, no problem. Nice. Yeah, and then obviously you have your other channels for mono, stereo, whatever. But yeah, so it's 12 channels. So I have that. I have these are Marantz M1000 or MX1000 microphones. Yeah. They are dynamic, right? Because you have to put power to them. So I forget the terminology. But they're powered microphones, right? So you have to have the 48 volts or whatever it is. To it. So I have that. I have 2 of those. I have 4 webcams. So what I used to do is use a splitter and just USB or not USB. Yeah, USB to one of them, and then use the microphone or use the cameras into the four-way.
Like switch.
And on OBS, I didn't even have switches. On OBS, I would just switch between the screens. And each screen would have 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 different combinations, whatever. And I just knew what they were labeled, and that was all I did. So yeah, it's a little bit more work on my end because I'd have to know where everything was, but all 4 cameras would be running all the time. It's just a matter of how you switched it in what screen as to what showed up. And I mean, that was fairly inexpensive to do it that way. And I was running 2 of these Marantz, and I was running 2. So for the hosts, I was running 2 RE320s microphones. So that's the step below the SM7B, which everybody uses. So yeah, I was using 2 RE320s, and so that was for me and Christina, and then the guests would have these, and because these are like $50 a piece. So if these got busted, I really didn't care. The RE320s are 300 used. You know what I mean? So, and the SM7Bs are like 400 used. So so I was like, I didn't want, and since we downsized, but I mean, I had compressors, I had limiters, I had all kinds of shit running. Man, my setup was I probably had $5,000 worth of stuff at one point. And I have 3 monitors. I still have 3 monitors. I have a 32-inch flat screen, 2 27-inch curved screens. So I have this like semicircle right here. So I had 2 monitors when I was doing a podcast, just 2 curved monitors and all of that. But yeah, I got to take you to see I got to show you some of my old podcasts so you can see, because the way my room was set up was the desk was actually a 6 foot by 6 foot square in the middle of my room. Okay. And with this mic, I have no idea. The RE320 would
Maybe
be
if you
really
sing
good.
Baby Shark off of it, you would know.
She doesn't know. I didn't sing it off of this. I sang it off the RE320.
Oh.
But the SM7B obviously would be fantastic because of the fact that it's the microphone that Michael Jackson sang Thriller on.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean it's obviously a very good mic. But anyway, so my desk was a 6 foot by 6 foot square in the middle of my room, and I had 4 spots that had green screens, just green, basically blankets, right, or sheets.
It was material.
It was material. It was made for green screens, but it was it basically was sheets. And then I had the whole square of my ceiling was LED lighting, and the reason why I did that is because as well as I do, green screens are a bitch to get right with lighting. So if you make the entire room the same, you set it and forget it.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what I did. I made the entire room the same light so that I just set it and forget it. The 2 hosts had the walls so that the green screens were perfect.
Yeah.
The guests we had 2 that would fold down. We would roll them down because one was at basically my entrance door and the other one was my fireplace. Yeah. So because again, this is my house.
Right.
And then we put sound deadening all over the wall, which you can still see some of it behind me there.
Yeah.
That's all sound deadening. We had it all over the walls. And that's how we ran it. So we had the 2 better cameras. What are these? The 920s or 930s pointing at us, her and I, and we sat directly across from one another so we could actually have a conversation. So it was more organic, right? Because we were actually having a conversation about the topic.
Yeah.
In real time.
I
right?
like that setup. Yeah.
And then when guests showed up, they were to my right and left with slightly cheaper mics and slightly cheaper cameras, even though it looked the same on the thing. If we ever had a guest throw up or fucking spill a drink or something like that, you know what I mean? Because we've had both. They at most ruined the microphone.
Well, have you had one get naked and show their taint?
No.
No,
we had somebody fall. We had somebody puke on my shoe.
Oh my God.
We had somebody spill a drink.
Was it because they were drinking during the podcast?
Oh yeah. So we used to also run these joke podcasts Friday nights and Saturday nights. And one was for New Year's Eve.
Oh my
God.
Yeah.
She was making Red Deaths, and we had people down from Pennsylvania that also were in the political movement. And so, we were making fun of other people we knew, and we were dancing and singing. And then Saccone showed up with a fucking sombrero. We actually have a picture of it. Saccone showed up with a fucking sombrero from Raleigh, and he's like, yo, I got to catch up. And he's down in Red Deaths. And so you got to picture this dude. He's black as the ace of spades with dreadlocks with a fucking sombrero this big, talking Mexican to us, talking about catching up with drinks. Funny guy. I love this guy. He's like one of my best friends. And so, that was the podcast there. And we were just having a blast. But that night I got my shoe puked on. They spilled a drink all over the desk.
She literally just sat there and just.
Yeah, she literally just sat there, put her head down. And this is my friend's wife. Sat there, put her head down. And next thing I know, I feel something warm on my shoe. And I look down and she's puking on my fucking shoe. It was fantastic. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But anyway, we had this place set up, really set up. But I mean,
sounds awesome.
Once my kids' schools were being put on Twitter, my address was being put on Twitter.
You're like,
I made it to the number 4 on Antifa's kill list. No shit. I actually saw the fucking kill list and my name was number 4. So once that all happened, it was starting, and Monique was around now. So, because it was one thing with the adult children. It was one thing with the adult children. They all knew how to handle their weapons and shit like that. So, this, that, and the other thing. But when the infant came along, then we were like, we need to probably step this back a little bit. And we did. And I think for 2.5 years, people were still sending me clips of Antifa in Pennsylvania trying to look for me and fucking, all kinds of shit. It was funny as shit. But it was something. It was something. But I did have a great setup, but since then I've sold all of it. I sold a lot of it. I mean, I don't have any of my compressors or limiters or any of that shit anymore. And I sold all my RE320s. So yeah, I've got the 2 Marantz, my soundboard, and 4 webcams. That's what I have left.
Nice. Yeah, I'm hoping if we get like a 98 HQ, we could have a dedicated podcast room and really do some cool stuff in there.
Oh, that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome.
But that's down the road. But it is.
I will say when this was a dedicated podcast room.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, the quality of the shit that I put out.
Yeah.
Was insane. Like no bullshit. I would scour the net for backdrops.
Yeah.
That I would want. Like her and I were sitting in a room full of guns.
Yeah.
And the way I positioned our cameras, we were sitting at the desk, like in the room full of guns.
Oh, nice.
So it looked like we were actually sitting in a room full of guns.
Yeah.
There was, obviously ones that were too easy to, I mean, if it was like just an American flag background or something, both of us would be there. But one that I was really proud of was after a State of the Union address, I would put on a suit jacket and a button-up shirt, and I would sit at my desk, but I would create the background to make it look like I was standing at the podium of the President of the United States.
Oh, that's cool.
So I had the whole fucking, the White House logo behind me. It was like the press briefing, right?
Like a press release. Yeah.
Exactly. So I would do my version of the State of the Union after the State of the Union, and it looked like I was standing at the podium.
That's so cool.
Right. So that type of shit, So yeah, I was pretty creative.
That's what I would like to do, because then, the better production you put out, the more people watch your stuff typically. So I'm set up for having a space like that, but it's just me in my office. So,
but that's okay. That's how I got started.
Have a place, then I can set all this equipment up there.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how I got started, though, is just me in a corner in my office.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I will tell you this. You're right. The better production that you put out, the more that people will follow you. But I will tell you this: if people like what you're saying and they understand it and they I guess identify with it, I know from experience they will listen to you even if they can't watch you. I used to have such a shoddy internet connection here that you could only hear me.
Yeah.
But my video would just break up all the time because I had satellite internet.
Yeah.
So it couldn't support the video. It could support the audio, but it couldn't support the video. So the video would just break up like shit, but people would tune in just for the audio. And I would run it as if I was still talking to the camera because I never knew when it was working and when it wasn't.
Yeah.
And
That's awesome.
So when you did get me at a clear time, you got to see me. When you didn't, you got to see fucking Matrix, but you got to hear me. So
we could, just because we're on YouTube, we could also put the audio version of this out on other,
Spotify,
whatever. Yeah, we could do that in the future. We just haven't. But as we grow, then we'll have more time to focus on things.
I agree with you.
I think that where 98's just one big family, and people at different franchises have different jobs within 98 doing things, so that we're all working together as a well-oiled machine, instead of if it's separate.
Well, I was going to say, even if it's several of us that have the same job, like I did work for somebody, because again, this was like a news broadcasting thing.
Yeah.
I did work for somebody that basically was, the headquarters of the news thing, and he had his own show. But then there was a bunch of us that did shows under him.
Yeah.
And, granted, we all had a falling out, whatever. He turned out to be a dick, but the concept was good.
Yeah.
And we all had our time slots.
Yeah.
We would all advertise each other's shows.
Yeah.
Right.
Each franchise could have their own show.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. That
would be awesome.
We could all have our own show, and hey, don't forget, guys, thank you for tuning in tonight, but don't forget Friday nights at 8:30, you got FTG with 98 HQ, baby. Don't forget to go check them out.
One of the things I did in all the 98 groups is you can schedule posts. So every Friday at let's say 6:30, it puts out a post automatic saying, hey, tonight at 8:30, to remind people.
Now,
so
what would be beautiful was
firing for all of us everywhere.
Now, what would be beautiful is if somehow, some way with AI, we could then have it check the YouTube channel at 9 or 8:30 and grab the actual link.
Yeah. Because I always grab and go post it myself.
Right. If it could grab the YouTube link and then repost it again.
Yeah.
Because then it would be live.
I mean, like, come join us. Yeah.
Come join us. Yep.
I mean, that's kind of how I do it now, just manually.
Right. I'm saying if
Yeah,
AI
it would be
could do
cool.
that. Yeah.
It probably can, dude, honestly. You know, or when we start setting up AI and these posts, the automatic posts, it could be posting like, hey, Friday night is 8:30 is FTG, and then Tuesday night is Ted, and this day is Ray, and
right.
We put all our podcasts out there, so people start to see a united front.
Exactly. And it's all under the banner of 98 HQ or 98 Arm Wrestling, just in the shield. And then 98 NC goes live Monday. 98 Georgia goes live. Tuesday, whatever. 98 Southwest goes live Wednesday, and don't forget the big show Friday nights. With FTG,
where all of us might be on it, or
exactly.
Plus,
what I mean?
I still want to do like the meetings I was talking about, like a monthly summit meeting with all the franchise owners, where we just brainstorm.
I agree wholeheartedly, man.
Or we bring up
about what we're doing right now
and how we can make them better.
Think about what we're doing right now. We just spent the last 48. We just spent the last 48 minutes doing basically that.
Yeah,
just brainstorming.
Yeah, and the cool part it'll be all different people from around the country,
right?
With unique problems to their areas,
right?
You won't probably have the same problems as Ray, and we probably won't have the same problems as Brian up in Canada, and so we can all kind of help each other. Okay, what issue are you having, and how can we fix it?
Exactly.
So I can't wait, dude, because this is the stuff I could talk about all day.
Yeah, no, same with me. I mean, it's also making me kind of regret, although I am staring at it. I still have a little PVC frame that I have. It's disassembled right now, but it's sitting in me right in the corner over here that I put up, and I could put a green screen anywhere I want.
Yeah.
So
cool.
I could reassemble that and make that my backdrop and have a green screen and do it all over again.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to do that, I could.
That's cool. Yeah, I thought about doing that in here because I put the digital one on, but it's kind of choppy. If
it is, yeah. I mean, it's basically like a very poorly lit green screen.
Yeah,
that's basically what it is. Yeah,
I did set up a green screen, like I ordered one and all that, and did it. But because I just put a front light, it still was choppy.
You need an overhead light.
Yeah,
you need an overhead light.
So I'm just gonna wait till we have a headquarters, and then we'll do like a legit podcast room.
Well, since I'm not moving into a new house anytime soon, I'll probably just have to revamp this section of the house so that I can do it, but
because this is my office, but it also is like everything 98 is in here, like the 3D printers, the sewing machine. Like I put a countertop and all that stuff is all set up in a station. And
one of these days I'll take you into what used to be my guest bedroom, because I don't have a 3-bedroom house, and then I have an office and a living room.
Yeah.
You
so
took over this office.
At one time I did, yeah, but I mean, you're still here, but
you won't let me go anywhere.
Yeah. So as you can tell, this office is not only this, but it's also my gym.
Do you guys game side by side?
We don't game anymore. We used to
stop completely.
Yeah, we used to game, but we used to game side by side. Yeah.
Nice.
Honestly, man, when the fuck are we supposed to find the time?
Yeah, I know that's the hard part.
I mean, seriously, when the hell are we supposed to find the time? But no, I mean, this is my gym. As a matter of fact, it's funny. I'm sure somebody's going to comment on the fact that look at how little the weight is back there. And what it is first of all, that bar weighs. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So that bar weighs 10 pounds, and I have an extra 5 on there, so it's 15 pounds.
Yeah.
And all I do is I do about 200 reps for my blood flow routine every morning.
Yeah.
So it's rise, it's pronation, it's supination, it's cupping across your body, and just wrist flexion.
Yeah.
And that makes up the 200 reps.
It's a good warm up too.
Yeah, and I do that with 15 pounds every single day for 6 days a week. So yeah,
good.
like tomorrow I won't do that because I have practice in the morning, and I'll do that in the evening. So either way, yeah. So I mean, and then Sunday I rest. So
cool.
But yeah. So I mean, I literally do that every day or 6 days a week. And,
we have this office, and then that's where you were going with it.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. So yeah, I have this office, and then I gotta take a video just for you because nothing's painted, so she doesn't want to show it off to the public. But I basically built her
actually, believe it or not, before I went in for surgery, because she didn't know how long I was going to be down.
Yeah.
So it was like the week of that I was going in for surgery. So I was pretty fucking hurt, but not hurt enough that I couldn't build shit.
Yeah.
So built her a desk that has her laser on it.
Oh,
right.
nice.
And her laser is what, 3 foot by 3 foot? I think so. I think that the area of her her laser is 3 foot by 3 foot. So I built a 4 foot by 4 foot desk, and I have it so that the laser is bolted to the desk, and you could take the whole desk and fold it up.
Oh,
And
nice.
clip it so that it folds against the wall.
Yeah, so it's
without
out of the
hurting
way.
the laser at all, because
Oh,
I
that's
built
cool.
it. I spaced it off the wall so that it wouldn't
Perfectly,
crush
yeah.
the laser.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of the room, I have another fold down desk, but this one's longer and shallower. And that one is so when she's making her awards or prepping her t-shirts or anything like that, everything can be done there. And then her press is to the left of that. And then next to on the other side of the room, on the other side of the corner, is her computer that controls the laser. So
That's cool.
she has now she has a laptop to do that because her computer took a shit. But but basically that's her working office. This office, she does designs, marketing, that kind of stuff. Hangs out with me, that kind of stuff. But yeah, this for me, this is everything as far as my digital stuff. It's right here.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then I have all of my, as you can tell, my cat uses my arm wrestling table as well.
Wants to do blood flow.
Yeah, she's funny, man. She's funny. But yeah, so right behind me is an arm wrestling table, and then I have to that side is my weight bench with a half power rack, and I have about 650 to 700 pounds of weight in here.
Nice.
And then I have an exercise bike and a TV too that I can watch while I'm exercise biking.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
That was all my wife's idea, bro. The TV. All my wife's idea.
Probably smart though, because then you're not thinking about what you're doing.
It makes cardio a lot more bearable.
I like Ray coming on the podcast tonight while he's exercise biking.
Yeah, that was great. That was good for him though. That was good. I was listening to him going, nope, that ain't gonna happen. Next week I ain't gonna be on no fucking bike, man.
Yeah.
I just have to put a TV in front of the sauna.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, she also bought me a sauna. What was it for my birthday?
I honestly
I
don't
don't know.
remember.
She bought me a sauna, one of those
It's so bad.
Yeah, she bought me one of those portable saunas, and I have that.
You tried it?
Oh yeah.
How is it?
I love it, bro. I fucking love it. It's just
I need to get one.
it's the red light one. It's a dry sauna, obviously. It's got a red light in it. It can be set up in like an hour, anywhere you want. And the only thing is I'm so fucking high strung. Like I don't mind saying it. I'm so fucking high strung that like I hate being alone with my thoughts. So when I'm sitting there and I don't have anything to do in the sauna, like I just go crazy. So sauna, cardio, all of that's really tough for me. So that's why the TV's here for the cardio. And she needs to put a TV in front of the fucking sauna or something. I don't know, but like I brought my phone in there and it was okay. But then, it's only a one person sauna. So you're kind of hunched over looking at your phone. You can't really kick your leg up, or anything like that. You're just in a chair. That's it. Like that. You're just sitting there. So, your neck starts cramping and shit like that. And it's like, well, that doesn't work. I usually just listen to music, but you're still just listening to music. So it's like, it's a bit of a pain. First world problems. You know what I mean? Like I fully admit that it's first world problems. Okay.
What I need to do is build you a better chair that has a higher back for you because you're tall.
Maybe. Yeah. Cause I just have a folding chair in there. So it just get very uncomfortable.
Right.
But
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, other than that, it's just, I usually do about a half hour in there at anywhere from 50 to 55 degrees Celsius. Cause it doesn't do it in Fahrenheit. Either anywhere from 50 to 55 degrees Celsius with the light on. And I can usually lose about 1.5 pounds in that half hour.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, obviously that's just water weight. You get it right back. But the point is you're cleansing yourself. Of that 1.5 pounds worth of water, So, yeah.
That's cool.
I recommend doing research because there's different types of
she said you definitely recommend doing research because there's a lot of different types of saunas. And stuff like that. And there's a lot of reviews. She could probably send you to the link of the one that I got. What was it? 250, 300, something like that.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Yeah. So
cool.
And it works. I'm telling you, it works beautiful. Like,
Yeah.
you won't be disappointed. Oh, and you can even put your skin up against the heating panels and you won't burn yourself.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I mean, I do. I sit on that folding chair and I lean back, and my back is up against the wall, and it's the heating panel. And at first, it's obviously hotter than the rest of the place.
Yeah,
but it doesn't burn you.
Right. That's
I
cool.
can sit on it the entire time. It doesn't burn you.
Yeah, tell her to send me the link to that. That's cool.
I will. Well, you just did because she can hear you. Yeah, that I don't miss is what you're doing right there. Because the headphones right now, after 4 or 5 hours, would be bothering the shit out of me.
Oh, having them on? Yeah. These are not too bad. These are pretty comfortable ones.
Yeah, I mean, I had some pretty
I've had
decent
some
ones.
shitty ones though.
Yeah, I've had some really shitty ones too, but I had some pretty decent ones, and you know, obviously,
the fine ones I liked.
You're just monitoring. Oh, so you can hear me without the headphones?
No.
Oh,
just a little.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
I got
a little bit.
Oh shit, they came down. They're only $200, $210.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So send you the link. It's off of Amazon.
Well, this one is the one I got.
Well, I mean, it's the same fucking one. It looks like. Yeah.
Looks like the exact same one.
But anyway, yeah, she'll send you the link in a second. But yeah, man, we had some good times with that podcast. I'll never forget that one of the drunk ones we did. The only rule was on the drunk ones was no politics, because I did 3 shows throughout the week that were all about politics. They were all serious and they were all about politics.
Yeah.
So for the drunk one on Saturday night, the only rule was no politics. You can talk about anything else you want, just not politics. So one of my good friends who only lives about a half hour from here turns around and says, how much would it take for a donation for you to sing Baby Shark? And I on stream. And I turned around and said, and I thought of the most outrageous fucking number that I could. I said $1,000.
Fell out.
And so somebody had written 1,000 people donating $1. And I said, no. $1,000 from one person will get me to sing Baby Shark on the stream. Because I'm like, there ain't no fucking way anybody's going to do it. And I'm not singing. My buddy goes, start singing, bitch. And she starts fucking like jumping out of the seat. Like, what are you? She's in tears. I'm like, what? And I see it pop up. Because she always
and you're like, damn it.
I see it pop up. Robbie donates $1,000. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. I said, what are you going to do, Robbie? Cancel the fucking payment tomorrow? He goes, you know me better than that. Don't fucking insult me. He goes, start singing, motherfucker. So I was like, well, I'm not just going to spend $1,000. I told my wife and my 2 daughters, I said, get your asses over here. So all 4 of us sang Baby Shark.
No, not all 4. That's
right. You didn't. The 2 daughters did.
Sing Baby Shark.
Yeah.
You definitely need backup singers. You definitely need backup singers if you're going to sing Baby Shark.
Me and my 2 daughters sang Baby Shark live on the stream, and he never did cancel the payment. It was $1,000 donation.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah. It was funny shit, dude. You should also think about that. I know you have the YouTube stuff, but especially through Streamlabs, you can have a donation goal, and with a bar and all of that. You should think about doing that and have really cool like pop-ups for when somebody does donate, right? It makes them feel special that they did donate. And honestly, man, people say it's fucking cheesy or whatever. It isn't cheesy. What you do takes time. It takes research. It takes effort. You should get paid for that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as when when I start doing my podcast for real again.
Yeah.
I will start doing that through Streamlabs. I will have the dashboard set up. I will have the donation bar set up and a goal for what it is. Now, don't be lying about it, because I've seen a lot of people do that too, where, new camera for the stream. And, then all of a sudden the bar resets for new camera for the stream. It's like, how many fucking cameras you get for the fucking stream?
That's cool. I could see some assholes doing that.
Yeah. It's like, but like for me, I did a trip up to PA. I needed $1,000 to do it.
Yeah.
I had a goal for it. I wound up making like 1,600. So, I mean, I still put it back into the company, but the point is I had the $1,000 to go to Pennsylvania and do the trip. And I showed it was, I didn't take the $1,000 and then not show, I showed and I spoke at the rally, the whole 9. So,
Wasn't that also the weekend that our son took the truck?
Yeah, that was the weekend that our son stole the truck and almost killed himself. Yeah.
Jesus.
Which was fun because we got that call at 3:00 in the morning. I don't know if you want to close down the stream. I'll stop talking. I just figured we were having a conversation, but I mean,
No, go I'm good. Yeah.
Phone call.
So you got to picture this. We were in Harrisburg at the Capitol, speaking at a rally, and I was one of the keynote speakers there. We were talking about, so it was in the summer. I think it was August, was it not? I think it was August, July or August. So it was in the summer. It's fucking hot. No, it wasn't.
Yes, because when we met Sarge and his wife, she gave me a birthday package.
Oh, that's right. So why the fuck was I overheating? I don't remember. But because I remember I was out in the sun all fucking day, but I guess it was only 50 or 60 degrees. But either way.
Yeah, we had a jacket, but it was still warm.
Out there all day, tired as fuck, didn't eat, didn't drink. That might be why I had the headache and all that shit. Didn't eat, didn't drink, tired as hell. We stayed at a hotel that night and we were going to leave the next day.
Yeah.
It was 3:00 in the morning. I'm fucking exhausted, headache, the whole nine. I get woken up by a phone call. Now she had taken melatonin, so she's out, chemically out.
Okay.
And the phone's ringing and it keeps ringing and it's her phone. And I'm like, would you pick up the fucking phone? And she's like, it's just spam. I'm like, at 3:00 in the morning. So I finally go over to her side of the bed. I grab the phone. I answer the phone call and I hear, blah, blah, blah. This is so-and-so. This is officer so-and-so. And I said, hang on a second. So I'm like trying to scrape the freaking, I'm like, what? And he goes, is your son's name blah, blah, blah? And I was like, yeah. And she's yelling at me. It's a scam. And I'm like, no, it isn't. And I'm trying to get away from her because she's chemically fucked up right now. And she's over there trying to grab the phone from me and hang it up. And I'm like,
the person that was staying here at the house.
So then she grabs my phone and calls the person that's here babysitting my kids. I shouldn't say babysitting. They were adults, but staying here watching the kids.
Yeah.
15. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're kids. So anyway, she calls him and he gets out of bed and he's like, oh shit, he's not here. Well, okay. Now everything's getting real. By the way, there was a fucking nor'easter coming through. So it was just rain and sleet and all kinds of shit coming through that night. And I've got bald front tires on my Mustang at the time because I had rotated them from the back.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got to haul ass home because my son wrecked his truck and it was
going to be his truck.
It was going to be his truck. Wrecked it. And I'm talking wrecked it. Like the cab was crushed below the seat height. Yeah. He went 10 feet in the air spinning, hit a telephone pole and slid down the telephone pole.
And he was all right.
Do you know that this kid walked away with a fat lip and a bruise? One bruise.
Lucky, dude.
When I got home, when I saw him, I told him, I said, I love you to death, but I was hoping that you had a broken arm, a broken leg, something. Man. Because right now all I want to do is strangle you because you didn't get a mark on you.
I mean, it was so bad. The storm was so bad that they had fucking ramps on 95 shut down.
Yeah, the storm was so bad they had ramps on 95 shut down. There was points in the night where anybody who's driven long time, which I know David has, there's times where it's raining so fucking bad that I don't care what kind of car you're in. At some point, you're just like, Jesus, take the wheel because you're steering, the car ain't moving. And you're like, fuck, this shit sucks. And I was doing that almost the whole way home in the Mustang. It was such a fucking night. Yeah. And that was the same night. But anyway, yeah. So long story short, that's what we had to do with the, or long story long. That's what we used to use the Streamlabs stuff for. And you should do that. You honestly should.
Yeah. I mean, I use it. It does like a couple posts now and then, like, click this link or whatever, like and subscribe.
Yeah.
I haven't really played with it for all the other stuff, but
yeah, you really should.
I know it can do a lot of shit.
You could set up custom alerts every time somebody subscribes, anytime somebody likes the video, if you want it to go that crazy, which I wouldn't on YouTube, but subscribes, I definitely would. If somebody subscribes to you, you could sit there and have it do a custom notification. And I'm talking like anything you want, a 3D dancing bear, a fucking GIF of you doing this, whatever. I used to have, because obviously it was a political podcast, I used to have Trump doing his dance, and shit like that. People got a kick out of that. If you donated, I had Trump going, you, and shit like that. And there was music that played. And of course we would interrupt the stream and thank you for that. Right. and then the goal would move. Like you would see the bar and you would see the donation goal and it would all move. And
I like that. Yeah.
And you know, again, this isn't it isn't something like you're begging for money because you're not. You're using it, and it doesn't matter what you're using it for. Okay, but you're using it to better the community.
Yeah.
Period. The bottom line is that I personally know how much work it takes to do what you're doing, as far as putting a podcast together, you know, doing the research that you need to do on local events, whatever. Shell is doing a ton of fucking research on who's pulling next, what tournament, what group is pulling where, all of that shit. So like, you know, I mean, the whole spreadsheet behind them, for God's sake, is all research. So all of that shit takes time. Time is money. That's simple.
Yeah.
No matter what, whether I'm sorry, what?
I've been keeping my mouth shut here because what I was doing while you were talking was putting the latest getting around video out about 20 different places. Where
See, there you go. Yeah. But time is money, right? He's spending time not only on camera right now, not only listening to me just gab, but he's also marketing, right?
Well, and you know, Sean Hancock's a good one to he advocates for promoters. He's like, this is the only sport where the people that are in the sport think that promoters shouldn't make anything.
Exactly.
Which is weird to me because, man, sometimes I'm like, okay, the reason I don't take any money as payment for 98 right now is because I have some goals I want to reach first.
Right.
And I think
I was going to comment.
Bigger,
I was going to comment on the way up the highway tonight when, you know, I was out in the car. That's one other thing I nag him about is keep track of what the hell you're putting into the damn organization. Because if you do ever start making money, get some of it back. But no, he doesn't.
Anyway,
because look, the bottom line is, and this is, listen, you're right. It's hard for you to put prices on your own time, and I understand that. But the point is that no matter what, it is a business.
Yeah.
And in order for it to be a successful business, it doesn't matter how good your idea is. It doesn't matter how good of a marketer you are. If it's not making money, it's not successful. That's just the bottom line. Okay.
Yeah,
so
we do make money, but like, you know, Dave can attest to, we put it right back into it. So
and that's fine. Whatever you do with your money is what you do with it. That's your business.
Yeah.
Okay. Me personally, to run a successful business, you need 30% going to the business, right? And that's just to the business. Like you should have a bank account with 30 cents on every dollar that you ever make.
Yeah.
Okay. For expenses, for whatever. Yeah. And then the other 70% is used for upgrades, salaries, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's how a business is run.
Right.
Like, and again, I understand grassroots and all of that stuff. And I'm not saying to try to get rich off of other people's backs, but doing it this way is not getting rich, but it's making money off of people's generosity. And as long as you stay true to your word and how you use it, then people are not going to have a problem being generous to you.
Right.
Okay. If you ever fuck them, the donations dry up immediately.
Oh yeah.
I watched it happen with the guy that I worked for.
Yeah.
I watched it happen with the guy that I worked for. Oh, I need this much money for a field kit. He called it a field kit. It was a camera, microphone, and you know, with the screen, the whole nine. It was a good setup. It was like $1,600. Yeah. He said he needed $3,200.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. And we all knew it wasn't, but when he reached the $3,200, we never saw the new field kit. See, that was also something. When I turned around and I first started, if I said I needed a new microphone, the second I got the new microphone here,
showing it off,
there was a video of me unboxing the microphone and thanking the people that made it possible.
Yeah.
So there was always receipts for what I said I was spending the money for.
Yeah.
And if it was literally just travel expenses, or if it was general expenses, like Shell could turn around and say, hey, general expenses for 98. All right. Okay. Then it's general expenses for 98. If that includes salary, fucking food, whatever it includes, it's general expenses for 98.
And we do have like monthly bills, like, you know, that fluctuate between $200 to $300.
What we don't have is salary.
Exactly.
We don't have salaries, but you know, $200 to $300 worth of bills for 98. So when we don't have money in the account, I mean,
that has to come out of your pocket.
Coming out of my pocket.
Yeah. So and that's the point, right? So if you literally just put up as a starter goal,
$500 per month, right? Just to meet the expenses and maybe put $100 in each one of your pockets. As long as you stay true to that, dude,
yeah,
that'll help out immensely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not saying that you can't get, you can't still get super chats off of YouTube. Obviously you're still going to get your sponsors and all that, but that extra $500 a month is going to take a huge burden off of you and Shell in what you guys do. You know what I mean?
Well, the point is, I am being paid in other than coin, and what I mean by that is, I told my team I went to practice on Wednesday, and I sent them a note. And I said, I just wanted to let them know how much I appreciate them, because I said, I always joked about, if I wasn't doing this, what would I be doing? I'd be sitting at home lumping out, watching Law and Order reruns, getting ready to drop dead. Well, I'll tell you, I have not been moving around as much, just because I do need a hip replacement. It's a real pain. And so Tuesday, at the end of the day, I thought, what the fuck did I do all day? And I did some stuff around the house, but I didn't go out. I did not I basically lumped it out in a chair. I really didn't. And I said, and it kind of gave me a brief window on what I've been talking about.
Right.
That if I didn't have this, so it was just Wednesday. Well, of course, and this was just one day, because Sunday, Saturday I went to, Xander Nason's, the graduation party, and we did some pulling there on Saturday. Sunday we had our practice. Monday I went up to Ivan Marrero's group. Tuesday I just lumped around. But even just that one day of lumping around, I just felt like, it's like, oh, no, I don't know. This is,
right.
Something I don't want to.
Because you're not used to sitting around.
I don't want to see it, permanently.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's another thing. I just thought of it because I heard your voice compared to like Shell's, right? And I'm sure my voice is very clear and very crisp and all of that, right? It's because the one of the keys of podcasts is sound.
Yeah.
Sound has to be perfect, right? Now, obviously, Shell's on the road, so he can't be held at fault for that. But what I'm saying is like, let's say he was doing it from a home office every week. Should invest in a microphone, should invest in at least a little bit of a mixer, should invest in a webcam. And the reason being is because that's how podcasts get judged. Is your video good? Okay, that's fine. But your sound has to be good.
Yeah.
Right. And like your voice is fine. Like your voice is crisp. It comes across good. It's got good volume to it. You're not clipping.
Yeah.
Right. That's another thing, because that was another thing. Like when I ranted, because political shit you get passionate about. So I knew I would rant. Ask her how many times, I'd sit there and I'm going to turn my head so it doesn't clip, but ask her how many times I'd be like, just testing to see how loud I can go before it clipped, and then turn everything down to limit it before it did.
Dude, like when I get passionate about what I'm talking about, I talk louder, and like my wife will text me and be like, "What are you screaming about?" I'm like, "Sorry." But
that's my point. Like I would tune my audio equipment so that it would never clip.
Yeah.
Because I never wanted my audio to be anything less than perfect. Yeah, I hear it.
Headphones are difficult for me because I'm totally deaf in one ear. So it's kind of like it's not a balanced sort of thing. But I don't know. I have been told numerous times that I have a radio voice.
You do. You do.
That I think just as
Getting around with Professor David Shell.
But that's the thing. If you listen to all of our voices and the timbre of them, right? And David's voice is not being done justice right now because he's on a cell phone microphone, right? So it doesn't really bring
a laptop mic, but
Well, either way, it doesn't bring across the timbre and so like even on a laptop, I didn't know you were using a laptop. So you can invest in a cheap, like $30-$40 USB microphone, like a Yeti. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, Yetis are pretty expensive. So you can even get one of these in a USB, which is a Marantz.
I might have one around for you, Dave, actually.
Yeah. So if you do that and you tune it so that your voice sounds the way it should without clipping and all of that stuff, and without being like a regular microphone, like a webcam mic or a laptop or a cell phone, your voice is very tinny. Right.
Yeah.
So like it does, because I've met you.
That's the worst when you have a guest on and they're like in their basement on a cell phone. And it's like, dude, we can't really hear what you're saying.
And that's the key right there, right? If you can get your sound quality to be like what your mic is, what my mic is for everybody on your podcast, especially the host.
Makes a big difference. Yeah.
Especially the host, like David, you, me, whoever your normals are.
Yeah.
Obviously, your camera guy has a professional setup. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's got everything going. But my point is if you can get that done for like the regulars,
yeah,
then it wouldn't hurt so bad when that cell phone guy came on or anything like that, because they'd still be able to hear us, no problem.
Yeah.
That's the key to a podcast, is the sound quality. And I know that's why I kept these microphones. I did a lot of research on these for $50.
Yeah.
Okay. The sound quality of these microphones is absolutely phenomenal for $50. And to match the quality of this mic, I'd need to go up to like $250 to $300 out of something else.
Yeah.
So that's why I have this one. What mic are you using? Do you even know?
Yeah. Mine is a Rode. It's a Rode that goes with the Rodecaster.
Okay.
Just this one was like in the $300 range.
I know which one you're talking about. My ex-boss had the same mic, and
I don't know if you can see it there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It came with a big windsock on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
I
love this thing, dude. And I have a like one of those screens I can flip in front of it if I have to, but I don't really use it.
Yeah, so it came with a split screen and a big windsock.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good to me.
No, it does.
Yeah,
it does, absolutely. I would say that the top three would be the Rodecaster would be at number 3, the RE320 would be at number 2, and the SM7B would be number 1.
And the funny thing is when I was I research everything I buy, like
same
crazy.
Here.
Same here. Those were the 3 that were like comparable.
Yep.
And the only reason I went with the Rode is to stick to the same brand as the Podcaster.
And see, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, so I went with the RE320 because the SM7B was just out of my price range.
Yeah.
And the Rodecaster for me, for my voice, just it didn't quite line up correctly. For me. Like I didn't like my sound on it.
Right.
So with the RE320, I don't know if you know, but like since you did the research, you probably do. But the RE320 is mostly used by radio VJs and DJs. Rush Limbaugh, very famously,
the most common one amongst
used one.
Yeah.
So does I can't remember his damn name now. The crazy lunatic fucker.
I know who you mean.
You know who I'm talking about. Alex Jones.
Yeah.
He uses one. There's a lot of guys that use RE320s. It's a very radio-esque microphone.
Yeah.
SM7B is a very studio-esque microphone.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's something like if you want to sound just absolutely crystal clear, the SM7B is the great one. The problem is the SM7B is also power hungry. You got to turn your gain way up for the SM7B. Whereas me, I've got my gain at like 1 o'clock and my channel volume at like +2, and my main volumes are always maxed. But my channel volume is at like +2, +5, something like that. My gain is at like 1 o'clock. That's not hungry. That's doing okay, and I could probably turn it down some, but
I only got the Rodecaster because tons of podcasters use it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And, I mean, it's got the extra buttons if I want to do sounds and weird stuff.
They also use the ATC 2020 a lot too. Yeah, which is a much less expensive mic, but it's also clips really easy.
Yeah.
But
this one's pretty good with clipping. Like, I have to really like do something crazy to make it clip.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you have a volume meter anywhere?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would see it if it clipped. If it goes into the yellow and red, it's clipping.
Yeah. Like I did a lot of testing with it, like adjusting it to keep it where I wanted it. And I just set it and forget it now.
Yeah. And that's the key, right?
The only time where I get irritated is because everything's lit up. If I walk away and Everly gets in here, she starts, and I have a cover over it, but now she's old enough to remove the cover.
Yep.
And she starts changing everything. And then I'm like, shit, now I have to adjust everything over again.
Yeah. And then the worst part is like, if you get just a mysterious gremlin and you just don't know what the fuck happened, then it was because somebody pressed mute on your channel or something. But
I've had some weird stuff happen. And one time she messed with everything, and it took me a while to figure out what she did. And it was like she had hit some button for Bluetooth, and it was like picking up something Bluetooth from another room,
Oh,
and I was
nice,
like,
nice.
"Where is this sound coming from?"
Yeah.
And but the cool thing was figuring it out that I can just plug my cell phone into it, and we can take calls now.
Yeah,
that's kind of fun.
Yep. And I mean, like I said, I never got rid of the soundboard. Here's the thing: I sold pretty much all of my really expensive stuff.
Yeah.
And I didn't sell the soundboard. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I don't need one this big. You want to know why?
Yeah,
Because it was donated to me.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And I wouldn't
that's
do
cool.
it. I wouldn't do it because it was donated. I didn't spend any money on it. So, and I wasn't going to do that to the guy that donated it to me.
Yeah.
Even though
that's cool.
he never wanted it back. He doesn't even know. I doubt he even knows that I'm still alive.
Yeah.
Like he used to do podcasting all the time under the same guy. And he used to do basically a coffee thing in the morning for 2 hours. He would do like an 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock morning news thing. Never got passionate about anything, just kind of very straight laced, kind of like a Walter Cronkite type of deal.
Yeah.
And did that type of stuff. And, I used to love tuning in the morning and talking to him on his podcast. And, he never took callers or anything like that. It was just, you had to write them. But yeah, so it was just cool because he was very dimly lit studio, historical, everything around him.
That's cool.
Like he had his own flavor, he's he was an elderly guy. And he hung it all up one day and just started traveling. He went in the RV with his wife and took off.
See ya.
And he donated this to me. I don't even think that I know it wasn't his. He bought one for me and donated it to me. And then, it was crazy. And I remember the learning curve.
Oh, I bet.
Because I thought I needed to have all the same equipment as the guy that I was working for because his sound was really good.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, in order to get that, I got to have this. And don't get me wrong, having the compressors and the limiters and all of that was really cool.
Yeah.
But you just don't need it.
Right.
You just don't need
these
it.
days, there's I mean, there's guys podcasting with nothing.
Right. And that's what I'm doing right now.
It sounds great.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I have a decent quality mic.
Yeah.
Obviously a good soundboard. I don't even call it a soundboard. It's a mixer. I'm sorry. A decent quality mic, a good mixer, and a decent quality camera, which the camera is a Logitech 930. It's nothing special.
Yeah. Dude, I'm using the built-in camera on my Mac.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Macs have really good cameras. So yeah. I mean, Shell's camera looks good too.
Perfect, but it works,
Yeah, I mean, Shell's camera looks good too. It's just a microphone. That's it.
Yeah. But I'd love to be set up in an actual podcast room where I set up like all my HDMI cameras.
For sure.
Yeah, mine's a MacBook Air.
Yeah, so the camera's really good on the Macs for sure. I am using desktop, so everything's Windows based.
Yeah,
but
I prefer Windows. But I got this mostly because I have Adobe Premiere Pro for Mac, and I love using that for editing video. So like this is my video editing computer.
Well, here's the thing though, with both of your setups though, you could take your podcast on the road at any time.
Oh yeah.
With me, I can't. Like everything that's here, I either have to strip it from my computer, right, and bring it with me, or just use sub quality stuff. Whereas you're basically using the same thing, and if you just got a USB mic for the laptop, you could take your show on the road anytime you want.
Oh yeah, I mean, I could do the podcast from my phone if I wanted to.
Well, again, sound quality,
right?
But
in theory, I could.
Now, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't like side firing mics like this. Yeah. Like your Rodecaster's a front firing mic. I like that. I like having one on a boom. Like I actually had them on booms and all that shit. I like having them on a boom and front firing mic and all of that stuff. So
I used to have mine like up here.
Yeah.
And
That's it.
I noticed on the podcast that I kept looking up at it, and I was like, "Oh, it's distracting me."
Yeah, you want it below you, but not like directly where you can breathe into it because you don't want the and all of that shit.
Mine's off to the side, but it's aimed at me.
Right.
And, well, it's always like,
it's right here. You could see mine, so which I just have mine on a stand. So
you probably could see mine if it wasn't with the weird background.
Ryan Grondin and 98's golden EIB microphone.
EIB.
Golden EIB.
Oh, there you go. That is the Rush Limbaugh microphone right there, buddy.
I probably have one you can have, Dave. It just would plug right into your computer.
The golden EIB. So wait a second. Did Rush use a golden Rodecaster?
I don't know what it was, but he referred to it as a golden EIB microphone.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. That was definitely. I mean, it was a gold plated. No. It was an RE320. It was a gold plated RE320.
Yeah. What's his name uses one too?
Yeah, I'm sorry he's not around anymore. I used to listen to him because he was interesting and you learned something.
Yes.
Sean Hannity, on the other hand, I could put up with for about 2 minutes.
For who? Who?
Sean Hannity.
Oh yeah. No, I agree with you. I look. A lot of people,
and it's like, okay, Sean, you hate liberals. Tell us something we don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, look, a lot of people think I shill just for the Republican Party and all that, but like Hannity, over the years, because I used to actually follow Hannity quite a bit. As a matter of fact, Hannity is who got my wife into politics with Let Liberty Ring or something like that, or Let Freedom Ring, his book. And so back then he was more of a moderate conservative, which was cool and less hardline. But then when Trump started running, he was the epitome of the Trumpian, the Trumplican. Like Trump could do no wrong, no matter what. And, there was always a spin on it. And I was like, look, I like Trump. I like him a lot, but like, you're making me sick. So yeah, I stopped listening to Hannity quite a bit because of Trump. Yeah. And it wasn't even like Trump caused him to be that way. It was that he went that way, and it made me sick. But David, I was hoping you would see my status update today. And I know you're out on the road, so you probably didn't see it, but when I made it, I was thinking of you. It turns out that I can't remember, one of the prominent Republican senators might be under investigation for money laundering or corruption or something like that. And I wrote, good. I don't care if it's him. I don't care if it's a Democrat. I don't care if it's an independent. If he's guilty, fucking lock him up. Get all money out of politics. Mm-hmm. And I mean it.
I agree.
And I was like, David will appreciate that.
What I appreciate is people that you can hold an intelligent conversation with that are willing to listen if they disagree with you.
Yeah.
There's too many people that, no. It's
that's the annoying part.
My way or the highway. And if you disagree with me, you are evil. You're the enemy. Bullshit.
Oh yeah. No,
I just learned something this week that I wanted to harass Yakumovich and some of the.
Dave, are you bleeding?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're bleeding, buddy.
Bleeding on your arm, dude.
Yeah. What I did is I scraped something at home, and it must have.
He's getting so fucking passionate about this. He's like,
whatever.
You know what it is? I'm on Eliquis.
Oh, so yeah, blood thinner.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. But no, I just learned that the Canadians have changed their national anthem to make it more inclusive.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Canadian national anthem as Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command.
Where's Brian when we need him?
True patriot love in all of us command.
Yeah.
For God's sakes.
I mean, they wanted to remove under God from ours. They wanted to, all of that stuff. Amen become a microaggression. Jesus. I mean, and that just tells you, and I'm not even like, I tell people this all the time. I'm not even like super Christian. You know what I mean? Like I'm a Christian. Yes. Do I sit there and preach it? No. I hate being put in a position that I have to sit there and defend it because I'm not the poster child for Christianity. You know what I mean? There's far better scholars out there than me, but like what I can't stand is like just lack of knowledge on any subject. So when they started saying amen or a woman, you literally don't understand what amen means. It isn't about the gender. It has nothing to do with the fucking gender. Right. So how are you turning this into a gender thing when it has nothing to do with fucking gender? It's just because an uneducated dumbass heard amen and went, well, why aren't women included? You know what I mean? Like the fuck. And
hey, I triggered people all the time. The trigger warnings, bullshit on trigger warnings.
I mean, look, I literally, my podcast used to have that on the on the intro screen. It was like trigger warning, explicit content, incoming, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, you knew what was
the 98 podcast.
Yeah, you knew what was coming. There was people that used to watch our podcast because obviously I was better lit, to watch this vein and to see how fucking bad it got during a rant, and to see if I stroked out.
Yeah.
Because
Jeez.
I used to get really fired up, you know, about a myriad of different things. Yes, obviously liberals, pedophiles, all of that shit really gets me going.
Yeah.
Illegal immigration has always got me going. Even my brother got me pissed off one time and said, you know, because he's definitely more militant than I am. He turned around and said the military should be at the southern border, and if they fucking approach, we mow them down. And I'm like, what, you fucking dumbass? You're gonna sit there and, you know, mow down women and children and all that?
Yeah.
He didn't put really any thought into it. He was just mad, you know, and I get it, but there was no real thought put into it. My whole thing is I did put thought into my podcast, the subjects that I was bringing, etc. And what actually was kind of the downfall of the podcast, not just me kind of stepping away because of Antifa, but it was me saying, you know, I hear people, and I'm just going to pick different subjects that I would hear from our side, from Republicans, conservatives, whatever. I would hear, you know, stuff like we need term limits. And I'm like, on the face of it, I understand what you're saying, right? Because you've got dinosaurs in Congress. I said, but here's the thing. This government was given to us so that we would become interactive with it, and we would have to be educated in order to keep it. That's why Benjamin Franklin very famously said, when she said, what form of government did you give us? He said, a republic, if you can keep it. And he meant that because you had to be an involved and intelligent population.
Or Adams said that, you know, the Constitution is suitable only for a virtuous people
and moral people. Yes. And so
that's our problem right there.
so that was my point. When I would hear things like that from conservatives, I would say, so what I want to put out there for you for food for thought, and that's what I learned, is that people don't want to think. They want you to spoon feed everything to them, and they don't want to think. Because what I would sit there and turn around and say is, we are the term limits. We were always the intended term limits. Because if you have an informed, intelligent, and interactive population, you won't keep voting these dumb fuckers in. You'll sit there and do your job as an American citizen and vote them out.
You would think.
Okay, but that's our job, right? See, people don't look at being a citizen as a duty.
No, it
is.
That's the problem. Is like when I see all these people complaining, I'm like, we have the power. It's just if you don't show up at the poll,
right?
That's the problem.
Exactly. If you don't do the legwork like you're supposed to do, then then nothing's going to happen.
I agree.
Right? And it isn't just enough to go out and vote. It's you got to get into uncomfortable conversations with people that you may agree with or may not agree with, but you have to get into uncomfortable conversations with people and do it with an intelligence and not just emotion. Right. And that's a big deal. But anyway, when I started shining a light on the fact that if you really boil everything down, it's our fault that we're where we are, because government is doing what governments do.
Yeah.
So if you sit there and look at what we are doing and what we are not doing, and if we're not realizing our true power, et cetera, when you start looking at that, you'll understand that it's our fault. And by our, I mean multi-generations of us. Huh?
Collective.
Right.
Yeah, and if I want to get people going, I tell, when you want to talk about which amendments to the Constitution should never have been passed, and my favorite is a direct election of senators. You know what? Hey, the Senate was not meant to represent the people. That's why they call the House of Representatives the people's house. It was meant to represent the states, period.
Yep.
Not the people. And they still do elect them indirectly by electing the state legislatures. But we never should have gone to direct election of senators. Never.
I 100% agree with you. And most people don't even know that nuance. They don't know that the elections basically of the senators go against the Constitution in today's world.
It goes against the original.
It goes against the original Constitution.
The other thing that drives me nuts, and this is on both sides, is people are far too free to toss the word treason around.
Yes, it's sedition at most.
Bullshit. Treason is the only crime that is not only defined in the Constitution, but the punishment is defined, and also the procedure you need to go through to convict someone is defined.
correct.
But no, and I'm sorry, it is both sides. And Trump.
Oh no, that's 100%. 100%. 100%.
Another thing that's our fault is that we've gotten comfortable with our rights being taken away.
Yes.
Like you spend an hour on YouTube and you'll see videos of our rights being trampled all the time, or police officers that don't even know.
Correct. I also hate that some of them take it too far. Like some of those First Amendment auditors take it very far.
If they kept it cool, they'd really be doing some good.
Right.
But
And
when
that's
they go too far,
Yeah.
it makes the whole thing look like a joke.
Yeah. And I mean, if you were more able to get your point across in a cool, calm, and collected fashion.
Yeah.
And you didn't sit there and just be combative for the sake of being combative.
Right.
Then you would do a bigger, a much greater justice than you are.
Especially with the officers that are the ones that become the aggressor when they're supposed to de-escalate. If you didn't poke them.
Sorry if we're pissing you off there, David, but
No. I was just going to ask you, are you familiar? Are you familiar with the organizations, the Institute for Justice and the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression?
I've heard of them. Saying that I'm familiar with them would be a lie.
Okay. No, I mean, they're, both of them are, IJ is a public interest law firm.
I really got to let my dog out, though.
Yeah, we'll see you in 3 hours.
Yeah. No, IJ is an organization, public interest law firm that is attempting to rein in the government by basically, defending, against, money grabs like civil forfeiture, this sort of thing. And then FIRE is basically is a free speech, free speech defender on, from people on both sides of the whatever. And they're both in my will along with 98. Thank you. But no, I think we need organizations such as them, but because as you say, the people don't have they're clueless as what their rights are. And pretty much, and then the amount of historical ignorance is abysmal.
Yeah.
And like now I'll go through, like I said, when I teach American history, I will talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. And the part of the reason I'm talking about the ugly is not to say that we're ugly, but to say, hey, compare that to where we are today.
Not only that, but if you never teach about the mistakes that we made, we are doomed to repeat them.
Yeah, and people, these nuts that say, "Oh, we're as bad as we ever were." Oh, bullshit.
Oh, bullshit. Yeah.
Absolutely not. I mean, I even I have to watch what I say here because I don't want to get us closed down. But I even use a form of the N-word in class once a semester, where I tell them that basically just to talk about how things have changed and how we are whitewashing our history. And I don't mean that in a racial sense.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And, and I make the point that I had read some time back that George Wallace was quoted. Well, let me back up. George Wallace was actually fairly progressive because he was for the little guy when he started out. And if the little guy happened to be black, okay, whatever. Well, he lost an early election against a rabid segregationist. And he said, well, I'm not going to let that happen again. Because he was not only a progressive, but he was very ambitious. And in the South at that time, you had to be a racist to get elected. And so basically, this book was quoting him as saying that George said, I'm never going to be out. I'm not going to be out-segged again. I thought, bullshit. That is not what he said. He said, I'm not going to be out Niggered again. And, whatever. And I said, I actually said the word in class. And I said, why is that important to say that word? And it's important because what do you know about Jim Crow? You know that, well, crappy water fountains, segregated schools, sit in the back of the bus. And I said it was all those things. But it was also having to get up every morning knowing as a young black man that if you pissed off the wrong white person, you'd be dead by nightfall. Everybody would know who did it and not a damn thing would happen to them. So, these people, oh, gee, we're as bad as we ever are. Oh, bullshit. Absolutely not. We're far better than we were 50 years ago.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
And I have to laugh about trigger warnings, because hell, I didn't trigger warn them. I triggered them. I would show a picture of a lynching, believe it or not. Oh, talk about triggering. And I'd say, okay, take a look at this picture. Of course, what do you see there? Well, obviously the guy's hanging from the tree. But I said, look at the crowd. Everybody's facing the camera. They've just committed, at least an accessory after the fact of a murder, and they know nothing's going to happen to them. They're looking straight in the camera.
Yep.
So it could be this crap that, oh, gee, we're as bad as we ever were. Bullshit. But
yeah, no, people like to do that because, again, victim mentality. Every other month or whatever, you see people talking about whether white and black. I see both, so it isn't a racial thing. I mean, obviously, it's a racial thing as far as the outcome, but not who's saying it.
Mm-hmm.
White and black, I'm seeing people say, well, we need to have reparations for the black people for this, for that, and I'm like, I'm against giving Native Americans reparations.
Well, the question of the hour is, and it will never work because the question of the hour is, who do you give it to? Who gets? Who pays? And what criteria?
Well, the actual answer to that nobody wants to hear. I'm not saying you, but like the people, the advocates don't want to hear it. The actual answer is, if we were going to do anything like that, we would have to have irrevocable proof that your family was descendant from slaves that were owned here on this soil. Mm-hmm. And you would have to be able to show the people who owned you and their dependents.
Well, what if, okay, but now you're black, but you own slaves, which many blacks did.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you collect or do you pay?
And that's the funny part, right? Because if you actually started doing that the truthful way, then it would be, obviously the owner would pay the non. Now, I mean, on its face, it's ludicrous anyway, because you're talking about 2 to 3 generations, 4 generations, whatever it is. Okay. So nobody, and I don't care if black, white, whatever, nobody owes anybody anything.
No.
Okay.
No, you could do it with the Japanese after World War II.
Yeah, because we stuck them in internment camps.
The same people were still identifiable.
Exactly.
But
100%.
No, you really can't hear. And I have one interesting little statistic that I love to quote when people say about how racist we are. We have had better than twice as many immigrants into the United States since 1960 from sub-Saharan Africa than the total number of slaves ever brought to British North America.
That's correct. And also, I love to trigger people, since we're talking about triggering.
Yeah,
I love to trigger people, especially Native Americans, because I tell them that I said, when did your family get here? Oh, we've always been here. Cool. You could prove that? And they're like, well, we were the tribe and all that. I said, okay. So let's just say you were a Native American. I said, what makes you a Native American? Mm-hmm. Well, we were here, before America. No, that makes you an indigenous people. A Native American could be Indian, could be Chinese, could be Irish, could be white, could be black, could be Spanish, could be anybody that was here at the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Because before that signing, America didn't exist. So how could you be a Native American if America didn't exist? Everybody who was here at the signing of the Declaration of Independence, from that point on, as far as their families, is a Native American. Now, I know I'm not, because
once again, we can bandy words. People. It's once again, it comes down to definitions.
Right, but my point is we shouldn't be paying them either. Every piece of soil on this planet has been conquered at least once over, probably more. Okay, so why is it that we are the only fucking country that has to sit there and pay for conquering land that, again, this generation never did? That has to pay for slavery, again, this generation never did. And by the way, this country was the first one to abolish. So again, why are we the only ones that have to feel guilty about being us? It's because we're the best. That's why.
Well,
we're the freest.
Well, this is just us, though. The other one that drives me nuts, I'd say there's 2. And the other one is that settler nation known as Israel. Bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get me going on that one.
Well, look, the only thing that bothers me about Israel is that fact that they need us in order for them to even exist. And yet and yet there's still a divide. You know what I mean? Like there's still a massive divide in
well, they're a liberal democracy, and so
right.
you have 16 different parties. They don't have the two-party system. They have they have to make like most countries in the world don't. They have to make coalitions for and there's good and bad to both systems. But
no, I mean I don't know. There's just I don't like the air of superiority that comes from them in a lot of ways. I'm not talking about all of them, but I mean, in a lot of ways, I'm not anti-Israel in any way, shape, or form. I'm not. The only thing that I can say is, again, I don't like how much money us taxpayers shell out basically to prop up Israel just to keep them afloat.
Well, although, people talk about foreign aid, and foreign aid generally, I mean, not just Israel, everybody. Foreign aid is such a minuscule part of the federal budget.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, if we got rid of Obamacare, Medicaid, and Medicare, we'd be solvent. We'd be beautiful.
Yeah, but it is under. Well, it's what 2% of all federal outlays are foreign affairs, foreign aid. Although, once again, is all the foreign aid we spend.
Send the Ukrainians more.
No, they're absolutely not intelligently spent. All of it.
Yeah.
On the other hand, does this mean we should, cut it all off? Also, no. I think Trump made a big mistake cutting off Radio Free Europe and Radio Free Asia and Voice of America. I mean, which are very different from NPR,
PBS, and stuff like that.
PBS and NPR, very different. Yeah. But I mean, you talk to the.
I think that was more of a negotiating tool. I don't know if that's going to stay that way or not. I think you're right. If he does keep it cut off, then it's a mistake. I'll agree with you. But I think it's the big ask, right? And you got to start with the stick and then use the carrot. So we'll see how well that works, because I mean the guy is one of the best deal makers out there. We'll see what happens. I wasn't convinced of that until I watched him deal with North Korea and everybody fucking losing their shit about North Korea. North Korea was walking all over Obama. And as a matter of fact, very famously now, the letter in the Resolute desk said that North Korea was our biggest threat. And, when Trump took office, the letter that Obama left in the Resolute desk for him, it's a tradition, the presidents do that. And the letter that he left him said that North Korea was our biggest threat. Trump literally just sat there and insulted him a few times and proved that, he could be as crazy as he said he was going to be. Then he went there and showed the biggest fucking balls I've ever seen of any president of any lifetime that I could tell, and walked into North Korea without anybody with him, and then shook his hand and everything was cool, and then walked back over and sat there and said, yeah, we had a great conversation. He's actually a pretty intelligent guy. Oh my God, he's praising a fucking dictator. Shut the fuck up, you idiots. This is way, way over your IQ levels. He's only fluffing the guy's feathers so that he could get what he fucking wants. And it
drives me nuts to see all the posts lately about like, nothing's changed, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, do you think that someone can come in and in a few months, there's going to be all these drastic changes? Like, what he's trying to do is for the long game.
Well, plus they keep moving the goalposts, right? So Ryan, when he first got in, it was about the fucking eggs. Well, if Biden didn't kill 100 million fucking chickens before he left office,
buy a fucking chicken then.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't have been an egg shortage and an egg price, increase. However, they kept hitting Trump with the eggs.
Oh,
now the eggs are back down to where they were before Biden. And nobody says anything about the fucking eggs before. They talk about inflation.
They jump on gas or they jump on food.
Inflation is lower than it has been in fucking 6 years. Oh, nope. They stopped talking about that.
And when you come right down to it, gas, despite the prices going up, gas, if you compare it to when I was a mere lad back in the dark ages, gas really has not, it's run ahead of inflation, but not outrageously so.
And it depends heavily on the state.
Unsettled in the state because of the taxes.
Yeah.
There are two things that have run well ahead of inflation:
housing,
education, and medicine.
I was going to say in housing.
Well, yeah, housing is where you're talking. House prices are up.
Yeah.
Now at the moment, you're talking recent inflation. But I'm saying over the long haul, over the last 50 years, the two things that have gone up far faster than inflation are education and medicine.
And those two,
getting a better product.
Right.
Are we getting a better product for education? Fuck no.
I don't think that we're getting that much better of a fucking product either, because you look at the vaccine, for instance, right? And I know Trump is the one who pushed it.
But I'm not even just talking vaccines. I'm just talking, there are things that we can cure and there are things that we can extend life that we could not do 50 years ago.
I'll agree with you on that. I mean, I'm taking testosterone that you couldn't do 50 years ago. And I firmly believe I'd be fucking dead if I didn't. So yeah, I mean, that's, you know, that's one thing right there. Of course, I'm not getting it medically. You know why? Because, you know, it doesn't matter that you've got a gun to your head. It doesn't matter that you can't think straight. It doesn't matter that you're 70 pounds overweight. Your testosterone level is 3 points too fucking high. So the insurance company won't sit there and approve you. So then you call up a damn clinic, and the clinic tells you that every bit of your research is 100% correct. However, because we don't take insurance, it's going to cost you $600 to $800 a fucking month to get the doses that you need to be healthy again. Yeah. So guess what? For the first time in my life, I turned to a fucking off the street drug dealer.
Yeah.
And I've been doing it for 3.5 years. And guess what? I feel fucking great.
It's this government's fault that we have to go to Arnold.
Do you mean testosterone?
Yeah.
Okay. Because what you're talking about really, in many respects, would apply equally well to how they keep moving the goalposts for cholesterol.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, I'm talking about testosterone. They're like, my number didn't read what the insurance company needed it to read in order to sit there and get me testosterone. Right. So because of that, it didn't matter about my symptoms. It didn't matter that I literally had every fucking symptom of in the basement testosterone levels.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. They were willing to let me.
100%. This government is forcing people to buy steroids from Arnold.
No, I didn't go to somebody that everybody knows.
And Ryan
Arnold doesn't sell steroids.
Ryan wrote me in as a drug mule on at least 1 or 2 occasions.
Yeah, he sells
stem cells,
and I think he sells.
No, I think something happened with that whole thing.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, I mean, you know, it is what it is, but it's one of those things where, you know, I mean, it's not a Class A felony or anything like that, what I'm doing, but I'm staying healthy. And, you know, I monitor.
Gym's got a guy that's the guy, you know?
Yeah, I monitor everything. And you know, as a matter of fact, I got my blood work done today. So I should have the results. And are you up? Really? It's 2:30 in the morning. What are you doing?
She wants to give her opinion on politics.
Oh, do you think Daddy's crazy?
No, she goes, no comment.
She went off camera to go no. But you know, what I have to do is what I have to do, and I'm honestly glad that I did, because it saved my life, and it actually helped my marriage quite a bit too. You know, because it was rough. Like, no bullshit, guys. I'd be sitting here for 12 hours watching YouTube videos. I could not tell you one video I watched. Yeah. I was just spaced.
Just zoned out,
just for 12 fucking hours. I couldn't think straight. I was suicidal. Every time my wife left the house, I'd pick up the gun and just be like, yeah, today's the day. And just sit here.
Yeah.
Today's the day. And thank God I never pulled the fucking trigger, but that's all I would do is today's the day, you know, and I was 277 pounds and, you know, just fucking fat, not even like muscular fat, just fucking fat.
Like me?
You know? No. You at least are strong. I was just fucking fluff fat. And, you know, and I got on the stuff, and no bullshit. Within 3 days, the fog lifted. Within a week, the depression completely gone.
Wow.
Okay. And then within 2 weeks, maybe 3, I felt like I wanted to work out for the first time in years.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was something simple. I just wanted to do some curls or something, but it got me off my ass and started moving.
Yeah.
And I went from 277. Now, of course, I'm one of those people that takes everything to the fucking extremes. I went from 277 down to 217 in like a year.
Wow.
Now, granted, my body didn't want to be that light that quick. That's for damn sure. I was weak. I was tired, but still, even at 217, I was still feeling better than I was without the testosterone. And then, you know, slowly but surely, my body kind of worked its way back up into the 240 to 250 range. And it's been there ever since. And my composition is much, much different than it was at 277. I've probably put on 25 pounds of muscle to go along with the fat. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's insane, but what it can do. And I don't take super physiological doses. I take enough to keep me in the normal range.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I got tested and was normal range, so I was like, I'm not gonna fuck with it.
What were you at, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know exactly what I was at, but on the sliding scale, I was dead center.
So you were probably around 500.
Yeah, whatever center. Yeah.
Because the normal. So
I was like, well, I'm not having anything weird happen now yet.
Right.
So I'm like, I better not fuck with it right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you'll notice, obviously your libido will go down. You'll gain weight that is just fat. Like, there is no muscle. It's just fat. Depression, all of that stuff will kick in. And it happened to me like fast, dude. Yeah. Like, I'm talking within a month it happened. It was crazy.
Because it probably just stopped producing. Like,
yeah, it was crazy. And then, I fully understand. I'm going to be on it for the rest of my life, but it works.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Like, it works.
Right.
So, and the insurance, it's a perfect example. Today I go in, I bring in my meal plan. I bring in my workout plan. I bring in any supplements I'm taking. I tell them that I'm on test, yada, yada, yada. And they take my BMI and I'm at 33. 35 is morbidly obese. 33 is just high obese. Right. And again, I'm lean everywhere. It's just my stomach. So it's all adipose and all that.
Which is where they test you. Yeah.
Right. So I turned around and said, I didn't know if Ozempic could help or Wegovy or whatever. I didn't know if any of that could help me. I was on semaglutide for like 6 weeks and I did see some weight loss, but obviously that's not enough time to really flesh it all out. So he was like, well, you're 2 numbers off of the BMI, so the insurance won't approve it. He put it in anyway just to check.
Like, give me a week.
Well, what am I going to do? Go home and fucking stuff my face with just cottage cheese and mozzarella or something?
Just to come back,
yeah. It's just crazy, but they encourage stupid shit like that, right? So, in order for me to get Dr. Testosterone, like, I'd have to stop taking it, crash, go in there, get a blood test, and then I'd get prescribed it.
It's the same thing with like diabetes and stuff. Like, they want you to be in terrible fucking shape to even get approved to get something that can help you.
Now that's weird because my doctor told me that if I did have diabetes, which I obviously don't, but if I did, then I'd get approved for all of that stuff, but no problem. Like, I'd get approved.
They approve you, but then not every insurance will give you what you need.
Oh, well, I have poor people insurance, so I got state government insurance.
Yeah.
So,
but like, I have to pay some of it out of pocket because insurance only covers so much of it.
Yeah.
So it's a pain in the ass, but
it really is. But I mean,
you can go to Walmart and get fucking insulin for $25.
Yeah.
$25.
Ain't that something?
Yeah.
But don't tell me that, man. I'll be fucking 300 pounds and jacked, baby.
Dude, $25. Just walk in.
Go take some GH and insulin. Oh,
yeah. Oh, dude, you'd fucking look like Devin. What kind of
my total T is 299. The highest it's been in the records I have here, which is going back 6-7 years, is when I was taking the androgel. It went up to 469, and 264 is the low end, but it's now 299. So I'm always within range, but at the low end of the range.
If you don't mind me asking,
off the chart is on free T, which I've never hit the the bottom of the chart. I'm a mess that way. But total, I'm low end.
So if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
74.
So you and I had almost the exact same level, and I'm 45. Now I've been taking it for 3 years, so it was 42 years old, 41 years old, somewhere on there. I was at 304, and because I wasn't at 250, okay, which is below your lowest. If I wasn't at 250, then I can't be on testosterone medically.
That's bullshit.
Free testosterone, normal range is 6.6 to 18.1. I'm now at 1.9. I'm always way off the bottom of the chart.
Checking his Excel spreadsheet of his.
Hey, you know what? But I mean, with my chart, you can do that though. Like, I can pull up my stuff too.
Yeah, I use my chart for everything.
Yeah, I'm looking at my chart. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Let me pull mine up.
Yeah, I was just thinking, did I get my my results?
I got my blood work done, and they're like, dude, my doctor goes, surprisingly, all your blood work was perfect except for your A1C.
So what was your A1C at?
It was high, dude.
Yeah, like diabetes high?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you have diabetes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, I fucked up over a few months there. And he's like, guess what it is? And I'm like, 6? And he goes, 9.5. And I was like, that's not good.
Wow, 9.5, bro.
Like,
Jesus
that's not good,
Christ.
dude. He's
So-
like, do you like your feet? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like,
You
lower
won't have
your
any-
A1C.
Yeah. So I think I think 5.9 is the cutoff, right? And then you're
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
at-
Yeah.
so I
you
was
know
at like
about that.
I was at 5.8 at my heaviest. And
Yeah.
and they turned around and said, you have pre-diabetes, you have non-fat. Well, they wouldn't believe me at first. That's another beautiful thing. They kept saying you have alcohol or fatty liver disease. And I said, no, I don't drink. And because I don't, I enjoy maybe a
That's the
beer.
same thing to me.
Yeah, I think I have like a beer every fucking 3 months. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't drink. And they're like, well, blah, blah. It took me forever. But anyway, so then I got diagnosed with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease.
Yep.
And then they checked me with an ultrasound, and I had a bunch of visceral fat around my kidneys and my liver and all of that shit. So again, this was pre-test.
Yeah.
Once I started taking the test, all of that shit's gone. And my A1C now is like 5.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it fucking buried everything, and I'm doing so much better as far as like health wise. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, my doctor doesn't ask for that often because mine's always. So I'm actually scrolling back to see the last one I have there because he very seldom has a check because it's never a problem.
Dude, all my liver things were high.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they were like, you definitely have, disease. I did went through the same thing as you, went to get the ultrasound.
Yeah, my lipids were real high.
You have all this, fatty liver disease,
Yep.
this and that. I started taking milk thistle.
Okay.
And my next blood test, they were like, what the fuck? All your readings are normal. I was like, yeah, just from I didn't change anything.
But you didn't lose any weight?
I didn't lose any weight.
So that makes
Well,
no
I
sense,
took
right? Because if
Milk
you think about it, so something was wrong either with the test or with
Well,
something.
so
Because
apparently, what the milk thistle does is it promotes healing. So when your liver's fucked up, it's
so
releasing.
even though it was still encased in fat, you were healing
Yeah.
the scar tissue.
Yeah. So when your liver's in danger, it releases toxins into your blood.
Yep.
The milk thistle lowered those toxins by promoting healing of my liver.
No shit.
I was like, oh, dude, awesome. So he said, well, look, I can't tell you what to do, but keep taking that.
Yeah. Yeah. And
But
that was
now,
the thing.
now I started eating better, and I know my A1C is going to be lower next time because I've been in the green with my blood sugar, consistently now.
Isn't that some shit? It says
Weird.
I just logged out of my A1 or my chart, and then I just get an email saying that I have test results for my chart. Let's see.
Let me check my test results.
That's what I'm doing right now. So everything's green so far.
What's
I don't know
the
what that is.
test panel? What's it called?
I don't think there's testosterone on this one. Everything is good except for I got to see what the hell that is. I don't even know what that is. Give me a sec. Literally, I'm in the green on everything except for one thing on my blood panel.
Well, that's hemoglobin A1C.
Yeah, mine was.
Is that what I'm looking for?
Yeah, well, yeah, mine was.
Normal is 4 to 5.6. Mine's 5.2.
Yeah, where mine's 9.4, 0.5. I'm way out of that.
Yeah, and actually, I was mistaken. I thought it was my general practitioner that was ordering it, but no, it was the cardiology.
Well, okay. So according to this, I may need to eat more iron or vitamin B12. Because the only thing that's high, and it isn't even that high, the only thing that's high is my my variation of my blood cells, my platelets. That's it.
My chart tells me I need more semen intake.
Nice.
I'm not surprised.
No, let me see what else. Everything else I'm normal. Like I'm looking at the metabolic panel.
Yeah.
The only thing that was high was on this particular test was my glucose and A1C. Everything else is like dead center.
I'm usually low on protein, and BUN is off, but that's just basically dealing with how fluid level at the moment.
I'm trying to find my testosterone one, but I don't know why I'm not finding it. Or it was too long ago.
Oh, well.
My doctor was like, we found semen in your blood, not the other way around. Like, that's weird. It's not what you want to hear.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is fascinating, but I got up early today to come to Ohio, so I think I'm going to call it a night. It's 2:38 in the a.m.
Holy Jesus.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
Well, you know, when you get fucking Ted on politics, that it's going to be a late night.
We weren't even really talking politics. Shit.
Ted.
Yeah, thanks.
And now we're just breaking the HIPAA law.
You've been up for six. You've been on for 6 hours and 9 minutes. So
Wow.
Yeah, that should be enough to keep
It didn't feel that long tonight because we had a lot of people coming on and talking.
And I'll take a look tomorrow if I have the time to, before I go to Columbus, to see what you said about me.
It was good. No, it was good things, Dave.
Hmm.
For the most part.
Yeah, okay. For the most part.
Yeah.
That's big enough to drive a Mack truck through.
No, it was pretty good. Everyone's talking about how you travel all around and stuff, you know?
And this is what, at the beginning, or when should I start looking? Half hour in?
It was more towards the beginning, yeah.
Alrighty, wonderful. When I was once again absent, but
yeah, when you're here, we don't talk nice about you.
I was gonna say it literally was like 99. I think it was all nice, honestly.
Yeah, all good things.
All right.
Well, you guys have a great night. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna just end it. But thanks, guys, and we'll see you guys soon, man.
Yeah.
Good night, all.
Bye, everybody. End stream.